In the Night by Leila Vy, narrated by Bookzoro. Before we start, let us know in the comments where you're listening from and what kind of stories you enjoy most. We love hearing from our listeners. Chapter 1. Under the dove-gray sky, I took comfort in the cold air that wraps around me like a slithering shadow. There was something about the cold Alaskan air. It makes me feel alive while it bites the skin of my cheeks harshly. I huffed a breath of warm air into my thick black winter glove to warm my face while climbing the wintry snow terrain. Soon, it will be dark. I needed to find a place to rest. I have been walking all day and still no definite wolf tracks to follow. The small village of Norwich was the place I ventured from. Ironically, it was also my hometown. I have returned recently to hunt again. Years of training with my dad, I have learned to use a knife effectively to kill and to kill with a gun. Before returning home, I was living in the cities. I went to school, lived like a normal city person for several years, but even in a big city, I was lonely. So here I was, back home and hunting, something I am good and comfortable with. My boot plunged deep into the snow and I lost my balance. I fell to my knees, and my heavy gloved hands palmed the snow to keep me from falling flat on my face. Heaving tiredly, I glanced around me for a place to hide from the cold night temperature that will be hitting soon. I caught sight of a cave entrance. I know there was a risk that it could be occupied, but it was a risk I had to take. As I approached the cave entrance, a long, bone-chilling howl pierced the windy air around me. My hand went to my pistol at my belt immediately, while I surveyed again my surroundings. By the sound of it, it was too far for it to be dangerous for me, but it was close enough for me to know I am not alone. I needed to find safety before it was too late. The sky grew darker. I crept closer to the cave with caution. Glancing in, I slipped my hand into my winter jacket and pulled out a flashlight. I shined the light around. "Hello? Anybody home?" I announced my presence hoarsely. The hardened in my voice was due to the cold air. A faint echo echoed back to me. No animal sounds. I went inside the cave away from the unrelenting wind. I have to admit that I ventured a little farther than what I am used to. I never gone this far before, not even with my dad. It was dark and cold in the cave, but it was still so much better than out there, with the cold, harsh winds. I threw my 30-pound backpack on the ground and found a nice little sitting spot to collapse against and slid to the ground. "Amelia, don't forget to start a fire." I murmured my dad's words to myself. "Amelia, rest later. Check your surroundings." Groaning with aching muscles, I pulled myself away from the cave wall and looked for some wood to start a fire. It wasn't long till the cave was lit with a blazing hot fire. I walked around the cave, checking for escape routes, peeking for any signs of life other than me living in the cave. When I saw no sign of danger, I settled back in my earlier spot and closed my eyes for a brief moment, leaning my head back. Coming back here reminded me so much of my past. My days with my dad, hunting wolves. "Ami, do not let your guard down. Wolves are most lethal when they travel in pack. You have to be on your toes." I reached into my backpack and pulled out a heating blanket. I wrapped it around my body snugly. Glancing into the fire, I thought about the first time I first used a rifle. "Concentrate! Inhale and remain calm. You need to focus on where you want to kill it. Pull the trigger. Don't hesitate, because it sure ain't hesitating when it is eyeing his next meal." Because of my dad's drills and constant shouting, I am pretty dangerous with a gun. I hardly miss, and if I did, it was on purpose. He trained me with almost every gun, a sniper rifle all the way to a handheld pistol. The sky was now dark. Tossing my blanket aside gently, I secured the entrance with traps and bells. If anything was to enter, I will hear it before it gets closer. Once done, I unhooked my sleeping bag and made a bed next to the fire. Laying down, and with 2 blankets on top of me and a warm fire, I switched to lay on my side, facing the fire. Ami, I am sorry for leaving you alone. My only hopes is that you can fight the fight I couldn't. I wish I could see you grow into the woman I know you will become, but my heart lost the battle. I am not strong enough. I hope you can forgive me for leaving you alone in this world. Boo-hoo. Clutching my dad's cold hand, I wept into his palm. I found him dead in his bed, a bottle of almost completely finished alcohol in his bed, and an opened prescription bottle. His letter to me, laying next to his pillow. Boo-hoo, Papa, I sobbed. Please, no, please, I will do anything. Don't leave me. Please, don't leave me. I don't have anybody else. The sound of my traps going off woke me up. I didn't realize I had dozed off until now. My hand slipped from my pistol underneath my pillow. The fire was still burning enough for me to see anything close to me. My ears perked up for something more, but I heard nothing. I am pretty sure what I heard earlier was an animal yelp. Whatever it was walked into my trap and got hurt. I threw off the blankets. My hand wrapped around my pistol and the other grabbed my flashlight. Getting on my feet, I walked to the cave entrance. Just as I thought, one of my traps did go off. Something was trying to get in. My heart was racing in my chest. Adrenaline rushed through my veins. I took a step outside the cave entrance and surveyed the dark woods, my flashlight scanning the area. The hair on my skin prickled with awareness. It felt like someone was watching me. I can feel it. Whatever it was, I can feel it look me over slowly. Every part that it scanned my skin jumped with goosebumps. Feeling anxious now, I stepped back into my cave. With shaking hands, I reached into my backpack for a spare trap. I set it back up before entering further into the cave. I tossed a few more logs into the fire before settling back onto my sleeping bag. I am fully awake now. The feeling of being watched didn't leave me. It might be my imagination, but then again, I was taught to not shrug it off. If my gut feeling told me something was off, something was off. My hand tightened over the grip of my pistol. It felt like forever before the sunlight peeked into the cave. I packed up my stuff and killed the fire before leaving. As soon as I stepped out, that familiar sense that I was being watched washed over me again. Feeling a little frightened, I called this trip to an end and headed back home. It was a day's walk. By the time I got home, it was dark. The village streetlights were on, and the bar in the village was on full blast. It sounds like a busy night. I can hear laughter and joyous voices. I walked to my dad's cabin. Once I was home, I felt more comfortable. I took off my gears and changed into a creme-knitted sweater and dark blue skinny jeans. I removed my ponytail and allowed my hair to fall down past my shoulders to my back. I glanced in the mirror and found myself far too pale, but it could be because of the lack of sun right now in Alaska. Running my fingers through a couple of times before I walked to my kitchen, I opened the fridge to see if there is anything to eat, but of course it was empty. Great! Amelia Williams, you come here and don't shop for food. I groaned and slammed the refrigerator door shut. The nearest grocery store is an hour away. I can stop by the local gas station, but it has nothing but junk food. The open sign at the bar flashed through my window. I guess it's bar food tonight, I muttered. I grabbed my jacket and walked out of my dad's cabin. When I arrived, the bartender walked up to me. "What can I get you, Amy?" Mrs. Hewitt asked. "A plate of your delicious Angus burger and fries will be nice, Mrs. Hewitt," I answered her. She poured me a glass of whiskey to warm me up. "You got it, hun." 15 minutes went by, and I finished 2 glasses of whiskey before my food arrived. After thanking Mrs. Hewitt, I picked up my burger and took a huge bite out of the burger. "You must be starving," a deep masculine voice said next to me. A tingling shiver ran down my spine, and my stomach did flips as if it was in gymnastics. This voice was pure temptation. It was husky, with promises of a sleepless night that will have me sore between my legs. I glanced his way, and I was literally blown off my feet. He was strikingly handsome. I wasn't sure if it was the bar lighting or the 2 glasses of whiskey, but I suddenly lost my appetite for food, but in its place, a stronger appetite for something else, preferably with me jumping his bones like a madwoman. "What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?" I shook my head, trying to clear the overwhelming emotions clouding my thoughts. "Yeah." I cleared my throat and turned my attention back to my sandwich, but not before I stole another longing look into his eyes. His eyes reminded me of ashes blowing in the wind, coming from a fire that burned ferociously. They were intense, lustrous shards of silver metals. "Are you new here?" he asked. So, he didn't want to leave. I felt a little disgruntled. I wanted to really be left alone. I answered curtly. "What's your name?" He leaned closer to me, and suddenly I felt the air around me leaving me. "Damn it! Get your act together, Amelia Williams." "Actually, if you don't mind, I would like to enjoy my food." I ended the conversation here. "Amelia, darling, want some more whiskey?" "Good timing, Mrs. Hewitt." Clenching my jaws, I shook my head before thanking her. I felt his eyes burn into the side of my face for a full minute, but he was too much for me. There was something about him that sets my alarms ringing like a circus. I felt him stand up, but not before he leans over to whisper in my ear. "Nice to meet you, Amelia. My name is Cassius." His breath touched my cheek, and my thighs clenched together. He straightened and walked out of the bar entrance. Chapter 2. The next morning I went grocery shopping in the next town over. In this town, there was only one grocery store. I know, not much to choose from, but it has almost everything. After picking up what I wanted in the fresh produce section, I made my way to the dry goods. Humming a small tune, I scanned the shelves for some penne pasta. It will go well with the tomato sauce I will be making, and the fresh mozzarella and Parmesan picked out. I was completely oblivious to my surroundings until I felt that familiar feeling from the woods, like someone was watching me. I glanced up and down the aisle and saw no one. Immediately, I knew something was off. Aisles are never empty, especially when this was the only grocery store in town. Slowly, I placed the box I picked from the shelves into my cart. My gut was telling me I was being watched. Pushing my cart, I headed down the aisle just when I was about to turn. My cart hit another. "Oh, I'm sorry." My sentence dropped when I noticed it was the guy from the bar, Cassius. He looked a lot different. I had a good look at him last night. He looked a lot more laid back, dressed in a loose V-neck t-shirt and jeans. Today, he wore a business suit, which I found awfully weird, as we are in a grocery store, but he must be coming back from something important. Cassius, right? I arched an eyebrow in question and pointed my index finger at him. He nodded with his head tilted to the side, almost as if he was examining me. Funny how we meet again, and out of all the places, here, in the only grocery store, miles away from my town, I mumbled, and noticed the sarcasticness in my voice. A mere coincidence, he answered simply. I eyed him to see if there was more to what he said, but his eyes were as mysterious as his response. He glanced into my cart, and I made a silent prayer. He does not see the box of tampons I placed in there, along with a box of divine chocolate assortments. Shopping for groceries, his eyes flitted back up to mine. The corner of my lips lifted. Isn't that what we do in a grocery store? His lip twitched, but no more. I don't know what it was about today, but today he was just so much more intimidating. Was it the way he held himself? His shoulders even, and his chin slightly lifted, almost like a superior. Why, yes it is, he replied. We stood staring at each for a few awkward moments before I cleared my throat and tried to maneuver around him, but he placed a hand on my cart, which caught my attention. What are you doing in Alaska? He asked out of nowhere. I frowned at his weird questioning. What was with all these questions anyways? Did I really want to tell him? Did I really want to make friends? If I told him more, does it mean it is the start of something? Oh, what am I thinking? Of course not. It won't hurt to tell him. What do you mean? I asked. I mean, why Alaska? He pushed further, his smoky gray eyes looking down at me with an incomprehensible gaze. Being this close to him and being able to look at his eyes in a new light, I can see the dark shards in his irises. They looked like little half-moons. The curvature of his nose and strength of his cheekbone and jawline inexplicably illuminates how handsome he really was, not to mention the dark scruff growing on his chin. He cleared his throat, and I realized I had been staring. It's my home, I responded sheepishly. Your hometown? His voice hiked in surprise. Yes. Is that so hard to believe? I shot at him, feeling slightly defensive. I am just surprised. I have never seen you anywhere near here. Of course not. My dad and I lived closed off from society. The only reason Mrs. Hewitt knew me was because I used to pick up my dad from the bar, from when he was drunk. I moved out after my dad died. There was no aunt or uncle. If there was, I never found out. My parents preferred the quiet life. I have to admit, though, I grew angry at my dad for taking the easy way out. It was selfish, and it left me all alone. You know those dreams you have of your dad walking you down the wedding aisle? I had it once, then I learned it was never going to happen. My life will never be normal. After my mom and baby sister died, my dad changed. He became more closed off than before, took me away, and taught me what I needed to know. Amelia! His gruff, husky voice shattered my thoughts. I blinked and looked back up at him. There was a flicker of concern that flashed through his eyes. I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. I am a little distracted today. I apologized, tearing my gaze from him to my cart. I just remembered that making friends here was useless. I wasn't going to stay long. There was really no use to continue talking to him. I have to go? He finished my sentence for me. My eyes met his again. Sighing, I pushed my light platinum blonde locks behind my ear. It was nice meeting you again, Cassius. I moved to push my cart, but his hand came out to grab onto my cart, stopping me from moving further away from him. I glanced down at his hand before following that hand, up that arm, and bask at his handsome face. I was hoping we can actually meet again. I can take you out to a small diner in town. A part of me screamed, yes. Why? I asked. It's useless. Anything with you is not useless, Amelia. I truly do want to get to know you, he said softly before finishing, other than what I have discovered from people around town. But this time, my walls grew higher. I didn't want anyone knowing anything yet, unless I want to reveal it, but I knew it wasn't his fault for asking. It was the villagers that won't shut up. If my guess is correct, he spoke to Mrs. Hewitt. What do you know? I dared to ask. You are an orphan. Your parents passed away along with your sister. The few elders in your village mentioned you liked to hunt. He answered me, his hold on my cart released. I could escape, but I found myself wanting to stay a little longer. Strange. I guess I can sense he is no threat. He seems harmless. I still hunt, I retorted. Wolves? He asked with an arched eyebrow. Amongst other things. Yes, I told him honestly. Again, I couldn't tell if he was against killing animals or he was indifferent. His face was like a hard mask. Why do you keep hunting? Why not move to the city? He questioned further. What's with the 21 question? Should I ask why you are wearing a suit today? I snapped. He smirked. I was at a business meeting with a few important people. I had no time to change but wanted to grab a few things before heading home. Is that a crime? He responded. No, sorry. I am just a little off today. There is no need to apologize, Amelia. I can take whatever you throw at me. It won't change my mind about you, he said, and his eyes darkened like a beautiful thunderstorm that tugged at my heartstrings. I know it is not my place, but I have to say that there are better things than hunt the one thing that will not bring back what killed your family. His voice was soft and compassionate. The stone wall in my heart cracked at his sincerity. Wolves are monsters. I will deal with them the way I know how, I said with a hardened voice and took hold of my cart, turning my back to him. I took a few steps when I heard him answer me. Sometimes there are monsters worse than the ones you see. I will let you go, but I will see you again. I turned back to ask him what did he mean, but he vanished. For a second I thought I was dreaming while standing up, but I can still smell his woodsy pine body scent lingering in the aisle. I will let you go, but I will see you again. With the last thing he said still on my mind, I finished my shopping and drove home. Chapter 3. Finally home from the grocery store, I shuffled in my kitchen, putting my groceries away. After my encounter with Cassius, I couldn't help but wondered why he decided to ask around for information about me. I am not going to lie. I am an amateur when it comes to dating. I don't have the time. Most of my time was spent training, and my dad, although a drunk most of the time, was also very protective over me. I remember my high school prom. He sat in the living room cleaning his pistol. When I asked him why he suddenly felt the urge to clean his pistol, he told me tonight was a good night but I knew my dad. He had an ulterior motive. Needless to say, he scared my date that night. I was home before 10, and my date did not lay a finger on me. After my dad passed away, I could have used this as an advantage to start dating and meeting people, but by that time, I was already socially inept of speaking like a normal person. Heck, I carry a gun and knife on me all the time. That night, I decided that if Cassius could go around asking information about me, I could ask about him. Mrs. Hewitt, who owned the only bar in town, was the biggest gossiper. She knew everything about everyone, and why not when everyone gets drunk around her? People start talking without thinking. Sitting in the comforts of my bed, I pulled out my several years laptop and researched a few things, and completed some bill payments. It was dark outside, and the only source of light was the moon and stars outside, as well as my bedroom lamp. I leaned back on my pillow with a laptop in my lap, typing away. A long wolf howl sounded close to my cabin, and immediately my head snapped to my bedroom window. It sounded very close. Strangely, it wasn't fear that sets into my bones, but the need to run to the source. The howl was sad and longing. I pushed the laptop off my laps and tossed the bed covers. Sliding out of bed, I walked to the window. The howl sounded a lot closer. In fact, so close I knew it was in the front of my cabin. I quickly walked to my nightstand and grabbed my pistol and my knife that was still in its knife sheath. In only a thin nightgown, I wrapped a knitted shawl around me and exited my bedroom, heading towards the front door. I peeked out from the front window to see if I can see it first before opening the door. What I saw took my breath away. It was magnificently large in size, twice the size of a normal wolf. Its eyes met mine and held my gaze unwavering. It didn't growl or attack when it saw me in the window. Unconsciously and in a weird, unexplainable way, I walked to the front door and opened it, stepping out with bare feet onto my small porch. Instantly, coldness crawls up my legs and takes over my body. I hugged the shawl closer. I watched the large wolf in front of me pace back and forth. His dark, smoked gray eyes shine with a depth of intelligence that even I knew was impossible for an animal. To further confuse me, he didn't attack me or snarl with hostility. Instead, he paced back and forth in front of me. He was calculating and observing for my next move, as if he hoped I will do something. The tips of my fingers grazing the cold wooden handle of my knife that was on my knife belt sheath. I could kill him. He was alone without his pack, which made him an easy target. But something inside of me refuses to move, even when my mind was screaming for me to kill. "What are you waiting for?" I whispered the thought that had been running in my mind. "Why aren't you attacking me?" I must be insane. I'm talking to an animal, but yet the light that lit up in his eyes told me he knew what I was saying. "You're different," I continued speaking, my fingers still hovering over my knife handle just in case he had other ideas. The large wolf stopped in his pacing to scrutinize me closely, his head slightly tilted in curiosity. The way he stood told me he was exerting his dominance. I can tell he is strong, and definitely a leader of a pack judging by its size. But does this thing have a pack? I have never seen anything ever like it. "I could kill you." "But you won't." My mind shot back grumpily. "Why?" "Because you know he is different." The wolf made a quick, impatient growl before kicking off the ground and darting back into the woods. His speed was almost inhuman. No wolf can move that fast. If I would have blinked, I would have missed seeing him running back into the woods. When he was gone, I finally felt my body shaking. The coldness of Alaska was seeping through my thin layer of clothes. I looked at the place he disappeared to one last time before turning back into my cabin. Stranger than I can imagine, this wolf was different, unlike any other wolves I have killed. He wasn't a wolf. He was a beast. I shivered again and hesitantly walked inside my cabin, closing the door behind me and bolting the lock into place. The next afternoon, I drove into the bar for lunch. I saw Mrs. Hewitt working behind the bar, wiping the counters. She looked up when she heard the bells chime from the front door. "Good afternoon, sweetie. How are you today?" she asked with a warm smile, her ashy silver hair wrapped up into a loose bun on top of her head. "I'm doing well. Thank you for asking," I replied, before slipping into a seat by the bar. She handed me the lunch menu, and I lifted it up in my hands to look. The bar was quiet this afternoon, but that was because people came more at night. She has the bar open 24/7. Her son is a few years older than me and helps her with keeping the business running. He must have taken the shift last night. She leaned over the counter casually, and I could feel her eyes on me. I peeked over from the menu to look at her questionably. She smiled sweetly and propped her chin in the palm of one of her hands. "So, it seems the notoriously handsome Cassius came back to the bar the other night to ask about you." She started conversation. "Yes? And what did you tell him?" I raised an eyebrow and pretended that I didn't know a thing. Oh, nothing much, really," she bobbed around the answer. Well, at first I told him I had nothing, but he kept prodding, and, you know handsome that young fella is. He practically seduced it right out of me. I held on as long as I can before I revealed anything about you. I said with disbelief. "I'm sorry, but you have to understand. Cassius has never taken interest in any of the girls in this village until you. When he asked about you, I was completely surprised and felt impelled to tell him what he wanted to know. He is very convincing, you know," she replied. "How about a fair trade? Since he asked about me and you told him information that I never allowed. You give me something in return." I sat the menu down on the counter and leaned forward. "And that is?" She was curious now. The old lady was clearly interested in what I wanted next. "Tell me about him. Who is he?" Instantly, a huge smile snapped on her face. "And you like him?" "Of course not." "You wouldn't ask if you didn't." "Mrs. Hewitt," I gritted impatiently. "Oh, all right. Give this old woman a little. I have nothing else other than gossip. Ever since my dear Alan passed away, it has been hard, you know." She huffed, before walking down the counter to fill me a cup of coffee. She walked back in front of me and sat it down on the house. "Cassius is a very influential man in these part of the area. He has connection everywhere. The man is pretty wealthy as he pretty much owns a little bit of everything in Clinton. Clinton was the town that I went shopping in the other day." "What does he do?" I asked. "His family lineage leads way back. They have lived in Alaska for the longest time, and their roots have long been ingrained in these towns and villages close by. He is shareholder to many of these businesses, small or big," she answered before handing me the cream and sugar. I picked up the cream and poured a good amount into my coffee. "What else do you know about him?" "Not very much, I'm afraid. Cassius only swings by once in a while, and he is a very conservative man. The other night was the first night he approached me. I was surprised he knew me by my name. Most of the girls in town here has been vying for his attention, but the man seems indifferent to their flirting or attempts. Mrs. Hewitt, I know you know everything about everyone. I pushed further, sipping on my coffee. She giggled a little. You're right, but Cassius is one that I do not have any factual information on. I hear things, but I am not sure if it is all true. That's all right. I'm sorry, dear. I wish I can tell you more. Do you like the man? You have to admit, out of all the men in these part of Alaska, he is a handsome diamond. He was. I am attracted to that confident man, but I wasn't going to throw myself at him like the other girls. I am very much like my dad. I had a lot of pride, and I am pretty sure he knew he was godly crafted as sin. I wouldn't want to feed that confidence or admit to anyone my attraction. I finished my lunch and stepped out of the bar, only to run into the man I had been questioning about an hour ago. I don't know if it was our constant bumping into each other, but my heart seems to be skipping more and more each time I lay eyes on him. It was like an electrifying fizz pulsed between us when we are close. I wondered if he felt the same, or was it all my imagination? I shouldn't let this get to me, but it was like a fog that crawled all over my skin. Amelia, we meet again. His voice was deep and husky. I literally could feel it on my skin, caressing me. I tried to think up of a sassy remark, but nothing came. Again, I was socially inept when it came to dating or talking to people from the opposite sex. I'm beginning to think our encounters isn't a coincidence. Chapter 4. How in the world was he dressed in a dark gray fleece shawl collar sweater and dark blue denim jeans when it was 10 degrees outside? Even with the sun shining down, it did nothing against the cold wind. His dark jet black hair reminded me of night, with no other light but the shimmering stars. Little pristine light, glowing and shining against the dark night. The stubble growth on his chin only proved to increase his masculinity. I couldn't decipher why, but I felt the pull to run my hands against his bare flesh, the stubble growing on his chin, and running my fingers through every shadowed grove of his body, which I was pretty sure hard as cement. The wind blew cruelly, and I couldn't help but shudder from the intensity of it. He notices immediately and moves to cover me with his body, hunched over slightly as he gazes down at me. This small little change of position from him brought us closer than before. He was literally a foot away. With his head bent a little, I can feel his breath fanning on my face. The first time we met, I was lucky. The second time was a coincidence, but the third time, I am going to say it is fate, he whispered softly. Fate. It felt like a caress when he said it. I almost sighed and looked at him like a lovesick puppy, but I cleared my throat and tried to step away. Keyword, tried. He took one step closer when I took one step away. This means I have to ask you out on a date. Date? I stammered, revealing how surprised and incompetent I am in speaking normally now. The corner of his lip twitched, and his ashy gray eyes glinted back at me, daring me to say no, like he wants the chase. What do you say? Be my girl. If I was stammering before, I was completely speechless now. The emotional turmoil inside of me was making me feel like I could burst at any second. Was he joking with me? Is this how the cool kids play the nerds? Is this a joke? I asked, unconvinced, he asked for a date. Not a joke. I'm being serious, Amelia. Go on a date with me. Be my girl. He reinstated his earlier proposition. It's that easy, huh? People just go around asking others on a date. Yes, they do. I'm sorry, but the answer is a no, even if you are being serious, I replied, and tried to maneuver around him, but again, he stepped to block me from escaping. Why not? He asked. Curiosity reflected in his irises. Because I am not planning on staying here long. A week or two and I am gone. There is no point in making friends or planting roots here. I told him honestly. A week? He growled, and just like that, the light went out from his eyes, and it darkened to a deep, fiery amber gold. It freaked me out how threatening he looked, and it reminded me faintly of the wolf last night, the image flashing through my mind. Caught off guard, I took a step back and almost tripped, but in a flash, he had his arms wrapped around my waist, halting me from falling on my butt. The dark, fiery pits in his eyes that I have seen earlier now gone, and his eyes were back to normal. Then it is a week for me to convince you to stay and that there is more to everything, he said, and helped me to right myself back up. He kept one arm wrapped around my body, while the other lifted into the air and revealed a familiar-looking phone, which a second later I recognized as mine. Hey, that's mine, I pointed out. When he swiped the screen and proceeded to dial a number, I mentally scolded myself for not putting a password on my phone. A second later, his phone rang, and he hangs up on my phone, stuffing it back into my jacket pocket. I'll call you soon for that date. He drops his arm from around my waist, and I watched him walk away. After he left, I proceeded to process all that had happened in my head. Keep in mind, I have never gone on an actual date since prom. I don't know where to begin and what to expect, and just thought was making my stomach twists into knots and my pulse racing like I have just watched a horror movie. As I walked to my Jeep, I slipped my hand into my jacket pocket and pulled out my phone. My eyes looked at his number like it was an alien code. When a text message popped up on my phone, I literally threw the damn thing across the small parking lot in surprise. 916-214-8754. Tell me something about yourself. I blinked while sitting in my Jeep. I could ignore his advances, but a part of me longed for something more. Besides, it was only 1 week. What could really happen in 1 week? And so I convinced myself to give him a chance. However, what do I tell him? There wasn't anything interesting about myself. Me? I like cheese pizza. I saw that he read it immediately. Dots appeared on my screen, and I knew he was typing. A minute later, 916-214-8754. What's your favorite color? Me, green. You? I put my phone away and drove home, which took me about 15 minutes. I threw my keys on the old living room couch and walked to my bedroom. Pulling out my wallet and my phone, I tossed them on the bed before taking off my jacket and hanging it over my desk chair. I changed into a warm sweater and sweats, grabbed my phone, before making my way to the living room where an already lit fire was waiting for me. I lit my fireplace before heading out to the bar. Now, my cabin was nice and cozy. Sitting on the ground pretzel style, I swiped my phone to see he had texted me back. 916-214-8754. I don't have one. Me? If you are planning on going on a date with me, you have to give me a better answer. 916-214-8754. At first, I like the color silver, but now I like the color green. Me. You are only saying that because I chose the color green. 916-214-8754. No. Me. Then why the change of mind? I stood up and walked into the kitchen to make some tea. A few minutes later, my phone chimed and I picked it up to look. 916-214-8754. Because of you. Me. 916-214-8754. Your eyes, Amelia. Heat crawled up my neck to my cheeks. I flushed with shyness. It was the first time someone complimented me on my eyes. Not that I ever gave anyone time to compliment me. It was cliché, but coming from him, it didn't sound cliché. In fact, it made me feel beautiful. Me. Thanks, I guess. The kettle whistled, and I turned off the stove before removing the kettle. I poured myself a warm cup of black tea before walking back to the fireplace. I waited for him to respond to me. I could see that he saw my text message, but he stopped. He didn't respond. It made me second-think everything. Did I say something stupid? I was thinking so much that I grew frustrated. I tossed my phone on the ground beside me and continued sipping my tea while gazing into the fire. I tried thinking about other things like bills, goals, and ambition, but nothing worked. His perfectly proportioned face appeared in front of me, and I felt my heart flutter in response. After I finished drinking my tea, I got up and walked to the kitchen. My stomach grumbled as soon as I placed my cup into the sink. I walked over to the small old refrigerator and took out my leftover oven-baked penne pasta to reheat. I was just about to place one of the containers into the microwave when I heard a knock at my door. I sat my food back on the counter and headed for the front window, peeking out from the dark blue curtains with one hand and the other flipping on the switch. I was extremely surprised to Cassius outside, carrying what looks like a pizza box. I walked over to my door and opened it. Do I even want to ask how you found where I live? I have my ways, was all that he said before lifting up the box he was carrying. Cheese pizza, he grinned, and our very first date. Here? In my home? I asked. I see why not, he shrugged, before waving the pizza underneath my nose. I can smell the marinara and could almost literally taste the cheese. Biting my lips, I opened the door wider. It's pizza. I couldn't turn it down, especially when it's free. At least that was what I told myself when I let this godly man into my cabin. When he walked in, I closed the door behind him. I headed over to the kitchen and grabbed 2 plates from the cabinet and 2 beers from the fridge. He sat the pizza on the small dining table and slipped into a chair. I slipped into the other chair before giving him a plate and beer. Together we dug in for our first piece. It was deliciously good, cheesy and tangy. I leaned forward, curious to find out more about him. So is this how you warm your way into women's heart? I smirked, chuckling. It may come as a surprise to you, but no, I don't do this often. I find that hard to believe, I replied, taking another bite out of my pizza slice. Why? He tilted his head to the side like a curious little puppy. Have you seen yourself? I looked him up and down. He glanced down his body and back up at me. He took a bite from his pizza slice. I get it. My appearances attract women, But what my appearances doesn't match who I am? I arched an eyebrow, urging him to continue. He placed his pizza down onto his plate and wiped his hands on some napkins that he brought along with his pizza. What if I am a cold and ruthless man that harms and tortures women? He asked. Are you? I questioned in return. He chuckled lightly. No, but hypothetically, what if I am not a good person? I am no judge or executioner, but if you cause harm to me, I will have to hurt you, I answered. Ha ha, he laughed louder, as if me hurting him was an absurd idea. I frowned at his reaction. Hut! You don't think I can, I glared. That's not what I mean. God, woman, you're taking this the wrong way. All I am saying that appearances shouldn't matter. What matters is what goes on inside of us. It is what is truly beautiful and ugly, he muttered. He looked disgruntled from the turn in conversation. The corner of my lips lifted. I agree. What matters is what is on the inside. So what are you, Cassius? He looked me dead on when he answered. I am neither good nor bad. I am someone who simply wants what he needs. And what is that? I questioned. He shrugged and averted his eyes. Picking up his beer can, he took a sip before setting it down on the table and leaning forward. Propping one elbow on the table, he ran his thumb underneath his bottom lip. I will tell you when you are ready. Chapter 5. A few days after my date with Cassius, I visited the local gun shop. I go here often, sometimes to buy the items that I need before going out into the woods, and other times just to see what they have in shop. I know how crazy this sounds that I use my free time to go shopping at a gun shop. I was scanning the glass cases, looking at guns they had on display. My eyes landed on a Glock pistol they had on display. It looked nice, but the price on it doubled my utility bills. When my dad passed away, I found out I was the beneficiary listed on his life insurance. I received a substantial amount of money to keep me busy for a while. I used some of it to prepare his funeral. I tapped the glass lightly and clicked my tongue as I looked at the pistol. Should I or shouldn't I? Nice choice. Do you know how to use a gun? A male voice asked from my side and appeared from the corner of my eyes. I looked up from the gun that I was eyeing to see who the man was. It wasn't someone I recognize, which means he doesn't live in this village. He was tall and lean, dark curly blonde hair cascading over his forehead almost in an impishly cute manner. His crooked nose exemplified his cuteness. However, it was the strength of his cheekbones that enhanced his masculine features and made him incredibly attractive. A flash of Cassius's dark and mysterious face passed through my mind, and insanely, I felt slightly guilty for eyeing another man. Why? I have only gone on one date with Cassius. Cassius did buy you your favorite pizza. Yes, but that shouldn't flood me with guilt and shame. This feeling even I couldn't explain. He was a gentleman. You talked almost until 1 a.m. before he left, not to mention the soft, feathery kiss he gave you. He leaned in and kissed you on the cheek. That is something. I almost scoffed in annoyance at my inner conscience. Don't lie to yourself. You have feelings for him. Yes, but I have only just met him. But you feel an unexplainable connection from the moment you met him. The male before me, still waiting for an answer from me, cleared his throat. I realized that I haven't answered him, and my staring has become borderline stalker. Yes, my dad taught me, I answered. A woman who knows her ways with guns. That's hot. He stuffed his hands in his jean pockets and rocked back and forth on his feet. Hot? I prefer the term deadly, dangerous, lethal, killer, I retorted dryly. He chuckled, his eyes scrunching up at the corners as he grinned down at me. I like your sense of humor. I wasn't kidding. I met his eyes when I answered him. Well then, it is a pleasure to meet a dangerous woman like you. He stuck a hand out. My name is 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕. He said without a blink or a flicker of doubt that I was anything but sane. I took his hand in mine. Amelia Williams. I have to say, I haven't seen you in this town before. Are you new? Are you visiting? He inquired, leaning against the glass counter with one elbow. This is my hometown, I replied. Ah, so you are returning, he said. You have family here. You can say that. Not too fond of them? He asked. No, it is not that. Feeling like he was digging to territory that I didn't want to talk about. Family was a touchy subject for me. I began to shift away from him. He put a hand out to stop me. Sorry, did I say something wrong? He asked, concern reflecting in his eyes. No, I just have things to do, I replied, and tried to weave around him, but he pushed off the counter and blocked me again. I would like to meet you again. Can I have your number? He asked. Tristan, listen, it was nice meeting you, but I am really not looking to make friends. I told him, raising my hand up to halt any more advancement from him. But I am funny. You will learn to love me. He persisted with a grin. Come on, what can a phone number do? Quite a lot, a voice answered from behind me. I turned around to see Cassius walking up to us, a dark look in his eyes that sent a cognizant shiver down my spine, ringing goosebumps on my skin from head to toe, his enticingly ample lips thinning into a firm line. My senses doubled, and I felt the need to throw myself into his arms and cling to his body like a baby monkey clinging to his or her mother. The rigidness in his shoulder extruded anger and fury. His beautiful, ashy gray eyes glinted with dislike, but when it flitted over to me, the little half-moons in his irises almost glowed like little nightlights. Must be my imagination. Cassius, what are you doing here? I looked him up and down and noticed he was limping on his left leg. Explains why he was gone for a couple of days, and not a single word from him. I not have experience in dating, but I wasn't stupid. He should have texted me if he was really interested in me the next morning after he left my home, or let me know if he had any plans on another date, but instead he disappeared. I was just stopping by to grab some supplies. He answered me, but I felt in my guts that he was lying. Cassius, nice to see you, Tristan said from beside me. My head whipped between the two. They knew each other. Well, I have to disagree. Now, if you will excuse me, Amelia and I have a meeting, Cassius replied curtly. He wrapped his hand around my elbow and began tugging me away from Tristan. Hey, I started. He squeezed my arm and dragged me out of the shop. I turned around to a Tristan who smiled and waved after me. Cassius dragged me like a rag doll down a block to my parked vehicle. He shoved his hand into my jacket pocket and took out my keys. Get in the car! What? No, I sputtered. You can't control me like this. I don't have the patience, Amelia. Get in, he growled, his eyes darkening by the second. You're not my father. I crossed my arms. For fuck's sake! Stop fighting me, he snapped, his eyes turning again into that fiery amber gold. Get in! What? I clenched my teeth in anger. I didn't like his tone, and when he walked towards me and I saw that he was going to manhandle me again, I quickly whipped out my knife from my belt and pointed it at his groin. Luckily, no living beings were in sight. The street was empty. Don't touch me, Cassius, I said in a low voice. He glanced down at where the point of my knife was touching the zipper of his pants, before huffing in irritation and running a frustrated hand through his messy hair. God damn it. Even when he pissed me off, he was still unbelievably attractive. God, you managed to piss me off and turn me on all at once. I didn't realize what slipped from my lips until it did. My eyes widened and he glanced down at me in surprise. Heat rushed through my body like a tidal wave. Even without a mirror, I knew I was red as a cherry. I backed away and placed my knife back into my knife sheath. Clearing my throat, I tucked my hair behind my ear and tried to walk around him. However, Cassius managed to spin me around and pinned me against the side of my Jeep. How he managed that while limping was beyond me. He licked his lips before biting them slightly. A confident, playful smile appeared on his face, and I could see the joy shining in his eyes. Turned on? He questioned with a sly smile. I didn't mean you. You were looking at me when you said it. No, I wasn't, I snapped back, pushing against his chest. He pushed his chest against my hands. You were. Admit it. He smirked. Whatever. You think too highly of yourself. I scoffed. If it wasn't me who turned you on, then who did? He softly asked, leaning closer to me. I could feel his breath warming my cheeks. What do I say? What do I tell him? He was right, but I refused to give him the pleasure. Oh, look. Tristan is walking this way. I looked behind him. At the mention of Tristan's name, his demeanor changed. A scowl appeared on his face and he took a step back, glancing behind him just to make sure Tristan wasn't there before running another frustrated hand through his hair. Get in the Jeep, he ordered again. We are going to do this again. I arched an eyebrow at him. He growled like an angry wolf. Will you stop being so stubborn and get in? Only if you ask me nicely, I retorted, but felt my inner self simmer into a corner while I felt his eyes flash amber gold. I'm starting to get used to that look. I don't know how he does it, and I am pretty sure an ophthalmologist will die trying to figure this out. But I didn't mind it. I actually like the way his eyes changed color. Must be the lighting. Amelia, we can do this one way or another. You go in willingly, or I force you in. I took it as a challenge and he saw it in my eyes. I thought he will be angry, but what looked like pride shined in his eyes before he took a predatory step towards me. 30 minutes later, I was tied up nicely in the back seat of my Jeep. I put up a good fight and a few punches before he managed to tie me up with his scarf. When I attempted to hurtle angry rants at him, he used my scarf to cover my mouth. I saw him glanced into the back seat. I warned you. I mumbled that he was lucky, and if he unties me, I'll show him. But it came out as muffled sounds that sounded like a dying cow. One corner of his lip lifted when he heard my response. You're a fighter. I'll give you that. I mumbled back that if I ever get out of these restraints, I'll castrate him. He chuckled when he heard me. Now, since I have you nicely wrapped up, I wanted to talk about our second date, he said as he took a turn down the road towards my cottage. I scoffed, and his smile broadened. He was really taking pleasure in my current predicament. There is a fat chance he will not get a second date with me, but even that thought I knew I will go on a second date with him. Why? Because there was this stupid, unexplainable pull towards him. I swear if he was any other guy, I would cut him. But you think he's incredibly attractive, and the way he took control of the situation has you wondering what it would be like to be with him. I rolled my eyes at my inner conscience. If she was real, I would totally slap her. A few minutes later, he stopped in front of my house. Turning in the front seat, he placed a hand behind the passenger chair to look at me. So, what about that second date? Chapter 6. Cassius slung me over his shoulder and carried me inside my home like I was a bag of bones, as if I didn't weigh 157 pounds. One of his hand conveniently palming my butt cheeks as he entered. I can feel my bottom heat up with the warmth of his touch. When he finally sat me upright, we were in my living room, and I was sitting on the sofa. Crouching before me, he flipped me onto my stomach and began untying me. If you weren't so stubborn and came with me willingly, I wouldn't have to tie you up, he muttered. I flipped my head to the side to glare at him. He glanced at me briefly and went back to untying me. Once he was done, I rubbed my wrist and reached behind me to untie the scarf from behind my head. He moved to sit down next to me while he waited. When I had the damn thing off, I launched myself at him. I'm going to... I didn't finish my sentence. Flinging my body at him only resulted in him getting off his seat and flipping us over so that I was nicely nestled underneath him on the sofa. His face was so close that I can smell what kind of toothpaste he uses. I felt one of his hands slipped between us, and I nearly gagged on my spit, thinking he was going to go to second base without my permission, only to look over at his hand and see that he had disarmed me. He tossed the knife across the room. That's my knife, I argued, and struggled to push him off me, but he was like a freaking boulder that could crush me at any second. The knife that you pointed at my groin earlier, it stays over there, away from you, he replied. What is your problem? You can't do this to me, I snapped angrily, feeling the sudden urge to headbutt him. He was close enough for me to do it, but did I really want to ruin that perfectly good-looking straight nose? Yes. No. God damn it. If I let you go, you promise to behave? He narrowed his eyes. Of course. My voice hitched at the end. It was beginning to feel awfully nice and cozy underneath him. No. Stay strong, Amelia. My inner conscience teased. You're lying, he immediately said. He growled in frustration, and his jaw ticked with annoyance. What? You can't expect me to let you do this to me, I shot back. No, I don't. But it fucking aggravates me how extremely difficult all this is. What? I asked in confusion. It isn't difficult at all. You only make it difficult. You don't manhandle a woman you are dating. And to be frankly honest, I should be the one that is confused. Why are you acting like this? His jaw ticked again and his lips thinned. He closed his eyes briefly, as if he was trying to control his emotions. After a minute, he shook his head and opened his eyes back up. You won't understand. It's too soon, he muttered, before pushing off me. Okay. I looked at him like he's crazy. I pushed myself quickly into a sitting position again. We sat in awkward silence before I stood up and took off my jacket. It was getting hot with the burning fireplace I lit this morning to keep my cottage warm. I glanced at him and noticed he was touching the collar of his jacket as well. Sighing, I propped a hand on my waist and gave him a pointed glare. Seriously, tell me, what are you doing here? You left early in the morning and disappeared for several days before appearing out of nowhere acting like a madman. What is your problem? It's a long story. He looked conflicted. Again, he moved to touch the collar of his jacket. Oh, good Lord. Just take off the damn jacket, I muttered and walked to the kitchen to grab 2 beers, one for him and one for me, because I needed one. I heard him unzip his jacket. When I came back to the living room, he was sitting with his elbows on his knees, staring into the fireplace. He wore a loose black V-neck t-shirt that clung to him like a second skin, and for the first time I saw that tattoos riddled his upper body. It starts from his wrist and climbed all the way up to his neck. Ancient hieroglyphics and symbols that I couldn't understand, but good Lord, did it make him look gorgeous. The 3 o'clock lighting from the fireplace enhanced his bad boy demeanor. Dear Lord, he was anything but a gentleman right now. I wanted to be that shadow that was touching his skin, bringing in my bottom lip between my teeth. I felt anxiety and a rush of overwhelming emotions wash over me like a never-ending wave. It's early, but you want one? I offered a beer to him. He glanced at me, his eyes flickering up and down my body before he shook his head. I'm good. More for me. God knows I need some right now. I moved to sit in the seat across from him because you know I can't be trusted next to him. I was trying to teach him that I wasn't easy, and that what he did earlier should never happen again. Being near him will not teach us anything, and I fear we will do more than just sit next to each other. You want that second date? Tell me, why did you ghost me for several days? I replied, feeling slightly bitter. I'm not going to lie. My ego took a hit when I didn't hear from him. It only made me more insecure. I didn't ghost you. He winced. At least I didn't mean to ghost you. I got caught up in work right when I left your place. Is that why he was limping? What kind of work was he in? Was he in some kind of mafia? You know we never got around to asking what is your line of work, I asked, lifting the opening of the beer bottle to my lips and tipping it back. I am the owner of the oil industry here, he said. I spluttered my beer like a damn idiot. Immediately, I sat my beer bottle down and grabbed a tissue from the coffee counter. Dear Lord, the oil business around here was big. I didn't know much about it, but like Mrs. Hewitt said, they had a huge influence in this neck of the woods, politically and financially. Cassius took my embarrassing splutter in strides. He avoided my eyes and kept his eyes on the fire, but while wiping the beer from my face, I glanced at him and saw the darkness that lurked behind those ashy gray irises. You don't look very happy. I finished cleaning myself up and tossed the tissue in the small trash bin in the living room. He blinked, and his eyes flitted to mine. With a shrug, he answered, I inherited it from Uncle after he died. Took care of it for several years. There was more to it. I can feel it. I just know he was hiding something, and my curiosity gnawed at me to ask. Shaking his head, he changed the subject before I could. I'm sorry if you thought I ghosted you. It's all right if you did. I am an ordinary, moving my eyes away from him. Stop! he clipped. I glanced back and saw how his jaw locked and eyes hardened. You are anything but ordinary. You're different. Softly laughing, he continued, and his eyes grew distant, as if he was living a memory, a miracle. Miracle? What? He shook his head again. You're beautiful, Amelia. He looked at me. His eyes shone warmth and softness. Do not think otherwise. And if I disagree? I replied. The corner of his lip lifted. Then it's up to me to prove to you that you are anything but ordinary. God, it is getting hot in here. He left shortly after. In the end, I agreed to a second date. He didn't tell me where yet, but I couldn't help but be excited. It was getting late. The sun was gone by now, and it was dark outside. I cooked myself some dinner and finished answering some emails before heading to take a shower. After my nice long shower, I jumped into nice comfy fleece Christmas pajama pants that I bought in high school and pulled on an old sports t-shirt before flopping onto bed with a sigh. I thought about earlier when I was underneath Cassius on the sofa. It felt good. Too good. It was amazing. I wanted to wrap my arms around him. I wanted to be closer to him. It was a strange feeling, but in his arms, I felt safe, needed. God, it was scary thinking that I needed him, but for the first time in a very long time, I felt something other than alone. Before Cassius, before coming back to Alaska, I never felt this kind of longing or overwhelming need for someone. It had never been something I focused on. I was lonely, but loneliness was the only thing I had ever known. I still don't know about Cassius yet. That I knew for a fact, but that didn't stop me from wanting to get to know him. He could be something more. But I still can't believe it. Someone like him, interested in me? Why is that so hard to believe? Because even though I know I am not Shrek, I also know I am not the prettiest or the most beautiful. So, what makes me distinctive enough that he is insisting on a second date? My thoughts were interrupted when I heard snow crunching outside. My head immediately snapped up and I shot out of bed. Peeking out the curtains of my bedroom window, I saw that it was the beast from the other night. This time he was closer to my home. He was looking straight at me, like he was staring into my soul. A familiar cognizant shiver ran down my spine again. He took a step towards me, and I noticed that he was limping. Odd. He reminds me of Cassius. Letting go of the curtains, I walked out of my bedroom and towards the front door. I pulled my jacket and boots on and opened the door to step outside. I pulled my jacket closer when I felt the chilling night breeze brush against me. You're here again, I said. Oddly enough, I wasn't afraid of it like how I was the first night. Instead, I felt almost comfortable around this magnificently large animal. If it wanted me dead, it would have attacked me the first night. At least that's what I told myself. He walked towards me and I noticed the limp in his leg again. I giggled a little and he stopped his tracks. Don't be afraid of me. I should be afraid of you. He continued walking towards me, but slowly. You remind me of someone I saw earlier today. I found it odd that you are also limping like him. How did you get injured? I'm insane. Coming back to Alaska has turned me insane because I'm talking to a godly large predator that any human should be afraid of. Are you hungry? It didn't answer me. Of course not. He doesn't understand you. I sat on the porch, watching him for a while. He fell back on his hind legs and sat. It looked like he wasn't going to move from that place anytime soon. It was getting colder, and I shivered harder. By this time, I knew I have been outside for more than 30 minutes. I got up from the porch. I am heading to bed. Good night, Wolfie. It huffed at the mention of Wolfie. I think it was a suitable name. When I got into the bedroom, I glanced out the window to see him still outside but pacing around my home, as if he was protecting it, or me. I opened my curtains up a little before crawling into bed. Laying on my side, I watched him pace before my eyes began fluttering close.
Chapter 7. Cassius. I jarred awake, feeling pain rush down my right side, recent events and Amelia flashing through my mind. Growling in frustration and clear pain, I pushed to my left side to ease the pain in my right side.
Alpha, you mustn't strain yourself. Your wound is almost healed, but not completely yet,
Gretchen urged, her tiny little hands pushing me back onto the mattress. How long was I out? I brushed off her hands, my voice hoarse and scratchy.
4 days,
Gretchen answered.
You lost a lot of blood. We all thought we had lost you. I was so scared.
She did not want to be the one to deliver the news that she had killed their Alpha. She pushed me back down onto the bed.
I'm fine,
I growled in irritation.
Opening my eyes, I winced and glanced around my bedroom. I was out for 4 days since the day I left Amelia's home. I remember not wanting to leave her. I remember receiving the call outside her home that they were moving again. I had to leave.
Where's Leo? I asked. And here I thought you were good as gone. Leo's voice came from the doorway. It will take more than a few dark bullets to kill me, I muttered before waving Gretchen away. Gretchen was our pack doctor. She works in the human hospital, but her main responsibility is with the pack. She was also a werewolf. Leo sat down in the chair by the window next to the left side of the bed. He crossed his legs and arms and leaned back. I'm sorry to hear that. I was already sorting through personal belongings. You know that good old Mercedes you have in your garage? He joked. He has been a long-time friend. He was also my beta, and like every other alpha-beta relationship, we grew up in the same pack. We trained together. I wasn't supposed to be next in line for Alpha, but Uncle Jonathan died several years back from a tragedy. An Alpha can't run a pack without his beta, and beta is chosen because of the loyalty and trust that the Alpha has in him. When he is gone, the beta took over matters in the pack temporarily. I chuckled and shook my head knowingly. It always comes down to that Mercedes. It's a babe. You have to understand the luxury that baby brings, he said. Leo, there are more important things I am worried about, I replied seriously. You need to loosen up. The last time I did, you know what happened, I responded, feeling the memories flooded me.
It isn't your fault. Her death isn't.
I don't want to hear it, I muttered. Tell me what I want to hear. Leo looked like he wanted to argue with me for a second, but he nodded.
Before you went down, we took down most of them down. When you collapsed, the rest had dispersed.
And the woman and children? I questioned. Leo looked down.
They killed every one of them.
Not a single one lived!
Fury pulsed through my veins. Red began blurring my vision.
No, Alpha.
Leo answered immediately.
Anger-aiding is my adrenaline. I slammed my fist into my nightstand and it shattered upon impact. It was the only way to direct my failure. I couldn't save them.
How many were there?
I whispered lowly, rage threading my voice. 3 human girls who looks to be around the age of 7 to 12, 1 she-wolf, and 3 human women, he reported. I knew he was enraged as much as me, but Leo always kept his calm when I am not. It wouldn't help us both if we couldn't contain our anger. Leo knew that without my Luna, he needed to be the one to calm me down. He was the closest to family. "We are looking for the next camp. It shouldn't be far. We will get them this time." Leo tried to make me feel better. "Their death isn't on you."
It is on me! I failed like how I failed many times before. I can't protect nobody. Little girls and women are being captured and sold in human trafficking, and even I can't stop that. Don't tell me that it isn't my fault.
My voice raising at the end, my nails digging into my palms as I fisted my hands tighter.
Cassius, don't do this to yourself, man.
Leo started. I ground my teeth and shook my head, refusing to hear his reasoning. I knew he was trying to calm me down, rid me of my guilt, but nothing will stop the bitter bile eating and burning my insides and crawling its way up my throat.
I'm going out.
I ignored his comment and attempted to push off the bed, but the world spun around me. I fell back onto the bed, covering my forehead.
You are still healing.
Leo stood up from his chair and walked to my side, just in case I decided to bolt.
I haven't been healing as well as I have in the past. Part of it had to do with her. Ever since I lost her, I felt like I have lost a part of myself. That was until I saw Amelia, but even then, I wasn't healing completely. I don't know why. My bond with Amelia should strengthen me.
Amelia is my mate. Leo said that she might be my second chance mate, but second chances never happens. Werewolves mates for life. I knew I needed another day to heal, but my wolf was clawing my skin, wanting to be next to our mate. The last image I had of her before I left. Her standing before me at 1 a.m. with her long platinum blonde hair that reminded me of the Alaskan snowy hills, untouched, pristine, and glistening under the sun. Her pale skin intensified her emerald green eyes, but it was that cute button nose and those plump strawberry lips that had me almost wanting to ravish those lips. Instead, I had leaned down and brushed my lips against her soft cheeks, inhaling her sweet apple blossom scent. She didn't put on perfume or body spray. That sweet apple blossom scent was her body wash. I can smell it and almost visualize her lathering it over her body. It came natural, with her natural feminine scent. My fingers barely grazed hers when I pulled her in for a kiss on the cheek. The way she sighed had my wolf howling and my canines lengthening, wanting to sink our teeth into what was ours. Being next to her took everything in me. All I wanted to do was sweep this human mate off her feet, run her to my home, and lock her in my room. It will keep her away from everyone. But I know Amelia and that feisty, stubborn mate of mine will probably end my life in multiple ways.
I couldn't wait to bring her home.
Rest, man. I'll come see you later. I heard his retracting footsteps, but I stopped him, lifting my head to make sure he was paying attention.
I need you to go watch her while I am here, I ordered.
Leo nodded and disappeared out the door.
Leo, I'm in a gun shop, staring at her while she shopped. I have been following her since last night. He asked me what she ate for breakfast and lunch. Scrambled eggs and pancakes. He asked how well done did she like her eggs. I had to note how crispy her bacon was too. The alpha was going crazy, that is what I concluded after he asked what kind of dressing did she have with her salad. Was he bored out of his mind sitting at home? I watched Amelia lean over the glass pane and tapped it with her index finger, as if she was debating to buy the Glock pistol. What women shops in a gun shop? Apparently, our alpha's female. She was oblivious to everything around her. She was 5'5", maybe 150 to 160 in weight. She's ordinary, but I can see why Alpha was entranced with her. She was innocent, untouched, and pure.
I don't mean it in a sick, perverted way.
No, she was the opposite of him. He was dark, pain, and wrath. Cassius had it rough, and the whole Pax knows it. We don't even breathe a word of what happened. The tragedy in the pack nearly tore us apart, but Cassius pulled through. He held together the pack, and it wasn't easy. Altogether, we were well over 50 members. I leaned against a shelf and picked up a box of ammo for acting, but my eyes were on her. If anything happened to her, I won't live to know what will happen next. Cassius was extremely protective of Amelia, more so than her. I saw Tristan enter the shop and his eyes immediately landing on Amelia. I knew right away that Cassius wouldn't like this. Sticking my hand into my pocket, I picked out my phone and texted him that Tristan was here. I felt Cassius's rage, and I can almost guarantee the pack did too. As a pack, we were connected to our alpha. Our wolf souls were connected. It was what made us stronger. It was what told us our alpha was very angry. Tristan threw a smile at Amelia and teased her. He even moved in to touch her. I told myself not to step in unless he tries something funny. If he did, I'll tear his arms off from their sockets. That will teach him to lay his hands on our alpha's female. It didn't take long before Cassius arrived. I am pretty sure that he ran in wolf form. The limp in his leg told me it caused his healing to slow even more. Shaking my head, I watched him act like an irrational, hormonal teenage boy, but what had my wolf's chest puffing with pride was the fact that Amelia seemed unfazed or unafraid. The dear woman didn't even know she was going up against an alpha. I smirked and chuckled softly to myself before shaking my head and walking out the door. Cassius has his hands full, that is a fact. I was peculiarly curious as to what Amelia's reaction will be when Cassius tells her he is a werewolf and she is his mate. I'm sure she will send him to whatever circus he came from.
Chapter 8. Amelia. Where are you taking me? I touched the blindfold. His fingers were wrapped around my arm to keep me from tripping over my feet. I knew we were still outside because I can still feel the cold breeze on my skin. Stop asking, he said impatiently. I just want to point out that I do not like surprises. Everyone likes surprises, he retorted. Do you? I asked, before my feet hit something, and I almost tripped. Cassius's fast catch caught me before I got hurt. Clicking his tongue, I heard him growl impatiently. Leo and his stupid ideas. What? I frowned. I swear I heard him say Leo, whoever he was. Nothing, he muttered. And no, I don't like surprises. The irony. I smiled. We walked for what felt like a long time before he stopped me. I felt him trying to remove the blindfold. When he did, I had to blink hard and fast until my eyes adjusted. Gasping at the stunning sight in front of me, I couldn't help but smile. Meteor lights dropped from an arched white pergola space. Homemade cypress tips hung from down the arch, making it look rustic and festive. It looked magical, like little tiny stars. On the other side of the pergola was an ice rink. However, the ice rink was empty. I sulked and looked back at him, feeling saddened at the fact that I won't get to skate. Is the place closed already? The disappointment clear in my voice. No, I rented the place for the night. It is just you and me, he answered, looking down at me. This is perfect, I whispered in awe, glancing back at the pergola entrance. So, I am forgiven? He asked. Not yet, mister. I grabbed his hand and we hurried into the magical pergola space towards the ice rink. 30 minutes later, him and I had on our ice skates. He insisted on putting mine on for me. Excited, I rushed towards the ice rink and skated to the middle. When I turned around, he was standing at the edge, looking at the ice. What are you waiting for? I asked. I have never skated before. I laughed. You live in Alaska, Cassius. You can't tell me you haven't skated at least once. When he looked at me with no laughter in his face, I knew he was telling the truth. Then why did you bring me here? I asked, feeling completely puzzled from his choice in second date. Then I remembered he mentioned a Leo. I skated back to him. Taking his hands in mine, I attempted to pull him onto the ice rink. I can teach you, I told him. No, I'll just watch you. He tugged his hands back. Oh, come on. You can't tell me you're scared to hurt yourself. I pushed further, tugging at his hands. It's not that. I am just interested in skating. I'll watch you. I knew there was no way I will be able to pull this huge man onto the ice rink if he didn't want to. I huffed and released his hands before skating around the ice rink a few times. He watched me patiently, and when I slipped on my skate and skid onto my butt, he was up from his seat in an instant and skating towards me. Well, at least trying to skate towards me. His arms were flailing like a chicken who was running while flapping its arm. It was a hilarious sight. At first it was just a giggle, but when he fell onto his butt too in his attempt to get to me, I laughed harder. That's it. I'm done, he growled and moved to grab his skates. No, I said in between laughs. Quickly, I skated towards him and took hold of his hands. Please skate with me. It will make me happy. We can go slow if you want. He eyed me for a minute before nodding. I helped to the best I can in getting him up, but he did most of the work. When he stood up on his feet again, I skated back with my feet and told him to look at mine to see how I did it to keep on my feet. At first, he was hesitant, but then he felt more confident. My smile was so bright I swear it reached ear to ear. It was exciting to see him skate, and I don't even know why. That's it. You're doing it, I encouraged before turning around. I settled his hands on my hips. Follow my lead, I ordered. We skated around the ice rink a few times before I felt the head of one of his skates hit the back of my skate. I let out a squeal and knew immediately that we were going to fall. I lost my balance, and in turn he lost his. I closed my eyes and braced for impact, but it never came. When I opened my eyes, I was on top of his body, and his arms was around me. How? What? I said in confusion. You will never get hurt when you are around me, he pointed out. It wasn't supposed to come out sweet, but it did, and I felt heat rising from my neck to my cheeks. Thank you, I whispered, before my eyes fluttered to his lips. They were right there, warm and inviting. If I would to just lean down, my lips will be touching his. Amelia. He said my name softly, in a husky tone. I answered, but my eyes were still on his lips. Before I knew what I was doing, my lips were on his. I imagined my first kiss to be more experienced. A second later, I lifted my head and opened my mouth to apologize. I am so sorry. One of his hands moved to the back of my head as he gently guided me closer. This time, he was the one leading the kiss. My heart started beating rapidly. It felt like invisible sparks were passing between us, something unreal and almost magical. The moment felt impossible to describe, the kind of connection that made the entire world disappear. My eyes fluttered closed, and I allowed myself to simply feel the moment. The kiss was soft and careful. He didn't rush me or push me beyond what I was comfortable with. He gave me the space to understand this new feeling, to trust him, and to follow my own instincts. I held onto his jacket, overwhelmed by the emotions running through me. Everything about that moment felt new, exciting, and different from anything I had ever experienced. Cassius never tried to take control. Instead, he let me decide the pace, letting the bond between us guide us. When I finally pulled back, he lowered his hand to his side. We stood there for a moment, both of us breathing softly, both knowing that something between us had changed. "Wow," I whispered in bewilderment. The shameless part of me wanted to dive right in for another, but I reluctantly pushed off his chest. We sat on the cold ice next to each other. He took in a deep breath and closed his eyes, as if he was trying to calm down before opening them again. "I have dinner ready for us in the Fairbanks Hall," he said before standing up and giving me his hand to take. Together, we skated towards back to take off our skates and put on our snow boots. He put away our skates by the ice rink counter before taking hold of my hand. In his hand, my hand felt like a baby's hand, but his hand was so warm against the cold, and we have been outside long enough. The Fairbanks Hall was just as decorated as the ice rink. Long meteor lights hung from the cherry wood vaulted ceilings. He took me past the lobby and the front desk before guiding me past 2 wooden cherry oak doors. We entered the hall where a round table for 2 was set up. The table was delicately decorated, and plates of warm comfort food was waiting. I moved to take off my jacket to be hung. He helped me hang it up along with his before we went to sit down. I rubbed my hands together and blew into them to warm them up. "I'm hungry," I announced like a child. He chuckled and pulled out my chair. I thanked him before sitting down. We ate in comfortable silence, exchanging conversation here and there. After I was full, I sat my fork down and picked up my warm cup of hot chocolate. He was still eating. While watching him, I recalled what he said from outside the bar. He said that our third encounter was fate. Did he believe in it? Can I picture a future with him? Can he be the one? You already stayed past the 1 week you claim you will be staying. Might as well marry him. We finished dinner and got back into his Jeep. It was only 5 in the evening, but it was already dark outside. I told him I needed to restock my kitchen, and he offered to drive me to the grocery store. We were on our way there. The road was long and quiet. Only a few cars and trucks passed us by. "Thank you for tonight. I had a lot of fun," I told him from the passenger seat. He glanced over at me. "You're welcome. I enjoyed every second of it." I played with the end of my jacket shyly. "Do you believe in fate?" His eyebrows furrowed a little, and he looked at me questionably. I shrugged and continued. "You know when you told me at the bar that our meeting was fate." "It is fate," he replied simply. "So, you do believe in it?" I asked. He chuckled a little. "Yes, I believe in fate. I also believe in soulmates." "Soulmates?" It was my turn to question him. "Yes, someone that is made for you. Your other half, the one that completes you." He glanced at me before flickering his eyes back on the road. "That will be amazing, to have someone for me, made perfectly for me," I whispered in a melancholic tone. The urge to believe was enormous, and the urge to believe that fate chose him to be my soulmate was even more desperate. A few minutes later, Cassius spoke. "Amelia." But his sentence was stopped short when bright lights flashed to my right. I turned to see who it was, and if they will stop when I realized it wasn't stopping, and come at us at full speed. I opened my mouth to scream, only to feel the impact of the vehicle hitting my side and darkness blurring my vision. Chapter 9. I woke up to two people arguing. One voice I couldn't figure out who he was, but the other one, the one that sounds terrifying, I knew exactly who he was. I was put under medicated pain relief, but my skin prickled an underlining awareness of pain, almost as if it was trying to push past my skin.
Don't fucking tell me to calm down! I swear if you say that one more time, I'll knock you out, Leo,
Cassius growled. He was very angry. She will be fine. She barely has a scratch on her, Leo replied calmly. Then why do I feel like Schlett, Leo?
Then tell me why she has bruises on her forehead and a sling on her arm,
Cassius snapped, his voice wavering with irritation. Ha, exactly. Thank you, Cassius. Her healing will be easier if you will just mark her, Leo snarled quickly, losing his own patience.
She doesn't even know what we are!
Cassius' growl grew more animalistic. And whose fault is that? Leo threw back at him. By this point, they had lost me. Mark? What in the world? My confusion stopped once I heard what was next. She isn't ready to know about our kind. I am not ready to tell her. Cassius seemed to have calmed down.
She will never be ready. She's human, for God's sake,
Leo retorted. Just tell her and convince her then. I can't risk losing her. If I scare her off, she won't come back. Cassius growled in frustration. I can already see him running his hand through his hair. To keep her requires you to take a risk. How long are you going to keep her in the dark? The longer she is in there, she will be at a greater risk of being in danger. She needs to be with the pack. Inside here we can protect her, Leo demanded. These two men are not making any sense, and quite frankly, they needed to step out of my room. It was starting to give me a headache. I wanted to shout at them to go away, but nothing came out. I can't even move.
What do you know, Leo? You don't have a mate.
You're right. I don't. And you are one fucking lucky bastard to get two in one lifetime. If you don't do something about it, I will, Leo threatened. Remember your place, Leo. I'm still alpha even if we are friends, Cassius warned. The maliciousness in his voice brought a shiver down my spine. There was a long, eerie silence. I was almost convinced that Leo died by Cassius's hands, but was relieved to hear him speak up again. Werewolves need their mates. You are an alpha, and you need your alpha female. We need her too. It's been 2 weeks. She's human, and might not feel the bond as much as you, but I know you. Your wolf is practically clawing to mark her, Leo said calmly. Come again? Werewolves? Alpha? Mates? Silence followed. Cassius stopped talking. A second later, I felt him next to me. His masculine, woodsy scent wrapped around me. She's awake, Cassius stated. I heard feet shuffling, to which I assume is Leo's. He sounded closer when he spoke again. How do you know? I can hear her, feel her, Cassius replied calmly. His hand came up to cup my cheek. I felt the heated warmth from his palm, and like always, it was like a warm caress. Her soul is connected to yours even when she doesn't recognize it, Leo said, finally comprehending the situation. We shouldn't say anything more. Who knows what she has heard? Everything, you psychos. Whatever you are doing, I am on to you. Werewolves. Does that mean they are... My mind flashed back to the beast that roamed the woods around my cottage. The night he was limping, the way he paced in front of my home, the look in his eyes when he looked at me. He wasn't ordinary. That night I knew he was different. He wasn't like the other wolves I killed. He was more beast than animal. I suck at math, but I am pretty sure he was a werewolf. And that limp? Cassius had the same limp, in the same leg. Cassius was the beast. I just knew it in my guts. I kill wolves, and now I am laying before werewolves. I was conflicted. A part of me wanted to flee, and another part of me wanted to stay. Everything was running through my mind so quickly, I wanted to scream. I wanted it to stop. Surprisingly, I found myself shaking my head. I forced my eyelids to open, and peeking from underneath my eyelashes, I looked at Cassius. He looked horrible. A bandage was wrapped around his forehead. His dark midnight locks dropped over his forehead in a mess. The stubble that I loved so much seemed to have grown overnight. He moved to touch me, but I cowered from his touch. Hurt flashed in his eyes before he stood up and walked out the door. I turned my head to see Leo. The man was tall and muscular just like Cassius. His brunette hair trimmed to a buzz cut, but it was his light blue eyes that stood out. It was like staring into the sky. "You're awake." He gave me a friendly smile. I didn't reply. He sighed and moved to sit in a chair next to the bed I was laying in. My eyes flickered around the large room. Right away, I knew I wasn't home, nor was I at the hospital. The room was the size of my home. The elegant cream and gold cashmere curtains draped down from the bedpost. It looked like a bed fitting for a queen. Beautiful flower-painted pictures hung on the walls. "You're in 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 mansion," Leo answered my silent question. I looked back at him. "𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚?" I asked in confusion. "Cassius 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚. Did you not ask the man you were dating his last name?" Leo asked, and I felt stupid. No, I didn't. "I also didn't ask if he was a werewolf," I muttered. He was surprised at my retort. "So you heard our conversation?" "Yes, but I understood nothing other than the fact that you are werewolves," I answered. "Why aren't you freaking out?" he asked. "Because I am a freak," I shot back. "I should be afraid, but I'm not. Don't ask why. Even I don't know. So, only explanation is I am a freak." I sighed and stared up at the ceiling in complete confusion. Why did I feel the need to run after Cassius? Seeing the hurt in his eyes, I was in pain. My heart ached upon seeing him look like that. A knock sounded at the door, and in entered a beautiful woman. Her hair and eyes were very much like Cassius, dark as the night and burning ashes. Seeing my brother storming out of the house, I figured you were awake. She was slender and dressed in comfortable light skinny jeans and a peach sweater. "Cora, what are you doing here?" Leo asked. She sat on the opposite of the bed and leaned forward. "My, you look..." "Cora, Cassius will be furious," Leo interrupted. She pouted and leaned back. "I'm just saying, she looks beautiful." "Right," Leo drawled, completely unconvinced. "Really, Leo? You need to loosen up." She rolled her eyes, tossing her long hair over her shoulder before turning back to me. "My name is Cora. I am Cassius's one and only sister of his. He's older by a few minutes. You two are twins? My eyes widened and I winced as pain shot through my head. The pain medication must be wearing off. She scoffed. I can't believe that oaf. He didn't even talk about me. How is he my twin? They are fraternal twins, Leo explained. I became painfully aware at the fact that I still don't know much about Cassius. I didn't even know his age, feeling angered at the fact that I was so involved in playing and going on dates that I couldn't even ask him the simplest questions. I'm tired, I announced, wanting to be alone. Cora looked like she wanted to stay a little bit longer. Company right now wasn't a good idea. I was angry at myself. After Cora and Leo left, I closed my eyes and scolded myself mentally for letting it go this far. I should have just left that week. I shouldn't have stayed. I shouldn't have waited. Getting to know Cassius, being near him wasn't a good idea. With Cassius entering my life, I completely forgot about my family. Hunting the animals that took away my family. How could I let him blind me from what I do? I didn't even know the man. I needed to get out of here. Pushing myself up with one hand, I ripped the IV out of my arm with my sprained arm and the stuff that was hooking me up to the monitor. It started beeping loudly, and so I yanked it out of the wall outlet. Glancing around, I looked for an escape route. I couldn't stay here. I needed to be home. I saw some nicely folded clothes on a dresser. I grabbed them and slipped into the bathroom. If I thought the bedroom was beautiful, the bathroom was heavenly. Marble flooring that was polished beautifully. Beautiful gold rims surrounded the mirror. A stand-in shower that looked like it could fit 10 people inside. A few minutes later, I got dressed and made my way towards the bedroom door. My legs were wobbly, and I felt like a heavy weight was pushing me down onto the ground, but it wasn't going to stop me. I took a few steps before everything around me began to swim. I closed my eyes tightly to stop it before leaning against the wall, before opening them again. I allowed it to be my guide down the hall. I walked for what seemed like an eternity before the wall turned down another hallway. A few people who were dressed like maids were looking at me. Every single one I passed, eyes widened the moment they saw me. Then they started whispering to themselves. What the hell are they staring at? Surely, I don't like that bad. Somehow, I found the stairway. I grabbed the glass handrail and started down the stairs. People walking up the stairs gasped as soon as they laid eyes on me, as if they were seeing a ghost walking the hallway. I felt my left foot slip on the next step, letting out a terrified sound. I prepared myself to break my neck, but a pair of strong arms wrapped around me. Cassius is going to kill me, Leo's voice said from beside me. Fuck, why didn't you say in bed? I need to go, I said weakly. I can't stay. You are not going anywhere. Your concussion is not healed yet. You need to rest until you can walk straight without tripping. He growled and lifted me up into his arms. I rested my head on his shoulder. The world was spinning around me. Please, just let me go home. I'll rest at home, I begged. Do you realize what Cassius will do to me? I won't live to tell you, if you're wondering, he snapped, before walking up the stairs. I lifted my head slightly and saw that people were still looking at me. Why are they staring at me? I asked. Because you look like the dead, he clipped. I sighed and gave up. I guess I can go when I am feeling better. There was no point in arguing when I had no strength. The walk here took everything. I'm still going to leave. I can't stay here, I mumbled, my eyes fluttering close. We will worry about that when you are fully healed, he answered. He won't let me go. I just know it. I said weakly. Leo glanced down at me. No, he won't.
Chapter 10. Cassius. A soft knock came from my bedroom door before the door slowly opened. Cora peeked inside and gave me an innocent smile. Without invitation, she closed the door and hopped onto my charcoal sectional sofa. She picked up the red faux sofa pillow and hugged it to her chest.
She looks a lot like her, Cora said.
I clenched my teeth and closed my eyes. Amelia looks exactly like her. The only difference is Anastasia was more proper and soft. Amelia is rough around the edges and spoke her mind.
She's the exact replica of Anna, I whispered hoarsely. Cora didn't reply, and I risked a glance towards her. Her eyes glimmered with sympathy. She knew how hard it was for me to lose Anastasia. It almost killed me. Most mated werewolves don't survive once their mate dies. Their soul becomes too lonely, and they will die from heartbreak and loneliness.
There isn't anything different. When I saw her, God, when I saw her, I almost stopped breathing, too afraid it was a dream. Then I felt the sparks, the connection, and I knew she was mine.
It's amazing. A second chance.
Cora encouraged. I turned my back towards her and looked out the window. A short laugh left my lips. No, it isn't. She's not Anastasia. She's not her. They are two completely different people.
Of course. Anastasia was a she-wolf. Amelia is human.
Cora pointed another distinction.
Have you spoken to Elder Abraham?
He told me he won't know until he sees her. It has been puzzling me the moment I laid eyes on Amelia. There are such things as second-destined mates, but those rarely happens in our world. Elder Abraham told me it was so rare that at most there was only one occurrence every 100 years. Even if I was the lucky person to get myself a second mate, what were the chances that they look exactly alike?
Will you keep her?
Cora asked. I can feel her eyes on my back.
Sighing, I looked up at the night sky. The moon isn't out yet, as it was still early in the afternoon, but it provided me with a sense of calamity.
She will probably cut my throat in my sleep. The corner of my lip lifted before I laughed. I can feel Cora's frown. How can you find that funny? Because that's Amelia for you. She's not like Anastasia. You will come to find out soon enough. I turned around to face her. She tilted her head to the side, considering me. I have never seen you smile like that in a long time. The smile disappeared from my face. Cora stood up and her eyebrows furrowed. She is good for you. I can see it, Cora said. It makes me happy to see you smile again. She stood up and walked over to my side.
On the other hand, we were not able to find the person that crashed into your Jeep. We have people out there tracking, but with the incoming flux of snow, tracks are quickly disappearing. We were alone on that road. I would have seen if another vehicle was driving. It came at us out of nowhere. The person that was driving it had their headlights turned off.
I confirmed while remembering the incident. Do you think it was Tristan? Cora asked.
I clenched my jaw tightly, fighting back the rage inside of me. That rebel wolf has been a thorn in my side, loitering around our territory but not close enough for me to catch him. Rebel wolves live only by their own rules. They have no pack. The dirty works that he does it only to benefit him. If he was indeed involved with the kidnappings of the women around here, he will be tried by the Elder Council and punished to what they deem fit.
One of the reasons why we live up here in Alaska was because it was quieter and colder. We can endure the cold more so than the humans. I'll keep an eye on him, I answered her. Around midnight, I stopped by Amelia's room again. She was a few doors down from me, but not close enough. Under the moonlight shining through her window, she was fast asleep, her injured arm in a sling on top of the duvet. Leo had stopped by to inform me that she had attempted to escape. I wasn't surprised. If I am correct, she heard everything Leo and I were altercating about earlier. This was what I was afraid of, her running away.
A part of me wanted her to escape. Maybe then she won't be harmed. Maybe then she won't be dragged into my world. But there was a large part of me that would do anything to keep her. She was everything like Anastasia in look. The difference between the two was that Anastasia was sweet and timid, and Amelia was outspoken and far braver. She was elegant and perfect in her role as the pack alpha female. She was born to be one. She cared and loved everybody. I met Anastasia at the Elder Council inauguration. She came along with her father, who was also on the council. When I first laid eyes on her, we both knew we were soulmates.
When werewolves find their mates, a conversation happens between the elders within that she-wolf's pack, before the she-wolf travels back to the male wolf's pack.
I spoke to her father and told him my intention of taking her home after the inauguration.
Boo-hoo!
I loved Anastasia with everything in me. I wanted to do everything that I could to protect her. When she died, my wolf and I went crazy. The pack started crumbling without a leader. Leo tried everything he could. Cora tried to get through to me, but nothing really did. It tore me apart when I failed her as a mate and as her alpha.
Amelia. I approached her and knelt beside the bed. My eyes focused on her injured arm, and I felt the same shame and guilt flush through me. It felt like I was going through the same thing again. I have failed Amelia like I have failed Anastasia.
I don't know how long I knelt there, staring at her. I couldn't stop. I couldn't move. I needed to be beside her.
After a while, I moved to the sofa that was close to the bed. There I fell asleep, in the same room as her, because it calmed me down.
Amelia. I awoke the next morning and glanced around the room, recalling the events of yesterday. Although my head still hurt, it didn't hurt as much. I wasn't as dizzy as I was yesterday as well. I pushed myself up into a sitting position and noticed Cassius's sleeping in the sofa. He didn't look comfortable at all. He was an overly tall man, and to see him sleeping in a small sofa, well, it looked kind of funny. The corner of my lips lifted before I realized I was angry at him and at myself. Clearing my throat, I hoped to wake him up. When he didn't, I cleared louder. The second time didn't work, so I literally screeched the third time. He began stirring. Cassius, I want to talk to you. I want to go home today. It's ridiculous that I must stay in your home. I should have been at the hospital. You doing this is... So many words, so early in the morning. He grumbled and rubbed his eyes sleepily. I scoffed. I'm going home and packing my stuff and planning my next flight out of Alaska. This must have caught his attention because immediately he threw me a glower. You're not going anywhere, he snapped. You can't stop me, I threw back at him. Yes, I can, he growled grumpily. His hair disheveled from sleeping on the sofa. The bandage around his head was not there anymore. I figured he was healing a lot faster than me. God, he looked incredibly attractive in the morning. Why are you making this so difficult? I groaned and flopped back onto the bed. Because I can, he answered. I turned and shot him a dirty look. Just watch me, I threatened. And just watch me stop you, he replied. You're not going to stop me because once I am feeling better, I am going to leave. If you dare to stop me, I will hurt you. Even if I am your boyfriend? He smirked. Don't you dare call yourself my boyfriend! You're horrible and a liar.
You lied to me. I threw a pillow at him with my working arm. He caught it and stood up, walked towards me and placed my pillow back where it was.
So, you know then? He questioned. He sighed and sat down on the edge of the bed. I didn't want you to find out this way. I knew it wasn't going to be easy. I snorted. He pretended not to hear me.
What am I supposed to tell you, Amelia? That I am a werewolf and you're my soulmate?
He looked frustrated.
Come again?
What? I asked in confusion. Soulmate?
He stopped and looked at me. Then he growled and ran a hand through his hair.
This is just fucking great, he mumbled while shooting up from sitting on the bed and began pacing back and forth.
Oh, you're telling me.
I've been hunting your kind practically my whole life, and now...
Correction. You have been hunting wolves your whole life, not werewolves.
I rolled my eyes. Same thing.
No, not same thing. We are different, he explained.
You will come to understand soon.
Again, I told you, I'm not stay-I. You are. There is no point in arguing. For God's sakes, you can't just keep me captive. I am a citizen. I am not an object. You can't just keep me. I shouted at him and attempted to get out of bed so I can swing a fist at him with my good arm. He walked towards me and pushed me back down, holding down my good arm. Will you stop it? He snapped. You are going to hurt yourself. I kill wolves. You are a wolf.
I threw up 2 fingers as I told him these 2 facts. His eyes flashed fiery amber gold, and he growled lowly. I am not just a wolf. Stop arguing with me, Amelia. If I let you go, you won't be safe. You need to stay here where I can protect you.
Safe? What's going to hurt me?
I have gone off on my own for years. I know how to take care of myself. I argued.
You know how to protect yourself from your world, but you do not know how to protect yourself in my world. Once you're in, he explained.
I should say no. I should just leave, but something in my guts told me to listen to him, that I shouldn't just shrug it or him off. You want me to stay? I asked, knowing full well what his answer was.
He nodded. Then tell me everything I need to know, everything about you, and if I can forgive you, I will stay. So, what is Amelia to Cassius? A second mate? Then why does she look like Anastasia? Any ideas? Let me know what your thoughts are.
Enjoying the story so far? Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let us know your thoughts in the comments. Chapter 11. Amelia.
Cassius explained to me that werewolves are born with a predestined soulmate. In their world, soulmates are often hard to find, and everyone sees as an absolute need in their world. A soulmate is a mate for a lifetime.
An invisible bond is established the moment the 2 soulmates make eye contact, and it only strengthens. I had asked him about love. If the bond was so strong, will it blind a werewolf and make him believe he was in love?
He told me that the bond acts like an invisible tie to tie the 2 souls together, but affection and love has to come from the heart. If the heart and soul are in sync, then it will only strengthen the bond.
So in better terms, it is like yin and yang. The bond is there but needs love to strengthen it. At first, I couldn't believe him. I laughed, not believing that I could be his soulmate, but when he touched me cheek and ran the tip of his fingers down my arm, I felt the soft electrical currents pulsating from the touch. When he looked me in the eyes, I felt my heart flutter and a sense of strength wash over me. The wrenching in my heart told me he wasn't lying, but even if he was telling the truth, all these explanations were hard to swallow. All my life, I was taught science and history. Werewolves were fantasy, and now he was telling me they aren't. Give me a chance to show you that I am not the bad guy, that what is going on between is much more than just a simple attraction, he implored. And I couldn't say no to him. I agreed to stay, but when I had enough, he had to promise to let me go. Cassius was hesitant, but agreed. He told me there was a man he wanted me to meet, an elder in their pack called Abraham, but he told me not right now. He had to go talk to the man first before introducing me. Before Cassius left, Cora had stepped inside and offered to keep me company, but I believe it was for a different reason. I think they both think I will ditch the minute they leave me alone. Talk about trust issues. However, I can't really blame them, can I? I did try to bolt the minute I was awake. Cora sat in the sofa that Cassius sat from earlier. She looked so much like Cassius now that I took a really good look at her. The twins both had a straight nose, strong cheekbones, and sharp jawlines. So, you decided to stay? Cora started conversation the minute her brother left. I'm not sure about all this werewolf stuff, but Cassius seemed pretty convincing, I replied, pulling myself up into a sitting position. Well, I'm glad you are staying. He needs you. Cora sighed with obvious relief. A lunch tray was carried in by a maid, and Cora and I continued to speak to each other.
Cassius.
Elder Abraham was the oldest werewolf in our pack, his soulmate not that far behind him. They both serve as significant roles in our pack. They provide guidance and history that we all need.
When I found out about Amelia, I told him about it. He was just as surprised to hear about as much as I was surprised to find her in a bar. He was sitting in his office when I walked in. He stood up in respect, but I waved him back into his seat. His already graying hair perceptibly combed back neatly, exposing a high forehead with visible wrinkles. Even at an old age, he was still a strong protector of the pack. He pushed his glasses up and pulled out some paperwork.
Alpha Cassius, I assume you are here to find out if I found out anything else about your new mate. He pulled out some papers from the files he had in front of him. Did you?
I asked. I want to know before I tell her about Anastasia.
I have been researching about this since the moment you told me about your second mate. There are instances like this where twins have the same mate. Sometimes it is relation of blood that establishes another bond. However, you told me her family is all dead.
That leaves me wondering what other possibility it could be. Then it came to me. Reincarnation. He slid over a piece of paper for me to view. I picked it up and it was information about reincarnation. Is there such a thing? I questioned doubtfully. In our world, we would never consider reincarnation as a possibility. We live a lifetime and die soon after our mates. However, reincarnation is a belief for many religions. In southern Africa, it is believed that when a person dies, the soul stays near the grave for a short time before it seeks another body. His eyes lit up with excitement. He handed me another piece of paper, and it was about Greek.
The ancient Greeks, the Orphic mystery religion, it held that a pre-existent soul survives physical death and is reincarnated in a human body.
He hands me another piece of paper.
Other religions that speaks of reincarnation are Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism, Shamanism, Sikhism, and they all hold a certain kind of principle of karma, that if one does good or bad in one life, they are reborn in the next left with a cause and effect.
But how? I asked in disbelief. You're telling me that Amelia is the reincarnation of Anastasia. It is my only explanation. Elder Abraham offered. I held the papers in my hands. Glancing down, my eyes ran across the word reincarnation. Could it be? But how is all this possible?
I wish I can give you all the answers, Alpha. Do we truly know where we go after we die? Is there an afterlife, or do we rebirth back into this world? There are questions that even our history can't explain.
He told me. But other religions have lived it for centuries, believed in it. They have seen it, written it down for others to learn. If you said that a soul can travel, then why is Amelia not a werewolf like Anna? I questioned.
Souls travel, but they don't always end up in a werewolf body, Alpha Cassius. In some religions, they believe that reincarnation can be animals, plants, and even objects in their next life.
He explained patiently. Folding his hands in front of him, he leaned back. What other explanations do we have? If not reincarnation, then what else can it be? You looked into Amelia's background. You know she doesn't have a twin sister. She doesn't have any living siblings. Her parents never had a child out of wedlock, nor did they remarry or divorce. Elder Abraham pointed, throwing up fingers as he listed the facts about Amelia. Yes, I am pretty sure. She is the only living person in her family. There is no doubt about that. I agreed.
Then how do we explain that your second mate is the exact replica of your first? How to explain the same soul bonds? The information I have given you might be from different religions, but it explains everything. Reincarnation is the only explanation to what we see right now, he said, and I can see that he believed in this. Nodding, I took the papers with me. Thank you, Elder Abraham, for looking into this.
I walked out of his office and headed to my bedroom. I knew that it was better to tell Amelia before she find out from another person. I needed to be the person to tell her, but I needed to figure out how the hell I am supposed to tell her this without scaring her off. All the information I gave her this morning, I could feel it, that she was hesitant to take it all. I could see it in her eyes that she was wanting to bolt and call me mad, but she didn't. But that didn't mean she accepted me. Amelia was still wary, and I am afraid that if I give her any more crazy information, she will run and not give me a chance. To make matters worse, I had agreed to let her go if she did want to leave. The thought of losing her put panic and fear in my heart. Now I am left with the decision if I should tell her soon, or should I wait till I know she was ready to hear it. Chapter 12. Cassius. The next day, I discovered Amelia had disappeared from her bedroom. At first, I thought she had decided to leave. The sudden burst of pain that coursed through me was unimaginable, but then I heard her mumbling distantly with my wolf's ear. I followed her mumbling and found her roaming the hallway with a confused look on her face. She was lost, and I know she wasn't lost trying to leave. She was looking for something else. Then she stopped her pacing and pivoted to face me. Her eyes narrowed and she placed her hands on her hips.
You are a very difficult man to find, Cassius, she snapped. For the life of me, I didn't know where your bedroom was. Plus, every person I passed was staring at me like I had risen from the dead. It was unnerving, and I couldn't even bring myself to ask them for directions.
The smile slipped from my face, and I let out a breath of frustration, rubbing my forehead. At this rate, someone is bound to tell her before I could. You were supposed to be in bed. You wouldn't have gotten yourself lost if you remained there. I pointed, irritated with her leaving the bedroom.
I'll drive myself mad staying in that room, she grumbled before traipsing towards me.
My heart tugged at her disgruntled expression and pout. The need to wrap my arms around and inhale her apple blossom scent was overwhelming. The bond was getting stronger, and I knew she was feeling it too. She wouldn't have looked for me if she didn't.
When she reached me, she tilted her chin up to look at me.
After you left yesterday, I remembered you forgot to explain to me what marking or mark was.
Her sharp mind will be the death of me. I just know it.
So, I took it upon myself to ask the person you had left behind to guard me.
Cora, not my sister.
I placed a hand on the small curve of her back and directed her back towards her room. I wanted to speak to her in private, and these hallways were not private. She was too focused to care where I was taking her.
She told me that when mates find each other, they mark each other to serve as a symbolization of their union. I asked her to elaborate on what does she mean, and she told me that marking is a very private and intimate process for mates. She huffed. Then Cora refused to tell me anything more. Told me that I had to talk to you.
We have reached her bedroom door, and I opened it before leading her in. When I closed the door behind me, I turned to face her. She sat on the end of her bed. I pulled the chair from the vanity in the room and sat in front of her.
Cora wouldn't tell you because in our world it is very intimate. For human mates, the explanation is usually given by their werewolf mates. Human mates are different and a lot harder to manage because they are not used to our world. Everything frightens them. The explanation of marking usually is explained until we can, how do I put it?
When you can assure that I won't leave you, or when the bond is strong enough that I can't resist. I saw the tick in her jaw. She was annoyed, but I am glad she was smart enough to understand where I was going. I sighed. I'm sorry. I know how hard this is.
It's just hard to swallow. I lived my life knowing you are not real, and now you're telling me everything isn't.
This is why I wanted to take it slow, I explained. I don't want to frighten you.
I admitted to you that what you're telling me is hard to swallow, but it doesn't mean I am frightened by you or what you're telling me. She glared slightly.
I chuckled at her reaction and in relief. She wasn't afraid. I had to admit, she was handling everything well. I had expected her to flee in the middle of the night, but instead found her looking for me in the hallway. She wanted to know which means she wanted to try. Encouragement shoots through me. If I tell her the marking process, and she still isn't freaked out, then I'll tell her about Anastasia.
Do you still want to know how the marking process works? I asked.
She nodded, bringing her bottom lips between her teeth nervously. I fought down the temptation to pounce her. Instead, I pulled the chair so close to her that our legs were in between each other. Have you ever shared this kind of connection with anyone before, Amelia? I asked, fighting the fierce protective instinct rising inside me at the thought of anyone hurting or taking advantage of her. Her eyes widened and she opened and closed her mouth like a fish out of water. Her back straightened defensively, and she shifted in her seat.
Why would you ask me something like that?
She retaliated in defense.
Answer me, Amelia, I coaxed.
She licked her lips before bringing her bottom lip back between her teeth nervously.
I don't know why but I interrupted her.
Because marking is something deeply personal between mates, I growled impatiently. And I want to know if anyone has ever shared the kind of connection that belongs between us. Her eyes widened even more, and I was almost convinced her eyes will bulge out of her eye sockets. It convinced me that she was a virgin. Needless to say, pride and relief washed over me. Lifting a hand, I moved to cradle one of her cheek with my hand. She sighed at contact. An overwhelming sense of calmness and satisfaction fell over us. Leaning forward so that my face was mere inches away from her, my eyes dropped down to her lips. Has anyone ever touched you and made you feel something you couldn't explain? I murmured possessively. I thought back to the simple kiss we had shared at the ice rink. It had been innocent, just a small moment between us, yet it had awakened something inside me. There was something about her sincerity, her trust, and the way she looked at me that made her unforgettable.
I brushed my lips against hers. Has anyone ever made you feel this kind of connection? I whispered.
Her breath caught, and I felt the rhythm of her heartbeat beneath my touch.
Or is everything we share something that belongs only to us? I asked softly.
I moved closer, overwhelmed by the bond between us. The way she trusted me, the way she responded to me, only made my feelings grow stronger.
I already knew the answer, and it filled me with a fierce sense of devotion. I wanted to protect her, cherish her, and remind her that she was mine as much as I was hers.
My instincts stirred, the bond between us growing stronger with every passing moment. You ask me, how does marking work? It is when I bring your body to just almost the tip of climax, and I sink my canines into your neck. Right here, my canines grazed the sweet spot on her neck, marking you as mine.
Sounds painful, she stammered breathlessly, her voice deeper than before.
It will be, but the pleasure that comes after is enough to blind the pain, love. I replied, my voice shook. It was hard for me to control the need to mark her and make her mine completely.
Do humans mark their mate?
She asked.
I leaned back in my chair, pulling myself back from pushing her onto the bed and having my way with her. She inhaled deeply, and how much she was trying to control her own desires. No, they don't. Humans do not turn, I told her.
So, your bite won't turn me into a werewolf? She asked. I can hear the disappointment in her voice, and I couldn't help but smile. She wanted to be a werewolf.
Unfortunately, no. Humans don't change into werewolves. They remain human. However, the mark will make you live longer,
I told her. Longer? She asked, with a puzzled look, before she narrowed her eyes on me. How old are you exactly, Cassius?
I'll be 33 this year, I told her.
She breathed a sigh of relief. I was afraid you were going to be 1,000 years old.
I laughed. No, in werewolf years I am 33, but in human years I am close to 60.
60! She shouted, and I winced at her disbelief.
Well, yes, our growth slows down at 30, and every 20 human years we age by 1 in werewolf years. Our metabolism and DNA is different, I explained. But I am only 23, she alluded. That means that by the time I am 60 or 70 and old with gray hair, you will still look like a model from a magazine.
It was elating to hear her talk about our future. It assured me that she didn't mean to leave anytime soon.
Chuckling, I answered her. When I mark you, it will alter your DNA. You will age slower, so that you will live longer with me. She snickered, her emerald eyes lighting up with mischief. I'm sorry, but you're a little too old for me.
Ha ha! Growling, I pounced her body. She squealed and fell back, her hands coming up in defense. Laughter vibrated from her, and she tried to push me off.
I'm kidding,
she said in between laughter. I stopped to really look at her. She has a radiant laugh that stops my heart from beating every time. Today she had let down her hair and dressed in a simple knitted tunic and leggings that looked very much like my sister's. She pushed again on my chest, and I moved off her to sit on the side.
I watched her comb her fingers through her hair roughly, and I silently thought to myself that I was only lucky son of a beach to luckily receive another soulmate, and that soulmate being Amelia.
Amelia and Anastasia are opposites in personality. Anastasia never played around or joked with me. She never teased me. She did everything to please me. With Anastasia, everything I said, she never offered an opinion, she just followed along. I didn't mind it because she was my soulmate, but now that I was granted a second chance, I couldn't stop comparing. I couldn't stop falling for Amelia.
It wasn't because of the bond, and it wasn't because she looked like Anastasia. Amelia is mysterious and outspoken, two of the many reasons why I seem to keep falling more for her. I can never predict what she was thinking or what she will do next.
It was then I realized how much I wanted this to work. I didn't care that she was human. Others will say she was weak, and human alpha mates are harder to protect, but I don't believe in that. Anastasia was werewolf, and even then, it was hard to protect. Things happen in life for a reason, and all I know is that with this second chance, I will do everything I can to protect Amelia.
I have something to show you,
I told her. I reached into the back pocket of my jeans and pulled out my wallet. Flipping it open, I slipped out a picture of Anastasia.
It was a picture of Anastasia when I brought her home. She was missing her dad, and so I decided to take her to Hawaii to cheer her up. I snapped the picture when she was making a sandcastle. I called her name and she looked up at me with a soft, happy smile.
Amelia shook her head, not understanding.
That's me, she said.
I shook my head. That's Anastasia, my first mate. She looked up at me even more confused. What? How's that possible? How does she look like me? I am not exactly sure how it is possible either. I took a deep breath and began my explanation, praying to God that this does not come back to hurt me. I did not want to lose her.
Chapter 13. After Cassius explained to me their theory of me being the reincarnation of Anastasia, I requested time alone to absorb everything. Quite honestly, everything was too much, and every now and then I felt an overwhelming sense to run. However, every time I think about leaving, my heart and body ache. I couldn't bring myself to leave Cassius, which brings me to the mate bond. Was it true? Was I bonded to Cassius? Or is it simply an infatuation, and he has it all wrong? He told me Anastasia had died 5 years ago, along with Uncle, when they were on a mission in the woods. During that time, every capable werewolf in the pack had gone out on the mission. Only a few stayed behind to protect the weak, elderly, and children. Anastasia was supposed to remain inside, but she was restless. Cassius was gone too long, and she couldn't wait. She walked to the edge of the woods and was killed by an enemy. That night, Cassius's uncle died, and that night, Cassius lost his mate and gained the alpha title. After he returned, he knew something was wrong. When he found out Anastasia was dead, his world stopped. He left the pack weak for months. He thought everything was over until he met me. Fleeing would be a sign of weakness. It will also mean I didn't give Cassius and I a chance, but did I really want to give us a chance? Am I really deciding on staying here forever?
Yes, you do. You need closure. It's why you keep coming back to this place. Listening to the voice inside of me, I knew it was right. I needed closure from my family's death. With that, I decided to stay for the time being, but I made a promise not to let anyone push me where I didn't want to go. Standing up, I walked out of the bedroom and down the hall. Merry voices and laughter echoed through the hallways. The people that were decorating the hallways with Christmas decorations stopped to look at me. It was then I realized why they were staring at me, because I looked like Anastasia. Their scrutiny was very uncomfortable. I avoided all their eyes and made my way to the stairs that were decorated with Christmas garlands. I passed the people that were decorating in the grand foyer and coyly glanced out to the front yard. Kids were playing outside, and suddenly I felt the urge to also step outside. Peeking from underneath my eyelashes, I noticed that everyone around me got back to working on decorating. I smiled as I quickly slipped into a small room by the front door that held shoes, jackets, mittens, everything you can think of. Quickly, before anyone can notice,
I pulled on a heavy winter jacket and snow boots. Grabbing some furry mittens off the shelves, I slipped outside before anyone noticed or can stop me. The fresh Alaskan breeze burst past me, and I shiver feeling chills crawl up my skin, but it didn't stop me. After being holed up for 2 days, I was more than ready to be outside. I walked over to the kids that were laughing and sledding down the hill with a wooden sleigh. When I was a child, I never got the chance to truly enjoy being carefree. My dad drilled me constantly. Sometimes it gets too much and I will cry and beg to go outside and play. My dad was too frightened of what was out there that he wouldn't let me go. I remember one time I had snuck out of the cottage to build a snowman in a fort. My dad came out screaming. As a child, it scared me and I ran inside like a lightning bolt. "Wanna go on it?" Cassius's voice came from behind me. I rolled my eyes. Of course he will follow and watch me like a hawk. I turned around and gave him a pointed look. The corner of his lip lifted before he took hold of my gloved hand in his and walked over to a tree that had several sleds leaning against it. He carried it with one hand, and we carried it back to where the children were. Some of the older children looked at Cassius with wide eyes, as if they were not believing what they were seeing. Giggling, I said, "I have been getting those looks all day." He finally takes notice of the attention he was getting. It's because they haven't seen their alpha go on a sled before. Alpha? I looked at him. I know what that was. I practically studied wolves all my life, but I didn't think Cassius, they will use the same terms. He nodded. We use the same terminology as wolves. We are not them, but we are derived from them. I nodded with understanding. Alpha Cassius 𝒊𝒂𝒏. The name brought an excited wave over my body, and I bit my bottom lip. Cassius touched my bottom lip with his thumb, and my eyes flickered to meet his. "Stop biting your lip," he ordered. "It's distracting." "Then don't look," I mumbled. He pulled me down to sit in front of him and wrapped his legs and arms around me. His hands moved to hold onto the rail. "Amelia, you're asking the impossible from me, because when it comes to you, all I do is look." There was a slight possessive growl that peaked in his voice at the end. I looked down the hill and suddenly felt a little scared. It was a pretty steep hill. I think this is a very good moment to mention to you that I don't exactly know how to sled. I have never been on. The sled was moving, and before I knew it, we were zipping down the hill. It was exhilarating. I squeaked before laughing at the end. When the sled finally stopped, Cassius pinched my chin between his thumb and index, turning me to look at him. "I love your laughter. I want to hear it every day," he said. When I am this close to him, it was hard to think. When I gaze into his eyes, though, it makes it hard for me to breathe, because they were so beautiful, dark, soft, and mysterious. Ahem. Someone pretended to cough behind us. We both whipped our heads up to see Cora staring down at us with a huge grin on her face. "Cora," Cassius growled. "This is memorable. Someone give me a damn camera," Cora screeched in delight. "I got it," Leo responded, running over with his phone. "Here, just let me..." "Oh, let me handle it." Cora grabbed the phone and made a few swipes before we heard a click. "Cora!" Cassius growled angrily before standing up and helping me up. "Delete that picture," Cassius ordered. "Don't come any closer, Cassius. This is the first picture I have of you two." She put a hand out.
I don't like my picture being taken, I mentioned, but Cora didn't care. Delete it, Cassius ordered again. Nah, don't come any closer or I'll sick the pups after you. Haha, Cassius ignored Cora's threat, and she whistled between her teeth. Out of nowhere, snowballs started flying at Cassius and me. I let out a shriek and jumped behind Cassius. Laughter escaped me when I saw one hit his head, face, and chest. He growled and tried to push me in front of him. Oh no, I am not taking the hits for you, I said in between laughter, before breaking away from him. Come back here, he ordered me this time. Still smiling, I shook my head. Nope. Fine. He scooped up some snow and formed into a ball before throwing it at me. It hit me in the face. The kids burst out laughing, and I can hear Cora and Leo laughing along with them. This means war, I declared before scooping up my own snowball and throwing at him. Soon we were throwing snowballs left and right, and the kids even joined in. It was the most fun I had. Halfway through, I saw a little boy jump behind a snow wall that they built. Laughing and dodging Cassius's constantly incoming snowballs, I jumped behind the fort wall. We played well into the day until I grew exhausted. Some of the kids have gone inside. Only a few remain. Cassius came to my side and poked my cheeks and nose. You're cold. Your cheeks and nose are red. We should get you inside, he said worriedly. When we got inside, the mansion was warm and cozy. I can smell hot chocolate and baked goods. It was unfamiliar to me, but it made me feel fuzzy inside. Cassius led me into a private room that had a fireplace going. It looked like an office. Stay here, he said before disappearing again. I decided to take off my clothes and sit by the fireplace to wait for him. A blanket that was draped over the sofa, I used it to wrap around me. When he returned, he was carrying a tray with 2 cups of hot chocolate and warm brownies. Oh, you are my hero. I could kiss you right now. I took a sip of the hot chocolate. When I opened my eyes, he was staring at me with dark, smoldering eyes. I felt my heart skip a beat, and my cheeks heat up from something else. I don't think you have the guts, Amelia. The last time you kissed me, you literally pulled back like I was electrocuted you. He taunted, his lips turning into a devilish grin. Don't bait me, Cassius, I snapped before turning away to sip on my hot chocolate. He chuckled and began eating his brownie. We sat in silence for a few minutes, perfectly content in finishing our brownie and hot chocolate. I was the first one to speak. I never had that much fun before, I told him. Sledding and playing snowball fights. My dad didn't like me playing outside alone, and the times that I did attempt to go outside alone, he will punish me by making me train extra harder. I stared into the flames, not looking at him. Memories played in my mind. In a way, I missed my dad. Although he wasn't the greatest, he loved me regardless. He was overly protective, and sometimes it didn't give me a chance to do what I really wanted to do, but I knew it for my own good. When we were little, Cora and I always went outside to play in the snow. She is a damn good thrower, and I always ended up shoving her into a pile of snow. When she was little, she will go home crying to our parents. Cassius chuckled at the memory. He glanced my way, and I met his eyes. I understand why your dad did what he did, but now that you're here with me, I want to show you what you could do. Could I fall even harder for him? The things he says,
It turns me into a blubbering mess. It makes me feel warm and fuzzy, and so I did what he taunted me earlier. I moved in and kissed him. I brushed my lips over his, remembering everything I had learned from that first innocent kiss at the ice rink. At first, I was unsure, nervous about whether I was doing it right, but the way he responded gave me the confidence to let myself be lost in the moment. I moved closer, holding his face between my hands as our kiss deepened. Something inside me awakened, a feeling I had never experienced before, a mixture of trust, excitement, and a connection that felt impossible to ignore. I heard him react softly before he pulled me closer, and suddenly the world around us seemed to disappear. The kiss became a reflection of everything we had been building between us, the emotions, the bond, and the undeniable pull we felt toward each other. For a moment, I couldn't think about anything else. I could only feel him, and the way being with him made everything else fade away. Chapter 14. This kiss was different from the one we shared at the ice rink. It carried a different kind of intensity, deeper, more emotional, and filled with the undeniable connection between us. It was the kind of kiss that made the rest of the world disappear. I felt myself getting lost in the moment, overwhelmed by the feelings I had been trying to understand. Every second with him felt like a reminder of how strongly we were drawn to each other. But beneath all those emotions, there was still a voice telling us to slow down. "Amelia, we have to stop," he whispered, breaking the kiss long enough to catch his breath. His words barely registered at first. All I wanted was to stay close to him, to hold on to the feeling of being understood and wanted. I looked into his eyes, and for a moment, neither of us moved. He was the center of my world in that moment, not because of the passion between us, but because of the trust, the bond, and the feelings that had grown between us. A minute later, I felt him pulling back, but mine followed. "Amelia, you're not ready!" He pulled back again to stop me. I pulled in my bottom lip between my teeth and biting it hard, because he was right. I wasn't ready. My emotions got the better half of me. "Boo-hoo." His eyes dropped to my lips, and I could see the intensity of his emotions swirling in his gaze. The way he looked at me made it clear how strongly he felt about me. But it wasn't just the attraction that overwhelmed me. It was the depth of everything I was feeling that brought tears to my eyes. "Boo-hoo!" It leaked from the corners of my eyes and down my cheeks. There must be something seriously wrong with me. My emotions are flying all over the place. I couldn't put a pin on it. This wasn't me. His eyes softened, and he used his thumb to wipe away my tears while cradling one side of my cheek. It's not that I don't want to do it. God as my witness knows how badly I want to. I let out a soft, embarrassed laugh. I don't know what's wrong with me. I am normally not this emotional. I don't feel like myself at all lately. It's like I have jumped into a different dimension. He sighed and moved to brush his lips lightly across my forehead affectionately. I inhaled his masculine woodsy scent, and it was like a warm blanket fell over me. He shifted to his side and pulled me along with him, one arm sneaking underneath me and the other turning me towards his chest. Together we laid side by side. "I know all this have been overwhelming. I am surprised you are not backing out of it yet. I can see how crazy all this sounds," he told me honestly. "Madly insane," I muttered my agreement. I felt him grin above me, and his arms tightened around me. I am happy you decided to stay. I am happy you are giving me a chance. Tell me more about this werewolf thing. I lifted my head from underneath his chin to look at him. I need a distraction other than the thought that had been running around my head, which involved a very hot man holding me. He glanced down to meet my eyes. There are other packs in Alaska besides mine, he started. Really? I asked. How many werewolves are there? He nodded. We blend in with humans by working the jobs in the towns and cities. In Alaska, it's quieter. Not a lot of commotion or nosy people and nice landscapes for us to live in. Higher-ranking wolves work higher jobs such as policemen, doctors, government officials, business managers, and so forth. Lower-ranking wolves tend to pick up smaller jobs. It makes me wonder how many werewolves I had encountered and went on with my life not knowing. How many packs are here in Alaska? I asked. There's a total of 4. We divided it by cardinal direction. The pack's name is 𝒂𝒊𝒔𝒕 𝒊𝒐𝒏, and 𝒂𝒑𝒂𝒂, he explained patiently. What is your pack name? I asked. He smirked while still looking at me. My pack name is 𝒂𝒊𝒔𝒕. My packs span across northern Alaska. The fire in the fireplace crackled, and I sighed, feeling sleep coming on faster than a hurricane. My arms tightened around his midsection, and I snuggled my face into the crook of his neck, where I can inhale his scent and feel him breathe against me. He must have noticed, because he adjusted his position again to make me more comfortable. Laying in his arms, it made me felt something I never thought I will feel. It was security and warmth. It was a sense of belonging, and already I knew that it will be hard for me to leave him. His past mate flashed in mind, and I couldn't help but wonder. Did you love her? I asked. During the time she was alive. Did you love her? He didn't respond back right away. I did. Anastasia was my soulmate. When I first saw her, I knew she was mine. We both were werewolves, so it wasn't hard for us to fall for each other. But it's different with me. He chuckled softly. Yes, it is. His hand came up to smooth back my hair in a comforting manner, lulling me to sleep. I closed my eyes and inhaled deeply. Tell me about her, I asked, needing to know a little bit more. He exhaled slowly. Anastasia looked exactly like you. Platinum blonde hair that reminds me of the moon and stars. Pale porcelain skin that almost makes you look fragile. Her eyes were the color of green forest, just like yours. When I first saw you, I thought you were her, but it was impossible, because I saw her dead body and buried it. The first thought that came to my mind was, how was it possible? Is that why you approached me that night at the bar? I asked sleepily with a yawn. I approached you because I was drawn to you and I wanted to know who you are, he answered. But you are different from her. Your personality is what makes you too distinct. Anna was timid and obedient. The person I was with her is not the person I am now. So, in all fairness, I have changed as well. You said she died 5 years ago, I asked, and I felt him nod against me. I yawned, feeling sleep finally winning the fight, but mumbled, That's so weird. 5 years ago I was...
Cassius. I waited for her to fall asleep, holding her almost like I was afraid of letting her go. It felt so right to have her here. My heart was content, and my wolf's protectiveness rolled through my body.
He was whipped and adored our little mate completely. I can feel his agreement that she was different from Anastasia. I can also feel his relief and his grief over Anna. He will always love her, but he also loves Amelia.
Carefully as not wake her, I swept her up into my arm. She instinctively snuggled closer to me, her face buried deep in the crook of my neck. Instead of carrying her to her bedroom, I carried her to mine. I must admit, it was hard being away from her at night. It felt right to have her here with me. When I laid her down on the soft, deep red silk, she let out a soft sigh and reached for me unconsciously.
I didn't tell Amelia this, but when I had first seen her, I thought she was Anastasia. I told myself that night that the reason why I approached her was only to find out if she was Anna. When I found out she wasn't, I immediately left. I went home telling myself over and over that she wasn't my Anna and couldn't be my mate.
However, I found myself coming back to her, driving to her town and following her around. I am not ignorant. I knew what was going on between us, but it didn't make it any easier. Each time I saw her, and each time we spoke, I found myself unable to resist the bond a little more each time. I didn't realize how far I have gone until I realized I was in too deep. I felt her snuggle further into my bed, and I pulled the deep red duvet over her body. She sighed and fell asleep.
I recalled what she said before she fell asleep. 5 years ago, she was in a car accident. When I had asked her what happened, she had sleep-talked and told me she was angry at her dad for leaving her. She tried to kill herself, but she ended waking up in the hospital, a small, sad pout marring her face with her eyes closed with sleep.
I wasn't ignorant to the length of years. Anastasia died 5 years ago. The timing of her accident couldn't be a coincidence, could it?
I walked out my bedroom and went to seek out Elder Abraham. I wanted more answers because not everything was lining up yet. Hopefully, he has done more research to give me more information. Chapter 15. Cassius.
Elder Abrahams lifted his glasses to wear as he shuffled through his desk for the papers he was looking for. His office was filled with books of human history and supernatural history. It was littered all over his coffee table, desk, and floor. A few sat on his ceiling-high bookshelf. I did a little bit more researching in terms of reincarnation. It is explained differently many parts of the countries. Others believe that for you to reincarnate, you must die first. Reincarnation, also named as metempsychosis or transmigration, it is process of when a soul passes from one physical body to another through a cycle that can be birth, death, or rebirth.
We both know that alpha female Anastasia died only 5 years ago. Therefore, it cancels out rebirth or birth. This means that if Amelia is really a reincarnation of Anastasia, both bodies must have to experience death at the same time. Amelia's soul left to rebirth, leaving her body open.
Anastasia's soul must have transmigrated to Amelia's body at that time. This just doesn't happen because Anastasia's soul wanted to. I believe there is a bigger force behind this, one that controlled it and allowed it. Elder Abrahams continued his explanation.
Amelia didn't die 5 years ago. At least that's what I know from what I asked her earlier. Anastasia did, though. So, this couldn't be true.
I don't think that is the case here then. Amelia is clearly alive, I pointed out. Elder Abraham chuckled. I know we aren't clear on the events of Amelia's car accident, but consider the possibility, Alpha. If she did indeed die for a brief period from her accident, and if the date and time is the same, Anastasia's soul could have entered the body.
Could it be?
Elder Abraham, I have high respect for you. I do. You are a smart man and a reputable scholar, but it still doesn't make sense to me. If Amelia is truly Anna, then why is that they carry two different personality? I asked, shaking my head at all these questions. My theory is that Amelia's body, although lost its soul, still holds her memories. Anna's soul reincarnated into Amelia's body, and with two ego, one must have canceled out the other.
I wish I can give you scientific evidence that this is indeed what happened. But again, we are going off from stories and experiences that have been recorded for centuries. It is all I can give, Alpha Cassius.
Elder Abraham sounded slightly frustrated. I hate to put one more question on your plate, Elder Abraham, but how is that Amelia looks like Anastasia? I asked.
Elder Abraham chortled and sighed with clear exhaustion from his deep exploration of reincarnation. I also pondered that as well, but there are things that even I can't explain. Even to this day, our world is still a mystery to us. There are still many things out there even I can't explain.
I sat in silence because I knew for me to know if this is true, I needed to find out about Amelia's accident. I could ask her, but I could also do something else for me to find out faster. I turned to Elder Abraham.
Call Gretchen. Tell her to pull Amelia Williams' medical records. I want to know the details of her car accident. I ordered him. Gretchen was our pack doctor but also worked in the hospital. She will be able to pull patients' records up without it being suspicious. Elder Abraham nodded, and I continued. Tell her it is important that I receive the documents in the next hour and no later. She is to do whatever she has to do.
Elder Abraham got right to work. I walked out of the office and headed to my own. It has been a while since I caught up on pack concerns and issues. More importantly, I needed to find out who it was that hit Amelia and I on the road. I couldn't help but know that this car accident was a result of the women and children trafficking camp we have been tracking down. Whoever is pulling the strings behind it is cunning and fast. They don't want us tracking them down, but I can't allow something like that on my territory. I needed to control it and keep everyone safe.
The camp was first discovered 6 years ago after the first few disappearances of she-wolves. That first year, we scouted and found a camp filled with women and children. My uncle was still Alpha then. He ordered infiltration of the camp.
Leo and I were one of the ones that snuck into the camp. I found women and children who were malnourished and weak. Many were tied to beds and used in the most disgusting way. Whoever disobeyed were beaten.
The urge to rescue and kill all those monsters were overwhelming, but we couldn't risk revealing out location.
When we returned, my uncle implemented a plan of attack. We didn't think things thoroughly. My uncle made a wrong move, and it cost his life and my mates. We killed one camp, but it was just one camp in comparison to the others that were located around our territory. My suspicion of Tristan seemed to double each time something happened, because his appearances to each incident was impeccable. I am almost positive the rebel wolf is involved. When I saw him talk to Amelia in the gun shop the other day, fear ran like ice through my veins.
Leo walked in just as I entered into my office and started up my computer. I pulled up my company finances and reviewed some numbers. I have some news. In Pittsburgh, Malachi spotted Tristan. He was roaming on the outskirts of the town. A few scouters are on his tail.
Leo announced immediately, moving to sit in a chair in front of me. Good. Tell them to stay out of sight. I want to see who Tristan is taking orders from, I told Leo. Leo nodded his understanding. This time, I wasn't going to taking any chances. A knock came from my door before it slowly opened. Gretchen appeared in her doctor's coat and carrying a folder in her arms.
Alpha, I have what you asked for. I couldn't risk faxing or emailing. I'll lose my job at the hospital,
she mentioned before walking up and handing me the folder. What did you ask for? Leo questioned curiously, leaning forward slightly. Medical records on Amelia, I told him before opening the file folder. I picked up the first page, and it documented the notes from the doctor that night.
On the top, it stated Amelia's name and date of birth, along with medical record numbers. Below, It was a summary of the day she came in, her vitals and physician's note. I scanned the content, reading what happened that night.
Patient was brought in my ambulance unconscious and a head injury to the right temple on 2/11/2013 at 21:21. At the time of care, her vitals were within normal. A BAC was ordered, and patient's alcohol level was above 0.08. At time of CT scan to review head injury, patient suffered a cardiac arrest for 3 minutes. Time of cardiac arrest was at 22 o'clock. We were able to resuscitate her with CPR and defibrillators. Setting the paper down, I noted the time and date it happened. It was the date and night of Anastasia's death. Amelia had a cardiac arrest. Her heart stopped for 3 minutes. I remained silent while mulling this new revelation in my mind. Leo picked up the paper and read it, his eyes widening as he read it. I know he knows now too.
The date,
Leo whispered in shock. It's Anna's death, I told him. Elder Abraham believes Amelia is a reincarnation of Anastasia, that Anna's soul was transmigrated into Amelia's empty body.
But how is this all possible? They look so much alike. I don't know.
There are secrets to this world that we have yet to discover. Just like Elder Abraham had said, we can try to explain it scientifically, but there are simply things we can't explain. I handed the file back to Gretchen, who took it, and with a respectful nod, stepped out of the office. Leo stayed, and we discussed the high possibility of Amelia and Anastasia. It could be one of the reasons why your souls are connected, and how she is your mate. Do you think that Anna's wolf also is inside Amelia? Leo asked.
I shook my head. No, she's not there. We would have been able to sense her wolf's soul.
Leo left shortly after. I continued to work on my financial accounts and signed a few contracts before ending it for the day. My wolf was getting restless and wanted to go find Amelia.
The Christmas decor was now completed. It was a tradition that my mom started that Cora and I continued after. A picture of Amelia rounded with my pup and a few more of ours running around the Christmas tree in the living room appeared in my mind. Excitement rushed through me, and I discovered that I couldn't wait to start a family with her.
In my search for Amelia, I found her hanging around downstairs, in between the living room and hall. She smiled when she saw me.
I smell cake,
she said immediately, her eyes bright with delight.
I chuckled and walked up to her, wrapping my arms around her midsection and bringing her closer. She fell into my arms without any resistance, her arms snaking up my shoulders to wrap around my neck.
You know it's tradition, I said.
She frowned with a confused expression on her face. What? I smirked before looking up at the curved doorway that we were under. She followed where I was looking and saw the mistletoe.
She scoffed. I didn't even see the damn thing.
Then it is a good thing I saw you first, I growled, the thought of anyone else sharing a moment like that with her stirring a fierce protectiveness inside me. Because I don't think I could stand the idea of anyone else having what we share. My hand moved gently along her side before I lifted it to cradle her cheek, wanting her to understand just how much she meant to me.
She shivered, biting her bottom lip. I love it when you growl.
That was amazing.
I bent down and captured her lips with mine. She was a quick learner, and every moment with her showed me how naturally we connected. The way she responded, the way she trusted me, and the way she slowly became more confident made my heart race. Every kiss felt like another reminder of the bond we shared. I pulled her closer, wanting to keep her near, wanting her to know how much she meant to me. A soft sound escaped her as she looked at me, and I could see the same emotions reflected in her eyes, the same connection that made it impossible to let go. I had to remind myself that she was innocent. I wanted her affirmation on if she wanted to be with me or not before I take her. I know for a fact if I took her, I wouldn't be able to let her go. I felt her sigh and fingers run through my hair, tugging and pulling me closer for a deeper kiss.
God, I hope she makes a decision soon, too. It was taking everything in me to keep my control under wraps.
Chapter 16. A week before Christmas, and everything was in full swing at the 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 mansion. I'm not used to all this. My last real Christmas was a long time ago, when my mom and sister was alive. After they passed, my dad stopped celebrating any holidays. It was Saturday morning, and I was sitting in Cassius's office, bored out of my mind. He was typing away on the computer and making phone calls. I threw down a werewolf history book I was reading and stood up with a bored sigh. He glanced over at me with the phone still in his hands. I walked around his office and scanned his bookshelf. There were many books about the history of werewolves that dated back into the BC. Many were journals, and others were explanations of origination of mate bonds, the pack hierarchy, and even the process of mating. I learned many things after reading several books. A werewolf has two souls within one body, their wolf soul and their human. Together, they acted like a yin and yang. Their emotions and personality are relatable, and sometimes acts as an enabler for the other. Although the human side can try to maintain as much humanity as possible, the wolf side will always be more animalistic. They drive more on emotions. Mate bonds started back to the very first lichens. It talked about terrorist, wars, and death. The bond is created to establish a stability for the wolf inside of them, to stop it from becoming stronger or out of control. Cassius was an alpha to the northern pack of Alaska. He governs over hundreds of werewolves that are invested within villages, towns, and cities. Although he is the sole owner of the largest oil company in Alaska, he uses the money to establish schools, foundations, and organizations to help the werewolf community. In the 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 mansion, there were close to 50 pack members, all living in the lower quarters of the mansion. They work for him, and he pays them a good sum of money. They also stay close to protect their alpha. Cassius told me that most of the pack members here are warriors and their families. The ones who doesn't train to fight invest their skills elsewhere that is needed. In all honesty, I think that whatever they were doing is well-oiled and efficient. Sighing again, I turned to look back at him. He must have seen the bored look on my face because he told the businessman he was speaking with that he will call him back on Monday. Hanging up the phone, he leaned back in his leather office chair with his arms crossed, just staring at me. "I'm bored," I muttered before sulking to him. The corner of his lip lifted into a lopsided smile. "You have been holed up in my home for 2 weeks." 2 weeks? Has it really been that long? My arm has fully healed, and my head injury was doing better now. I still get headaches from time to time, but that was about it. I stopped in front of his desk. He pushed off from his chair and walked around to take hold of my hand in his thumb rubbing the back of my hand. "Wanna go out?" he asked. I smiled instantly. Yes. I didn't realize how much I needed to be out of the house until him and I were on the road, driving past trees and hills. We were going farther away from the city and into the mountains. In the back of his Jeep, he had packed 2 large backpacks. "Where are we going?" I asked, turning to look at him. You have been very patient, Amelia." He glanced my way before turning his attention back to the road. "With everything, I'm a lot to take in, but 2 weeks have gone by, and you still haven't run away from me." I laughed a little. Well, I am a little crazy, so might as well hang with the crazies. A smile appeared on his masculine face, and I felt everything inside of me melt at the sight. I don't know how to explain it. There was something about him, something alluring and irresistible, that was unrelated to his amazingly good looks. With each passing second that I remain under this man's protection, I found myself unable to resist the pull. "You aren't crazy," he replied. I laughed again. Cassius, if a guy had asked me what I do on my free time, and I told them I hunt wolves, I am pretty sure he will run for the hills. That is sort of one of the things we shouldn't say on the first date or two. That's a good thing. That leaves you all to me, because you are made to be mine, he responded before making a turn and stopping on slanted parking lot. He turned the ignition off and turned to face me. How about a hike up a mountain? Is this a park or something? I asked, unfamiliar with the place. This is my land! He got out of the Jeep and opened the back, taking out our backpacks. He handed me the lighter one and slung the heavier backpack over his shoulders. Wow, really? How rich are you? I asked out of curiosity. He chuckled. Enough to keep you happy for a very long time. Before heading up the cleared pathway towards the tip of the mountain, he walked up to me and fixed my knitted hat to cover my ears and pulled up my scarf to cover my cheeks. There we go. He turned to face the pathway. Think you can hike up a hill or need me to carry you? I scoffed. I've done my fair share of mountain hiking. He chuckled. Oh, I know. We started up the pathway. What do you mean? He looked ahead as he spoke. One of my scouter caught scent of a human closer to our mansion. He caught sight of you that one day before I met you. He told me he was surprised to see a human woman dredging up a mountain and alone. He followed you to keep you safe. When he saw you enter the cave, he wanted to see what you were doing. He was the one that set off my traps, I said. Cassius chuckled. He came back with an injured arm, but he is fine. Was that how you found me that night at the bar? I asked. No, he reported to me what he saw while I was at the bar. I didn't realize it was you until later. They told me it was a new girl that they never seen before, he answered. The wind blew harshly, and snow began to fall. I never went that far until that day. Most of time I stayed around my dad's cottage. I told him. In all honesty, I don't know what made me return to Alaska. I moved away thinking that it was what I needed. Maybe it was fate. He shrugged. You are my soulmate, Amelia. You can feel it in the sparks when I touch you. There is no denying it. It was true. I have only felt it with him. I have never felt it with any other person. Within minutes, the snow grew heavier, and it was getting harder to see. Slash it, he muttered, and I narrowed my eyes to see through the snow. Being up on a mountain wasn't helping either. We were already 1 mile to 2 miles in already. He took hold of my hand to keep me close. We could go back, I said. It's too late. We can't see our way back, he answered, and I knew he was right. The visibility was low. He pointed to his right. There is a cave up ahead. We can wait out the storm, he shouted as the wind picked up. I shivered when it touched my skin. I moved closer to him, practically, using his body to shield the wind and incoming snow. After about 15 minutes, we made it to the cave entrance. The wind howled as we entered. He let go of my hand and immediately lifted my gloved hands up to blow warm air onto my cheeks. Cassius sent down his backpack and pulled out a small LED lamp. He turned the switch on, and the small cave lit up. The cave entrance had a little cleared pathway that led deeper into the cave. We went further in to stay out from the cold. When he finally found a spot, he set down his backpack and helped me with mine. "I'm sorry. I wanted to show you a scenery that was another few miles up north. I didn't realize we would be stuck in the storm," he said. "The good thing is that we packed what we needed in case we did get stuck. That's what matters," I told him. We sat and waited, listened to the winds howl and the snow raging by. Even though we were dressed warmly, we weren't dressed for this kind of weather. Both of us had no snow pants on, and I can feel my thighs becoming numb from the cold wind. My body started to shake slightly, and I glanced at him. "Aren't you cold?" I asked, with my arms wrapped around me. I was starting to stutter. Immediately, he stood up and walked over to me. "I'm a werewolf, Amelia." "Oh, right," I mumbled. I remember reading something about werewolf body heats are different from humans. Their body is genetically made to withstand the weather that they live in. He took off his glove and touched my cheek. "You are getting cold." He took off his other glove and his jacket before handing them to me. I shook my head, but he wasn't taking no for an answer. "I don't need it, but you do," he said. It warmed me up a bit, but it didn't stop the shivering. After a few minutes, he looked me in the eyes. "We need to warm you up, Amelia." His eyes reflected his concerns. "Let's move further into the cave." I nodded, and he picked up our bags. I held on to his winter coat, and we ventured further. As we went further down, we discovered a small hot spring within the cave. "A hot spring," I stammered. "Get in. I'll turn my back," he ordered. I watched him turn his back before I stripped quickly of my layers, shivering when my skin was exposed, before slipping my feet in first, and then my whole body. Immediately, I felt better. A happy sigh escaped me, and I closed my eyes. "Better?" he asked with his back turned. I smiled, knowing fully well he can't see me. "Yes, it feels amazing in here." He was quiet for a minute before he spoke again. "I can imagine." I know Cassius has been very patient with me. When I did a little reading on werewolf history, it was told that alpha werewolves are more dominating and possessive. Their natural instinct when finding their mate is marking and mating them right away. He has also mentioned to me about Anastasia and his relationship. When they first met, they didn't waste time in marking and mating. I know he was giving me space and time because I am human. I swam over closer to him. "Do you mind that I am human? You told me yourself that Anastasia was a werewolf. Things with her was a lot easier." "I don't care what you are, Amelia. Human or not, you are mine," he said with his back turned. "So, you don't mind if I am going to be stubborn and fight you along the way? Sometimes I can be irrational and do things that will aggravate you," I told him. He laughed. "Oh, I know. I want you for you, Amelia. I don't want you because you look like her," he replied. "You can piss me off all you want. At the end of the day, you are still mine, and I will never let you go." Biting my lips, I let go of what I was holding back. It won't hurt to let someone in. It won't hurt to give myself a chance at something. I don't know where it will take me, but he was right. He can possibly hurt me in the future,
but I already know I won't regret what I do with him.
Cassius, I whispered softly, swallowing the last doubt I had.
He hummed, for me to continue with his back turned. Turn around, I ordered. I don't think that's a good idea, Amelia.
I'm ready, I told him. I'm ready to be yours.
Chapter 17. Amelia. Don't tease me, mate. My willpower is weak enough already with you so close behind me, he answered, his voice low and rough, the restraint in it impossible to miss.
I'm not,
I said. I mean it. He turned to face me. My body remained hidden beneath the warm water. Resting one hand against the cave floor, he leaned closer, gently brushing his fingers along the side of my neck. I instinctively moved toward him until only a breath separated us. His Adam's apple bobbed as his ash-gray eyes searched mine, filled with uncertainty and hope.
Are you sure?
He asked quietly. Instead of answering with words, I cradled his face in my hands and closed the distance between us, pressing my lips gently to his. He released a slow breath before returning the kiss with equal tenderness. My hands drifted to the hem of his shirt, and I smiled as I helped him pull it over his head. For the first time, I was able to truly admire him. The soft glow of the lantern cast shifting shadows across the defined muscles of his torso, while the ancient symbols tattooed across his skin seemed almost alive in the flickering light. Every line spoke of strength, battles fought, and the man standing before me. I traced the patterns lightly with my fingertips. His breathing caught, and when I looked up, his gaze held a warmth that reminded me of the wolf within him. A moment later, he stepped into the hot spring beside me. Heat crept into my cheeks as I realized this was the first time I had ever seen someone so completely vulnerable before me. It made me suddenly aware of just how new all of this was. Cassius slipped through the water until he stood in front of me, gently drawing me into his embrace.
Still want to continue?
He asked, a small smile touching the corner of his lips.
I haven't said stop yet,
I replied with a nervous smile. I'm ready, and I'm not backing out. One hand rested behind my head as he drew me into another lingering kiss. Every gentle touch and every quiet moment together made my heart race, leaving me wonderfully aware of just how close we were. It became impossible to ignore how vulnerable we both were, and equally impossible to ignore how inexperienced I felt. Breaking the kiss, he brushed a trail of soft kisses along my cheek before resting his forehead against mine.
Your mind is running a mile a minute, Amelia. Are you sure you want to do this?
Unable to find my voice, I simply nodded. He smiled softly and turned me just enough that I could lean comfortably against the edge of the hot spring. Carefully sweeping my hair over one shoulder, he placed gentle kisses along the back of my neck, while one arm remained securely around my waist, silently reassuring me that I was safe.
What's on your mind?
He asked. A shiver ran through me, and I struggled to gather my thoughts. His hand drifted lightly down my arm, holding me gently, as though reminding me I wasn't facing any of this alone. It's a little hard to think with you this close, I admitted. He chuckled quietly, and only then did I realize I'd spoken the thought aloud. It's just that. I don't know what to do. This is my first time.
I know.
His voice deepened,
carrying that familiar protective edge that always surfaced whenever his emotions grew stronger. "Trust me, I'll take care of you. Those simple words settled every fear I hadn't known how to express. When I looked back at him, his eyes had shifted to the fiery amber gold I had only ever seen when his emotions were at their strongest. It wasn't intimidating. If anything, it reminded me just how deeply he cared. I leaned back against him without thinking. Every reassuring touch and every quiet breath between us eased another layer of uncertainty until the nervousness I'd been carrying slowly melted away. "Amelia," he murmured. I closed my eyes, letting myself trust him completely. The warmth growing quietly between us spread through every heartbeat until it became impossible to separate our emotions from the bond we shared. Time seemed to fade away as uncertainty slowly gave way to calm. When the emotions became too much to contain, I simply rested my head against his shoulder. Without a word, he wrapped his arms around me and held me there until my breathing steadied. Neither of us felt any need to speak. For a long while, the only sounds were the gentle ripples of the hot spring and our quiet breathing. The warmth between us lingered as I stayed in his embrace, my heartbeat finally beginning to slow. He drew back just enough to look at me, his eyes filled with quiet admiration. "So beautiful," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. Before I realized what he was doing, he carefully lifted me onto the shirt he'd spread beside the edge of the hot spring. Heat rushed to my cheeks, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I felt beneath his unwavering gaze. His eyes never left mine. There was admiration there, wonder, affection so sincere that it made my chest tighten. Instinctively, I folded my arms around myself, but he gently caught my hands instead, intertwining our fingers. "You never have to hide from me," he said quietly. Something in his voice dissolved the last traces of uncertainty. He rested his forehead lightly against mine, and for a while we simply stayed there, sharing quiet smiles and gentle kisses, while the rest of the world seemed to disappear. The silence between us wasn't awkward, it was comforting. By the time we finally pulled apart, I found myself smiling without even realizing it. "I'm not cold anymore," I murmured. A playful smile tugged at the corner of his lips. "I noticed." He stepped from the hot spring and reached for his clothes. Watching him, I suddenly realized that every moment of the evening had been about making sure I felt safe and comfortable. A small pang of guilt settled in my chest. "Cassius." He looked back immediately. "We won't be doing it tonight, Amelia," he said gently, reading the question in my eyes before I could ask it. "I want your first time to be special. A cave isn't how I imagined it." "I don't care about the location," I admitted softly. "But I do." His answer came without hesitation, followed by the warm smile I'd come to love. He bent to gather his clothes, but I moved closer, hoping he would understand what I struggled to put into words. His amber gold eyes met mine again. "Kneeling like that is making it very difficult for me to think straight, mate," he said with a quiet laugh. Realizing how it must have looked, I couldn't help smiling. "That's not what I meant." I reached for his hand instead, weaving my fingers through his. "I just wanted you to know," I whispered, "that I trust you." For a heartbeat, he simply stared at me. Then he gently helped me to my feet and wrapped me in his arms. You have no idea what hearing that means to me. I smiled against his chest as he pressed a lingering kiss to my forehead. The cave fell quiet once more, filled only with the gentle sound of the water around us. We remained there together, holding one another without any need for words. For the first time that night, I realized this moment wasn't about what we hadn't done. It was about the trust we'd found together. He rested his chin lightly against the top of my head, and for several moments, neither of us moved. Eventually, he let out a quiet breath and smiled to himself. "Did you know," he said softly, "that kneeling has long been seen as a sign of trust and surrender?" I looked up at him, confused for a moment, before realizing what he meant. His amber gold eyes searched mine with an intensity that stole every coherent thought from my mind. "Amelia," he breathed, closing his eyes briefly. "You're making this incredibly difficult." Haha, a quiet laugh escaped me despite the warmth spreading across my cheeks. "I wasn't trying to," I admitted. "I know." His smile softened, and he gently brushed a damp strand of hair behind my ear. "That's exactly why it's so hard." There wasn't a trace of frustration in his voice, only affection. He cupped my face for a moment before drawing me into another slow, lingering kiss. When we finally pulled apart, he rested his forehead lightly against mine. "I don't want either of us to rush this," he murmured. "We've already shared something unforgettable tonight." I smiled, my hands resting comfortably against his chest. "So have I." A comfortable silence settled between us. The warm water lapped quietly around us, while the lantern cast gentle shadows across the cave walls. For the first time since we'd arrived, there was no nervousness left between us. Only peace. Only trust. Eventually, he leaned back, just enough to meet my eyes again. "You have no idea how much you mean to me." The sincerity in his voice stole my breath. I reached for his hand without thinking, intertwining our fingers once more. "You mean just as much to me." His smile was small, but it reached his eyes. He lifted my hand and brushed a gentle kiss across my knuckles before wrapping his fingers around mine again. Neither of us felt the need to fill the silence. Some moments were simply too meaningful for words. Eventually, Cassius let out a quiet, amused breath, shaking his head as though trying to collect himself. "We need to get home as quickly as possible," he said huskily. Haha, I couldn't help laughing. "I think that's probably a good idea." Haha, he laughed with me, the last traces of tension finally melting away. For all the intensity of the evening, we ended it with something wonderfully simple, a shared smile. Together, we gathered our clothes and quietly got dressed. Neither of us felt the need to rush anymore. When he reached for my hand, I slipped my fingers into his without hesitation. His thumb brushed lightly across the back of my hand as we made our way toward the cave entrance. Outside, the cool night air greeted us, carrying the scent of rain-soaked earth and pine. The moon hung high above the trees, bathing the forest in soft silver light. For a moment, we simply stood there, taking it all in. "So," I said with a shy smile. "So," he echoed, smiling back. Neither of us could quite find the words to describe everything that had happened. We didn't need to. Cassius lifted my hand to his lips and placed one final gentle kiss across my knuckles before intertwining our fingers once more. "Ready to go home, mate?" I nodded. Home. The word felt different now. Warmer. Safer. Together, we walked away from the cave hand in hand, leaving behind nothing but the quiet ripple of the hot spring, and carrying with us something far more important than the uncertainty we'd arrived with. Tonight hadn't changed us because of passion alone. It had changed us because we'd chosen trust over impulse, patience over urgency, and love over desire. For the first time, I truly understood that home had never been a place. It had always been him. Chapter 18. Amelia. A few hours later, him and I, now fully dressed and sat side by side, we ate the protein bars he packed and shared a water bottle together. From the change in lighting in the cave, we knew it was getting darker. "Stay here, Amelia. I am going to go check to see if the snowstorm has died down enough for us to walk back to the Jeep," he ordered. I nodded and hugged his jacket closer to me. I watched him disappear to the entrance of the cave. He was gone for a long period of time, and I was afraid he must have left without me. A part of me told me I was being foolish, and that Cassius won't leave me, but it still didn't calm the fear inside of me. After another few minutes, he appeared again. The grim look on his face was loud and clear. The snowstorm has not gone away yet. I bit my lips nervously. "Will we be staying here for the night?" I asked. He glanced down at me with worried reflecting in his eyes before nodding. "I am sorry, Amelia. I didn't think we will be stuck in the snowstorm. I thought I could get a signal for my cell phone, but it looks like the storm is affecting the signal connection as well." I laughed to stop him from worrying. "It's okay. At least we packed well in case we were stuck in a situation like this." He flashed me a warming smile. "That's right." He went for his backpack and pulled out his thick sleeping bag. I grabbed mine and pulled out mine. He made sure we were closer to the hot spring, but not close enough that we could get wet. After he was done, we sat on top of sleeping bags in an awkward silence. The wind howled inside the cave loudly with a slight echo. Still in my winter jacket, hat, and mittens, I got into my sleeping bag to warm up my legs. He picked up his winter jacket and placed it over my upper body. It helped warm me up, and it also somewhat calmed me down. I figured it was because his jacket smelled like him. I pulled it closer and inhaled discreetly. "I'm sorry, Amelia," he said again. I gave him an assuring smile. "You really shouldn't worry. I lived this life. I know how to survive this weather. A hot spring is gold in these kinds of conditions." He chuckled before adjusting and laying back on his sleeping back. He used his arm as a pillow by propping it behind his head. He looked up at the cave ceiling. "I forget. You hunted wolves," he said. I followed his actions and laid back on my sleeping bag, bringing his jacket closer to me. I turned to face him. He was truly handsome, just like the first day I met him. He still manages to knock me off my feet. All this before me, and he was all mine. "There was one time my dad took me out to hunt. We got stuck in a snowstorm just like this one. I think I was 13 at that time. A wolf got inside the cave. I think he was also trying to find shelter. I spoke, remembering that specific day. He was a small wolf, almost looked like he was an omega. My dad saw him, handed me a gun, and told me to shoot. The wolf was so small and seemed almost malnourished. I didn't want to kill him. I told my dad that I couldn't, but my dad replied, "If I didn't when he grows, he will come and kill another human." He asked if I wanted that to happen. The images of the wolf's pool of blood and the look in his eyes. Boo-hoo. I saw the look in his eyes when I shot him. He was afraid of me, I whispered, and felt pain sear through me. I pulled Cassius's jacket closer, as if it could help take away the pain. "It's okay," Cassius answered, and my eyes moved from the cave wall to look at him. He was now turned to his side to face me. "It didn't feel right at all." I uttered the truth. "Then why do you continue to do this?" He questioned, but not in an accusing way. I gave a sad laugh. "It is the only thing I know. My family died because of them." "Is that why you have their names tattooed onto your chest?" he asked. I'm surprised he noticed that. My parents' and siblings' name was indeed tattooed over my heart. "It is to remember them," I told him. "And to remember to revenge them?" he added in question. "I don't want to do it anymore," I replied. He nodded before turning back onto his back. "That's good to hear. Not all monsters are monsters. Most of them just want the same thing you want." While looking at him, I realized he was also talking about himself. Werewolves were not monsters. They just wanted what I wanted. Cassius shifted again and reached for his lamp. He turned it off. "We should conserve as much as we can. We don't know how long we will be here," he said. The cave was completely dark, and I realized I never slept like this before. There was always a fire going on, or I brought enough light to keep me company. It was too dark for my liking. "Cassius," I whispered hesitantly. He hummed that he had heard me. "Can I sleep closer to you?" I asked. He was quiet for a while before I heard his sleeping bag shift, and he moved closer to me. I felt one arm slip underneath me, bringing me to the crook of his body, and the other wrapped around me, turning me to face him. I snuggled closer to his body. "Better?" he asked. I nodded, my head hitting his chin lightly. I closed my eyes and let sleep talk over. It didn't take long. Sleeping next to Cassius, I never felt safer, and the first time I fell into a deep sleep. I woke up again and noticed how dark the cave was. The wind has stopped howling like crazy, but I was getting cold. Shivering, I moved closer to Cassius, but it did nothing to ward off the chills. I adjusted my position again and looked for his jacket, but my movement woke Cassius's up. I heard his breathing changed, and then his sleepy voice. "Amelia?" he asked in confusion. "What are you doing?" I'm cold, Cassius," I stammered. Immediately, I felt his hand touch my cheek. His hands were warm. It was times like this that I wished I was a werewolf. "Shit!" he cursed, and then I heard his sleeping bag moving. Seconds later, he was sitting next to me. "Soph, your skin is ice cold," he growled in panic. I'm fine," I stammered again. He scoffed. "You are not fine. We need to get you warmed up." "I'm not going back into that hot spring again.
It's too late and I'm tired, I mumbled while still stammering. He sighed, and I can literally see him running his fingers through his hair in frustration. I have an idea, but I am not sure you will like it, he said a few minutes later. I'll take anything other than hopping into the hot spring, I stammered. He exhaled. My wolf is a lot larger than me. He can keep you warm. His body heat is twice mine. I remember the only time I had seen his wolf, and it was when he came to see me at my cottage. I never got near him, and although I was curious about him, I was also afraid of him. He waited for me to answer. You don't have to worry. I can control him. He won't harm you. He will just want to protect you, he assured me. I hesitated for a moment in the dark before answering him. Okay. I heard Cassius's stand up and the sound of clothes rustling. Then the sound of bone breaking can be heard in the cave, and I knew he was shifting. Honestly, a part of me was quite curious how their shifting was, but a part of me was glad I didn't get to see it. It sounded painful. A few minutes later, a soft wolf whimper came from where Cassius was just standing. The sound of paws padding towards me before I felt a wet nose brush against my cheek and down my neck affectionately. Sparks flew from that touch, and I knew it was Cassius. He was indeed warmer than Cassius. I couldn't help but sigh with relief as I pulled him closer, comforted by the familiar connection between us. Cassius's wolf responded with soft, pleased sounds as he felt me hold him closer. His large body wrapped around mine. I inhaled and found that he also smelled like Cassius. I hummed in pleasure. You smell the same. It's so addicting, I murmured before burying my nose in his neck. His tail wagged and thumped on the cave ground. I giggled before snuggling closer to him. He was definitely a nice heater. It wasn't long before I fell asleep again, and I was no longer cold. When I woke up again, it was morning. The cave was filled with a little bit more light. I sighed and snuggled closer to Cassius's wolf, only to have my lips meet a bare human neck. Cassius was again asleep with me. He held me in his arms. You're awake, he whispered softly. I nodded and noticed that he had somehow gotten dressed after shifting again, because he was now back in his shirt and jeans. I'm a little disappointed. I liked sleeping with your wolf, I murmured. I heard Cassius's huff in irritation, and I hid a smile. Cassius's was actually jealous of his wolf. It was ridiculous because his wolf was a part of him. Do you know what time it is? I asked. He checked his cell phone. It's about 8:30. It sounds like the storm is gone now. I got up from where I was sleeping. It's still snowing, but not as bad, he told me. Together, we rolled up our sleeping bags and put them away. We brushed our teeth with the travel pack toothbrush and toothpaste. Once we were done cleaning up, Cassius put on his jacket and together we both walked towards the entrance. It was still snowing, but not as bad. We can see our way back, but before we left, Cassius helped put on my winter gloves. Once he had his gloves on, he took hold of my hand and led me down the hill. 10 minutes later, we smelled smoke and immediately knew people were nearby. Cassius tensed, and his eyes were distant. His ears twitched, like how a dog's ears will twitch. Did he hear something? A growl left his lips, and anger flashed in his eyes. His fiery amber gold eyes met mine. We have to leave now, he ordered.
I don't know what he saw or sensed, but by the looks of it, it wasn't something I wanted to wait and see. We ran back to the Jeep. Thankfully, it wasn't buried under snow. He threw our backpacks to the back before making sure I was in the Jeep. Once I was in, he got in his side and put the car in reverse before pulling us back onto the road home. "What is it?" I asked him. "Why were you in such a hurry?" He shook his head. "It's nothing." "It must be something. You freaked out," I pointed out. "It's nothing, Amelia. Let it go," he snapped. His eyes moved to mine, and I can see he was still very angry. "Fine," I snapped back. "I won't ask you again, but if you're going to act like that, don't even think about talking to me." We drove the rest of the way home in silence.
Chapter 19. Cassius.
We were able to make it home. I watched Amelia walked inside the house. I tried talking to her, but she was giving me the silent treatment. Leo came out of the house with a glance behind him.
I'm glad to see you two are safe. Although, I'm disappointed. I thought you two will be back mated and happy. He smirked, stuffing his hands in his pockets as he approached me. I glanced away from the door to him. There has been a sighting. Another camp located south of Bunker Hill. I heard voices. There should be women and children.
Leo's smile disappeared. What should we do?
Round up one of our best scouters and fighters. We are going hunting, I told him.
He nodded before disappearing back into the house. I glanced up to Amelia's bedroom window. The curtain was down. A part of me had hoped to see her. Internally, I was fighting a battle. My bond was screaming for me to run and fix things with Amelia, but I had a job to do.
I shrugged out of my t-shirt and began unbuttoning my pants. Tossing them into my Jeep, I willed my body to shift into my wolf. I can feel his power course through my veins, his dominance and alpha blood beating and rushing all over my body. Fur sprouted on my skin, and I fell onto all fours.
When I was fully shifted, my wolf's lips curled back in a growl. He was ready to fight and protect his territory and people. His ears perked up when he heard paws running from the back to the front.
They ran up to me and bowed their heads. Many surrounded me, waiting for my command. In a low, threatening growl, I kicked off my feet at a run.
We had practiced many times before. What my uncle didn't do last time was an amateur mistake. I learned from it. The goal is to infiltrate, kill if necessary, but keep as many as alive as possible.
There is that feeling when you haven't done something you love in a while and you get back into it. It's like a whole new rush. I can feel it in my muscles, the adrenaline, the sound of my heart pumping against my chest.
My wolf was eager for the taste of blood in his mouth. We don't usually free them, but when we do, they are more animal than human. Their emotions are tenfold stronger than ours. They are easily angered and easily happy.
When we arrived on top of the hill, 10 miles from the campsite, I slowed my running. The pack members behind me following my lead. They sniffed the air, their ears perked up for sounds. They were sensing the danger. When they were done, they waited for my signal. They knew exactly what they needed to do. The scouters will be surrounding the campsite, and the pack soldiers that were trained to do wolf combat will infiltrate. Leo snarled, and the scouters took his quay. They split from the group and began their circle around the camp. I started moving towards the camp. It didn't take long before it was sighted. Leo motioned with his head and paws. The group splits into fours.
The camp had 3 huge tents. One of them I knew housed the traffickers, and the other 2 housed the women and children. Sniffing the air and tuning my ears didn't take long which one belonged to which.
One thing I have learned is not to underestimate a camp like this. Lone wolves smelt us the minute we were near off to smell them. We heard the warning shouts to the human traffickers.
We were met head-on with the lone wolves that were in that camp, but there wasn't many.
I brought 10 pack soldiers with me, not including Leo and me. In the camp, there was maybe a total of 5 lone wolves working in there.
My pack soldiers quickly and strategically tore into the lone wolves with ease. It was the guns that we worried about. Although they do not completely kill us, it can slow us down dramatically.
When we reached the edge of the campsite, the human traffickers were waiting for us. They began shooting. This caused my pack to split to evade the bullets.
Kill the alpha! Shoot him!
A human trafficker ordered, looking right at me. I was the largest out of the group. He knew if I die, the pack will retreat.
A few guns turned my way. Leo attacked 2 of them, ripping into their throats. I growled a warning to remind him that we needed to keep them alive as much as possible. In the time that I spent growling at Leo, a bullet flew from my right and hit my shoulder. Pain shot through my side, and I growled to fight back a whimper. My right leg buckled, but I turned in time to see him trying to aim again and shoot. Snarling, I easily evaded his bullets and attacked him, pushing him down with my paws, pressing to the point where I heard his collarbone snap. He cried out in pain. I bared my teeth at him, wanting to sink it in and rip his head off. He squirmed, and tears formed at his eyes. The other pack soldiers took the rest down by teaming in 2s. The traffickers couldn't shoot 2 at once. It gave us an advantage, and I watched as my pack soldiers took them down. A few traffickers got into their jeeps and drove off, but I knew they wouldn't make it a mile before my scouters take them down.
Once we were able to secure the campsite, we heard the small cries of little girls and women. We shifted back into our humans and grabbed whatever clothes that were in the campsite to put on. Leo had gone to go check on the other tents where the women and children were.
I was in the trafficker's tent. I winced as I tried slipping the t-shirt over my head. I couldn't lift my right arm due to the bullet wound, and so I wore it half on my body with my left arm in the t-shirt sleeve. I pressed a towel onto the wound. It would only take a few minutes for the blood to start clotting, but I still need to move the bullet to get back my arm movement and to heal properly.
I glanced around the place. Heaters were turned on in the tent and dimly lit by lamps. Cots all around the place. I walked to the back of the tent, where there was a huge desk. Behind the desk were pictures of all the women and children that was brought into this camp. It was well over 100.
My eyes scanned the board until it landed on a familiar face. Immediately, I recognized who it was. They held similarities in facial features and hair color.
The flapping at the entrance of the tent told me someone had entered. I glanced to see Leo returning. His face was grim, and he looked disgusted. "How was it?" I asked. "The women and children are malnourished. There are some—" He was fighting back his anger, his eyes flashing between his wolf and him. There were some that were stripped bare, legs tied and spread open. The smell in that tent, it reeked.
I exhaled. At least we found them.
They are going to need a hell, a lot more than just freedom. The look in their eyes, they are completely frightened, and some of them, it felt like they got their life right out of them. It was like staring into the empty, no emotions.
I nodded. Broken, but hopefully not beyond repair. Have Garth send them to the nearest hospital for treatment. There they contact their families.
What about the she-wolves? He asked.
Talk to them. If they want to go back to their packs, escort them back. Those who want to receive treatments by our pack doctors, they can, I told him, turning back to the board. Leo moved closer for a closer examination. His eyes scanned the pictures slowly. I moved to the picture I was staring at and pulled it off from the wall.
Who is that? He asked. Amelia told me her mother and sister died by a wolf attack, but I am not so sure if that is the truth, I said quietly while examining the details of the woman in the picture. She looks older, Leo replied. Are you saying this woman could possibly be Amelia's mother? I nodded before glancing back at the board. The board was split in the middle. One side, the pictures had red X over their face and dates, more than likely indicating that they have died. The other half were unmarked. I scanned the board for a familiar face until my eyes landed on a young face, a woman who looks to be in her early 20s and dressed provocatively. What pulled me in was the hair color. It was exactly like Amelia's platinum blonde hair and pale skin.
I moved to rip that picture off the wall too.
There are similarities, but I don't want to confirm until I know the truth. Run this picture through the women and children you saw in this camp. See if she is here, and she isn't. Ask if they know where she might be. I handed him the pictures. He took them before heading out. It was late into the night until my pack soldiers, scouters, Leo, and I got home. I had gone to the hospital and had my wound taken care of. Now my shoulder was wrapped in bandages. When we approached the house, only a few lights were on. I glanced again at Amelia's bedroom, but her light was off.
Sighing, I made my way inside. I wanted to go talk to her, but I knew it was late. It was best if I let her sleep.
I opened my bedroom door and walked inside, closing the door softly behind me before moving to take off the shirt I had covering half of my torso. I unbuttoned my pants and stepped out of it. In my boxers, I walked to the right side of my bed and got in.
I couldn't lay on my right side, and so I turned to my left, but was met with a warm, small body. The instant sparks that spread from our skin touching told me exactly who it was. She was sound asleep in my bed. Settling back down on my pillow, I wrapped an arm around her, careful not to hurt myself while doing it, and pulled her up close to my body. I heard her sigh before snuggling closer to me. I fell asleep shortly after. Chapter 20. I felt her eyes on me even before I was fully awake. I opened my eyes to look into hers. She looked at the bandage on my shoulder, and genuine concern flashed across her forest green eyes before she hardened her face and scooted off the bed. I rubbed my face sleepily before pushing myself up to a sitting position on the bed, the silk covers falling to my waist.
Amelia. I tried talking to her.
She turned to look at me briefly before turning her back on me again. She walked out of my bedroom like she didn't sleep in it last night. I growled my irritation with her silence and got up.
I took a good shower and rebandaged my wound. I managed to pull on a black tank top and a black athletic short before slipping on my shoes and getting out of my room.
I found her again in the dining room with Leo and Cora. She was eating and talking to them, but when she saw me sitting down next to her, she snapped her mouth shut and ate quietly. Cora and Leo noticed the exchange. Leo gave me a questioning and confused look.
You know, you could have waited for us to come downstairs together, I told her.
She pretended like she didn't hear a single word I just said, and that irritated me to no ends. I clenched my teeth and scooped some eggs and pancake onto my plate.
Amelia.
Cora, did you want to do something today together? Amelia interrupted me and asked my sister a question.
My sister giggled, knowing full well how irritated I was at that moment. Amelia was ignoring me and giving me the silent treatment. I wanted to shake her and at the same time kiss her senseless, deciding that I'll let her go and eventually she will talk to me again. I watched her, and my sister get up and disappear behind a hallway.
Leo chortled. Your mate seems pissed off at you. I scoffed. What gave that away?
He laughed some more before sobering up. He brought up yesterday's event. We pulled in 10 human traffickers and 1 lone wolf who was involved. They were being questioned as we speak in secured location.
I asked around and showed the woman and children that picture you told me.
Leo mentioned. And? I asked while I ate. There are 2 children who has seen her. They said she had just recently been transported to another camp, one that had high-paying customers, he said.
Do they know where?
Leo shrugged. The girls were really tired and cold.
I didn't question them further, but they are currently being treated at the hospital right now. They are human girls, sisters to be exact. One of them mentioned that the girl in the picture helped them, gave them her portion of the food when they were starving.
Keep an eye on them, and once they are okay to travel, have them brought here, I ordered.
After I finished eating, I got up and walked to my office to finish some business paperwork that I have been pushing off, and read my emails.
It was well into lunch when I finally emerged from the office. I passed Amelia in the hallway on my way downstairs to the kitchen. She took one look into my eyes and turned her head the other way. I tried not to be frustrated with her, but I hated the fact that she was ignoring me. I also hated the fact that she wasn't talking to me or sharing her time with me. She was spending it with my twin, but then if I gave in, she wins. She walked right past me without another glance. I ran a frustrated hand through my hair before shaking my head and going downstairs to grab something to eat.
I met Cora in the kitchen. She was eating ice cream out of a bucket when she saw me.
You know that is for everyone, right? I asked.
She laughed. Well, now it's all mine.
Still feeling a dull ache in my chest from the lack of attention from my mate, I opened the fridge for something to munch on. Cora eyed me for a minute before she spoke up again.
I think you need ice cream, she offered.
I don't need it,
I scoffed. Trust me, it will help. Ice cream always lightens up the mood you are having, she encouraged. I don't need it. I just need her to stop ignoring me. Well, you deserved it, my sister retorted. I glared. She doesn't need to know about what happens out there. She's not stupid. You rushed her home and then disappears right after. She wakes up in the morning and sees you injured. It was obvious whatever you were doing was dangerous, Cora reasoned, scooping up another spoonful of ice cream.
I sighed. Forget it.
Cora clicked her tongue. You think you will win, but I think you are far more smitten with her than she is with you.
I worked my jaw, fighting back the growl that is threatening to escape. Grabbing an apple, I turned to leave the kitchen.
I'm telling you, it's best if you apologize.
Get out of my life, I muttered, and heard Cora snicker in the back as I walked out of the bedroom.
I made my way back upstairs but stopped in front of Amelia's bedroom door. I can hear her inside, and it took everything in me not to open it. I made my way back to my office and continued to work as a form of distraction.
I'm sure she will give in sooner or later.
3 days. 3 days of her not talking to me. 3 days of her avoiding me. 3 days of me growling and barking at everyone I see that wasn't her.
After finishing all my work for the oil company, I had nothing else to do. I decided to head to the library. Upon entering the quiet room, I saw my mate nestled in a couch by the fireplace. She was reading a book. When she heard me come in, her eyes flew up from the pages to look at me.
Our eyes met for a full minute, and I silently begged her to say something. Instead, she glanced back down at her book and continued reading as if I didn't exist.
That's when my control snapped.
Why are you ignoring me? I growled.
She looked up again from the page she was reading to look at me, before lifting her book higher and continued reading. Growling, I took the last few steps until I stood in front of her. I grabbed her elbow and yanked her to stand up. She yelped in surprise, and her book dropped to the ground. She placed her hands on my chest to steady herself, and my body hummed in relief and pleasure. Stop ignoring me!
I growled once again.
She turned her face to look at the fireplace.
I swear, Amelia, if you don't talk to me, you will what?
She narrowed her eyes at me, and there again was the flash of anger that I saw when I snapped at her in the woods.
Just talk to me,
I said, frustration clear in my voice.
Why should I? You didn't want to talk to me in the woods. Why now?
She shot back and tried to wiggle out of my arms, but she wasn't going to get away that easy. With one hand still firmly wrapped around her elbow, the other grabbed her cheek and pulled her in for a kiss. The second my lips touched her soft lips, I groaned with pure bliss. It has been so long since I last tasted her, and the memory of how good she tasted in the cave was still faintly hovering in my mind. I wanted more, and I wanted now. Her body stopped fighting. I heard her sigh and moved closer to me. Silently, I moved my lips in sync with hers. She kissed me back. I let go of her arm to cradle her cheeks, pushing back down onto the sofa. She was wearing nothing but a thin, floor-length nightgown. My lips moved from hers to her neck, wanting to remind her of the connection we shared.
Let me show you how much you mean to me, mate, I whispered.
I felt her hesitation fade as she looked at me. No objection left her lips. Instead, I saw the emotions we both tried to hide. The love, the frustration, and the need to make things right. I pulled her closer, letting every touch and every word remind her that she was cherished. The bond between us was stronger than any argument, stronger than the distance we had created between us.
I don't like it when we are fighting, I breathed softly.
Then you shouldn't be such a prick, she replied, though a small smile tugged at her lips.
Let me make it up to you, I said.
Her eyes met mine, and I saw the trust and affection shining through them.
Amelia, let me show you exactly what you mean to me as my mate, I whispered, gently holding her face.
She opened her forest green eyes, and after a moment, she nodded.
That was all the answer I needed.
I swept her into my arms and carried her to my bedroom, knowing that tonight was about more than just making up. It was about finding our way back to each other. Enjoying the story so far? Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let us know your thoughts in the comments.
Chapter 21. Amelia. I had ignored him for 3 days, but in those 3 days, it was pure torture. I couldn't think, I couldn't breathe. When his dark, brooding eyes connected with mine, all I wanted to do was throw myself at him. I didn't feel like myself at all in those 3 days. I am normally independent, but somehow during the time we are together, I have become dependent. I have come to enjoy his pampering and his caring. His kindness is irresistible. It was so hard to ignore him and fight with him. I was incredibly relieved when he spoke up. Thrill and pleasure hammering through my veins, and my stomach clenched in anticipation. The hunger and desire in his dark, smoldering eyes heated my skin like a fire touching water. He carried me to his bedroom, and the minute the door closed behind us, I found myself gently pressed against it. My arms slipped around his neck as he held me close, his gaze never leaving mine, before his lips finally found my own. A quiet sigh escaped both of us as the kiss deepened. 3 days without him had felt far longer than they should have. I'd missed his closeness, his warmth, and the comfort I always found in his embrace. Now that he was here, reality felt even better than the memories I'd been holding on to. The nightgown I wore shifted slightly as he held me, and I felt my cheeks warm beneath his unwavering attention. Reluctantly, he broke the kiss, resting gentle kisses along my shoulder before looking back into my eyes. "Cassius," I whispered, my hands sliding across his back before helping him out of his shirt. He smiled, understanding exactly what I was trying to do, and quietly removed it himself. For a long moment, I simply admired him. The familiar strength in his posture contrasted with the softness in his expression as he stood before me. I stepped closer, tracing my fingertips lightly across his chest before resting my forehead against him. I felt his breathing falter ever so slightly, as though even the smallest touch between us carried more meaning than words ever could. A low chuckle escaped him before he gently swept me off my feet once more. I let out a quiet laugh of surprise as he carried me toward the bed and carefully laid me down. Instead of rushing, he simply sat beside me for a moment, his eyes searching mine. "I want to take this slow," he murmured softly. I bit the inside of my cheek before answering him honestly. "I don't want you to." His eyes shifted to their familiar amber gold, the warmth in them stealing my breath away. Before I could react, he smiled mischievously and tugged gently at my nightgown. "I liked that nightgown," I murmured with mock disappointment. A grin spread across his face. "I'll buy you a new one." His playful promise made me laugh, despite the nervous flutter in my chest. A moment later, he joined me on the bed, settling beside me instead of rushing anything. "Thinking about backing out now, mate?" he asked, searching my face carefully. "Not a chance, Alpha," I whispered. A smile touched his lips as he leaned closer, resting his forehead against mine. The warmth of his embrace and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat gradually eased the last of my nervousness. He kissed me again, slowly this time, giving me every opportunity to pull away if I wanted to. I never did. Every gentle touch, every lingering kiss, and every reassuring glance reminded me that he was putting my comfort before everything else. As he brushed a strand of hair away from my face, he whispered softly, "Look at me, Amelia." I opened my eyes, meeting the intense amber gold of his gaze. "I'm here," he said quietly, "and I'm not going anywhere." Those simple words settled every remaining fear inside me. When the moment finally came for us to take the next step together, he paused, giving me time to adjust while never letting go of my hand. "Boo-hoo." A tear slipped down my cheek, not from fear, but from the overwhelming flood of emotions that came with trusting someone so completely. His thumb brushed it away immediately. "I'm sorry," he whispered, concern filling his voice. I could feel how tense he was, how carefully he was holding himself back for my sake. Warmth spread through my chest. I rested my hand against his face and offered him a small smile, silently letting him know I was all right. Our eyes never left each other's. There were no hurried movements, no pressure, only patience, trust, and the quiet certainty that we would face every new moment together. I placed my hands on his shoulders for support, drawing a slow, unsteady breath as I shifted closer to him. Every movement reminded me that this was new, yet the warmth in his eyes gave me the courage to keep going. His forehead rested against mine. "Amelia," he breathed, his voice strained with restraint. "Love, I can't. I'm losing control." A shy smile touched my lips despite everything. "I'm trusting you," I whispered. The words seemed to settle something inside him. He exhaled slowly, his grip on my hips remaining steady as he gave me every opportunity to slow down or stop. When I didn't, he began moving with deliberate care, watching my face far more than anything else. "Is this all right?" he asked quietly. I nodded, tightening my hands around his shoulders. Yes! Relief softened his expression. Thank God, he murmured. The nervousness I'd carried slowly faded beneath the tenderness between us. Every heartbeat seemed to pull us closer together, not just physically, but through the bond we shared. I found myself relaxing into his embrace, letting instinct replace uncertainty. His eyes never left mine. You can tell me to stop at any time, he reminded me. I know. I smiled, reaching up to brush my fingers through his hair. I'm exactly where I want to be. Something in those words undid the last of his restraint. He drew me into a lingering kiss, careful and patient, never once forgetting that this was my first experience. Whatever urgency burned inside him remained secondary to making sure I felt safe. The room seemed to disappear around us. There was only the quiet rhythm of our breathing, the warmth of his embrace, and the steady reassurance that neither of us was facing this moment alone. As our bond deepened, every lingering doubt gave way to trust. The emotions between us built until they became almost impossible to contain. I buried my face against his shoulder, laughing softly through the overwhelming mixture of nerves, happiness, and affection. He held me even closer. I've got you, he whispered. I know. For what felt like forever, we remained wrapped in each other's arms, sharing quiet smiles, gentle kisses, and every unspoken promise carried through our mate bond. When the intensity of the moment finally settled, I rested against him, exhausted but completely at peace. He brushed a tender kiss across my forehead, before gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind my ear. So beautiful, he murmured. His voice carried so much affection that it made my chest ache. I smiled sleepily. Cassius. I love you. The words escaped before I even realized I'd spoken them. His expression softened completely. I love you too, Amelia. He gathered me carefully into his arms, holding me as though I were the most precious thing in the world. Outside, the night remained silent. Inside, surrounded by warmth and safety, I let my eyes close. Just before sleep claimed me, I felt another gentle kiss against my forehead. Mine, he whispered softly. For the first time in a very long while, I drifted into sleep, feeling completely safe. Chapter 22. Amelia. It was late into the afternoon before Cassius finally left the bedroom. Sitting on a chair by the windowsill in his bedroom with his silk covers wrapped my naked body, I looked outside. My mind, however, was not focused on the wintry weather outside of me. I was thinking about everything last night. Cassius had marked me and made me his. I can still feel his lips on my skin. I can still feel him between my legs. My entire body is aching and is incredibly sore from the vigorous lovemaking last night. It amazes me on how quickly I have come, used to the idea that he was a werewolf, and not just any werewolf, but an alpha. Multiple times last night, I have seen flashes of his canines. He lovemaking came in so many forms. It was a total frenzy, but it was also gentle and beautiful. Sighing, I stood up and walked to the bathroom where I ran hot water to soothe my aching muscles. My fingers ran over the canine marks on my neck. It has healed quickly and become little scars. I shivered when my fingers ran over one of the bumps. A gentle warmth stirred inside me, and a quiet sigh escaped my lips as I parted them slightly. The feeling was a little addicting, and I couldn't resist doing it again. Again, the fire flickered and grew. I bit my bottom lip to stop myself from making any noises. What is this feeling? How can his mark make me feel this way? Strong arms wrapped around my body, and a very hard member was pressed onto my mid-back. Electrical sparks spread across my back, and I knew it was him even without turning. He leaned down and kissed my mark. My knees buckled from the full throttle of pleasure that ran over my body. I felt his smirk against my skin. "What is that?" I whispered. "The mark doesn't just mark you as mine. It acts as a thread that leads to our connected souls. You and I touching it doubles the feelings and sensations." Like its own little pleasure fountain. I smiled before turning around in his arms to face him. He kept his arms around me, but slipped them lower to rest gently at my waist. I smiled softly before leaning forward and peppering kisses across his chest. A quiet rumble rose from his chest, reminding me of the wolf he was. "Did Anastasia receive your mark?" I asked. He stilled, and I stopped my kissing to look up at him. "Anna did receive my mark. I marked her shortly after realizing she was my mate," he told me. A burst of jealousy burned in my chest, but I brushed it off. He had a life before me. He never knew I existed. I never knew he existed. I can't be upset with him because of his past life. He leaned forward and brushed a kiss on my forehead. "Love, she was mine in the past, but you are mine now." "I know," I whispered with my eyes closed. "I can't change it even if I wanted to. I loved her, Amelia." Sighing, I opened my eyes to look at him. My hand slowly moved up around his neck. I looked at the man I had fallen so quickly in love with. His wet, dark locks were swept back, droplets of water glistening against his tan skin. The way his deep-set eyes connected with mine made my heart race. With my other hand, I gently traced his perfect, soft lips. They parted slightly at my touch. "This is mine. He is mine. Anastasia was his past, but now he is mine." "Cassius," I whispered. He knew what I wanted even without me saying it. He leaned in and kissed my finger that rested against his lips before closing the distance between us and kissing me. His kisses, they make me forget about everything else. The way he holds me, the way being close to him feels so natural, so right. Something that feels this perfect can't be wrong. Every instinct inside me was telling me that this was it, that he was my beginning and my ending. He lifted me into his arms, holding me close as he turned us around. The warmth of his touch and the way he looked at me made my heart race. "My soulmate," he whispered. My heart pounded harder in my chest, overwhelmed by the love I felt for him. "My love." I ran my hand through his wet locks, unable to look away from him. In that moment, nothing else existed. There was only him, only us, and the bond that pulled us together. "Cassius," I whispered. He held me closer, and the world around us seemed to disappear. The rest of the night belonged only to us, a moment filled with love, trust, and the unspoken promise we shared. When everything finally settled, I found myself wrapped safely in his arms. I turned toward him and he pulled me close again. "I can't get enough of you," he whispered before kissing me softly. I smiled against him, knowing that this was where I belonged. We went downstairs for a late lunch. Leo and Cora were sitting in the kitchen eating when they saw us, their eyes moving to the exposed mark on my neck. A smile appeared on Cora's face. I sat in a chair across from them. Cassius sat next to me. However, I guess I wasn't close enough because he pulled my chair until I was right next to him. Leo scoffed. "Aren't you getting cozy?" "Had a good night, Amelia." I looked at Cassius, who had a pretty smug face on. I tried to hide my own smile, but my mate's happiness was rubbing off me. "I slept well," I responded. "I'm sure that was all you did," Cora said cheekily. "I can't wait until I find my mate." Cassius scooped some food onto my plate before filling his. Cora and Leo continued to bicker back and forth, Cassius joining in here and there. There was something different about him. He seems more relaxed. I have seen him smile more today than I had in the past. After a bit, Leo and Cora left the kitchen. I turned to Cassius. "I want to go back home," I told him. He looked surprised, and I realized that I made it sound like I am leaving him. Shaking my head, I clarified. "There are a few things I would like to get from home." "We can go later if you would like," he asked. I bit my bottom lip. "Actually, I also want to have some alone time. There are things I need to get done." I wanted to grab some things that belonged to my parents and also visit their gravesite. "That's not going to happen," he replied. My eyebrows furrowed. "You don't have a say in this. I am informing you, not asking." "It is too dangerous, Amelia," he reasoned.
I have taken care of myself for years, Cassius. I think traveling back to my home won't be all that dangerous, I snapped.
"Yes, but it will make me feel better if I come along," he added, turning to fully face me now. I shouldn't feel upset. I should be happy he was worried about me, but I lived all my life independently. It can be overbearing when I feel like now I am being treated like a prisoner who needs her guard dog wherever she goes. "Can't you trust that I will be fine on my own for a few hours?" I asked. "Can't you see that I am worried about you?" he shot back. I clenched my teeth and stood up. He followed me. "Cassius, you are being unreasonable." He rolled his eyes. "It isn't me who is. It's you."
I threw him a glare before turning to walk away. He grabbed onto my wrist to prevent me from running away from the argument.
"Let me go, Cassius," I ordered. "Amelia, I am sorry, but there are things out there that you don't know about. I don't want you going alone. I know you can take care of yourself, but my wolf and I can't help but be protective," he said softly, his thumb rubbing circles on the inside of my wrist. "I want to go alone. You have to trust that I will come back and that I will be safe. I am not your old mate, Cassius." He sighed, and I can see the battle happening inside his ashy gray eyes. He ran his fingers through his hair before looking back at me. "Fine, but before you go, I have to warn you about a few things that is happening. You will also have to promise to FaceTime me all the way there and back," he ordered. Chapter 23. I'm in Cassius's Jeep driving back to my home, my mind reeling with the things that Cassius told me. There were ongoing women and children trafficking camp. It was what killed Anastasia and his uncle. He told me the gruesome story that happened 6 years ago. After he told me what happened, he revealed the reason why he was in rush to bring back home the cave. He heard something and was able to trace it back to another camp. He came home late that night because he was in the hospital with the rest of the women and children they rescued. The things he told me about, what happened in those camp, I am petrified. I heard stories about these kinds of things, but it was in different parts of the world. I would never have imagined it happening here. Now, I can see why Cassius didn't want to leave me alone, why he insisted on following me to the cabin, but I have roamed these woods and parts of Alaska for a long while now and have never encountered something before. Surely, going back home to grab a few things and going to my parents' gravesite won't result in a kidnapping. Amelia! Cassius's deep voice penetrated my thoughts. I glanced at my phone that was on the dashboard of his Jeep. Are you listening to me? He looked irritated. I smiled. Sorry. I got distracted. I said, I want you to call me back as soon as you are leaving your parents' cottage. You have an hour, love. If I don't hear back from you, I'm calling you. If you don't answer me, I'm coming for you, he ordered. Yes, Alpha, I replied sweetly, and gave him a smile that will for sure melt his heart. He chuckled. I can't believe I am letting you do this. I'll be fine. You worry too much. That's because you are my mate, love, he retorted. I'll be home soon. I glanced at the screen and looked at his concerned face. 1 hour, he warned again. I agreed and said our goodbyes before hanging up. I parked his Jeep outside the cottage. It looked cold, and the feeling of home seemed to have left it a long time ago. It was amazing in such a short time. I have learned to see 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 mansion as my home. It was warmer and cheerier than here. I walked past the cottage and out into the back of the woods. About 50 yards out was my family's gravesite. They were on my parents' private property. It was what my mother had wanted, and my father's dying wish. They wanted to be together in the end. I walked up to the cold gray stones. My gloved hand scrubbed the snow off the stones, revealing their names. It had their names on them. On my father's gravestone, it spoke about his love for my mother. Dad, Mom, I whispered softly, feeling the familiar emptiness creep back into my heart. I feel alone without you. You are my family, I continued. My finger drew hearts near their gravestones. Boo-hoo. There is something I need you to know. When Dad left me, I wanted to follow you guys. I did something bad. I went out to drink and got into a car accident, but I didn't die. When I woke up, I was torn, hollow. I didn't know how to move on, how to live. Dad taught me everything, and it was hard to not receive any kind of direction from him. I admitted, blinking to fight back tears. After that, I hated everything because everything seemed happier without me. But where was I to go? What was I to do? I thought moving out of this God-forsaken village will help me, but I ended coming back. I smiled sadly and looked at my dad's grave. I think a part of it has to do with you. Although you were hard on me, you have always been good to me. You taught me everything, and after hating you for so long, I learned to let go and come back. I sighed and gave them an assuring smile. I've met someone. He makes me happy. I've felt things I have never felt before. When I am with him, there is this warm, fuzzy feeling that grows inside of me. It wards of my demons and the darkness shrouds that surrounds me. He makes me feel light and free. He takes good care of me. I talked about Cassius and who he was, and then I talked about my true feelings about him. I don't know how long I stayed outside talking to my parents, but my cheeks were numb, and my nose was starting to run. Sniffling, I said my goodbye and walked back towards the cottage. When I got to the front door, I stuffed my key in, but the door slid open without resistance. I pushed the door open slowly, my hand moving to my handgun. I glanced around the empty, cold living room space and into the kitchen. When I saw nothing out of the ordinary, I looked in my parents' room and into my sister's before heading my bedroom. The cottage was just as cold as it was outside. A fire usually keeps the cottage warm, but I haven't been here for a while. I tried flicking the light switch in my bedroom on, but the power was out. It was late, and the sun has already set. I used my phone and turned on the flashlight application. It illuminated my bedroom. Everything looked like it was still in place. So, I might have forgotten to lock the door when I left, but I am usually keen about this. I sat my handgun down on the dresser and moved to my closet. I opened it and pulled out my backpack. There, I started stuffing some clothes, shoes, winter gears, as well as photo albums of my family before everything happened. Pictures that we took before my mother and sister died. I was in the middle of stuffing the last photo album in when I heard the floor creak. My head shot up and I glanced at my bedroom door. I strained my ears to hear the sound again, but heard nothing. I resumed in stuffing the photo album in and zipping up my backpack. I picked up my phone and lifted it up towards my bedroom door. However, I was scared half to death when I saw an unknown man standing in the doorway. He was huge, like Hulk huge. His eyes were sunken, and his skin was pale. "Who are you?" I slowly edged around him towards the dresser. His eyes flickered to the dresser, and I stopped in my footsteps. "Don't even think about it," he warned. My eyes snapped back to the handgun on my dresser. "What do you want?" I asked. He grinned. His ugly, crooked teeth flashed in front of me. "Isn't it obvious?" He arched an eyebrow. "You want me," I replied. "I just don't understand why, though. I have never seen this man before. This was the first time." Ding, ding. "Someone get this woman a prize," he said sarcastically. I was about a yard away from my dresser. I knew I wouldn't be able to fight this man off. He was 10 times my size and strength. I'll be crushed underneath him. I made a decision. I lunged for the gun, but he was quicker. He jumped in front of me and his fist swung and hits me straight in the stomach. Pain shot through me instantly. I lost my breath. I couldn't breathe. Heaving, I fell to the ground on my knees. He picked up my gun and unloaded the thing like it was nothing before tossing it across the room. I clutched my stomach with one hand while looking up at him. He walked forward and crouched down on the ground, his elbow resting on his knees. "You shouldn't have done that, little one." He flicked the tip of my nose playfully before sighing and standing up. He tried picking me up, but I fought him. I kicked and threw punches. He grunted and tried to keep my hands and feet together, but I wasn't letting up. "Stop it, this foolishness," he hissed. "I do not have the patience with your foolish attempts in escaping. You'll have to kill me to take me." I snapped and kicked him hard in his manhood. He groaned and fell back, releasing my body. He clutched his groin area and fell slightly forward. I kicked him hard in the stomach and he grunts in pain. I raised my fist and landed a good one on his cheek. Pain shot through my hands and arm. He growled before grabbing me around my ankles. I fell back onto the ground. My hand instantly went for my knife in my knife sheath. I whipped it out and swiped it across his throat, but got his cheek instead. "Ah, stupid," he swore and punched me hard in the head. Everything swarmed around me. My vision started to blur, and I fought to keep awake. He hit me again, and a dark shadow began to hover over my vision. "No," I said weakly. Curling my feet, I kicked him off me. I fought with my body to roll over. Crawling on my hands and knees with my knife still in my hand, I tried to get on top of him, but he was fast. He hit me in the stomach with his fist, and again in the face. I can feel my lip bust open. The taste of metallic, iron blood filled my mouth. Pain. I was feeling pain everywhere. He grabbed onto my shoulders to lift me up to a kneeling position, his large fist raised up into the air, ready to hit me again. With whatever strength I had left before I lost consciousness, I jammed my knife into his ribs. I felt it tore through his body. It hit him right in the middle of the chest. His eyes widened in surprise. He glanced down at the knife that was now fully embedded in. Blood seeped out of that wound. He clutched the knife and pulled it out. I collapsed onto the cold wood flooring as I watched him clutch his chest and fall to the ground. I watched the lights go out of his eyes as he looked at me. I just killed a man. I heard another footstep approaching the bedroom. My eyes starting to close now. I couldn't fight it any longer, but before I could sleep, I heard a familiar voice. "Shit! Get rid of his body. Take her to the car. Make sure to tie her up. We don't want another dumb accident to happen," he ordered. Darkness flooded my vision, and I fell into oblivion.
Chapter 24. Cassius. When she didn't call within the time I told her, I followed her to her cottage. Upon arriving at the scene, I saw that my Jeep was still sitting in the driveway of Amelia's cottage. In my heart, I knew something was wrong even without entering the cottage home. My wolf senses are on alert. My gut was clenching with fear and barely controlled panic. The door was jarred open. There were more than one set of footprints on the snowed ground. I can smell the scent of blood reeking from the home. What was more terrifying was that I can also smell Amelia's blood, and my stomach churned. My heart tightened painfully in my chest at the possibility that she was hurt or dead. Memories, dreadful memories replayed in my mind.
Ones that I relive over and over. To see the life leaving Anastasia's eyes. Losing her broke me, but losing Amelia will kill me.
Leo stood next to me, his jaw clenched as his eyes inspected the scene before us. Slowly, I walk towards the home, and I can see everything happening, as if it was a movie being played out right in front of me.
I can see Amelia entering the home, passing through the living room, her kitchen. I can smell her scent. It was all over her parents' room and the other bedroom. It led straight to her bedroom. I passed the living room and kitchen and went straight for her bedroom. Her backpack was dropped carelessly onto the floor. The trail of blood leading put from her bedroom and out the front door. Her sweet scent and blood. She was hurt, but she fought them and must have killed one.
Closing my eyes, I can visualize almost everything that happened. The struggle, the beating, my wolf's determination to hunt the threat and return our mate back home safely was increasing my senses. I also smelt another scent besides Amelia, and my fist tightened in recognition. My body shook uncontrollably.
Leo!
I growled, demanding his presence, my voice darker and deeper.
Leo was by my side at once. He also sniffed the air, and his back stiffened. Tristan!
Leo snarled his distaste and hatred towards the rebel wolf. The bastard has snuck his way back in after Malachi caught his scent around his neck of the woods.
And he has Amelia! My fingers dug into my palms and my body shook. Hair began to sprout on my skin. My wolf fed my anger with pictures of Amelia getting hurt. My fingernails turned into claws. a low growl vibrating in my chest.
Cassius, you're shifting. Leo tried to get through to me. You need to control your wolf.
I can't! I need to hunt!
I snarled. My wolf's eyes gleamed at his beta, my jaw snapping, ordering him to not interfere. My wolf was exerting his power, his dominion over his beta.
Immediately, Leo showed sign of submission, his head slightly lowered and his eyes diverted. After my attempt in trying to stay in human form, my skin side was unable to fight my wolf. I shifted. Bones cracking, senses heightening. I changed into the predator that I know I am. The alpha who has nothing else but one motive in mind, and that was to hunt and kill. I shifted, forcing Leo to follow my alpha command and shift along with me. Tristan does not know what is coming for him. When I get a hold of that wolf, I will against werewolf law and kill him. The bloodlust in me demands it. My paws pounded out of the cottage. The second I was out, I let out a long howl that I know my pack will hear. Through my wolf's eyes, everything was 10 times clearer. I can see things happening before it happens. I know my prey's next move before it could get away.
Everything was blurring before me.
Tristan's man carrying her out. The track of the jeep they were in leading down a different road that we came from. Even in the dark, I knew that they were heading northeast. It didn't take long. We were running for a couple of miles before swarms of my pack soldiers and scouters emerged from the woods and followed behind.
The command was clear. It was time to hunt, and they knew exactly what had incited their alphas dominating an aggressive wolf. No words can describe the rage that was bubbling inside of me. The beast inside of me was no help in sedating it either. An internal battle of fear, pain, anger, and guilt. A toxic combination for someone with my kind of power.
I shouldn't have let her go alone, but damn, the woman was as stubborn as a mule. She wouldn't budge, and look at what we got ourselves into. I should have been firmer. I should have argued, but how can I say no to those emerald hues glistening back at me? I wanted her happy, but I should have worried more about her safety.
The Alaskan terrain isn't an easy feat. It's snow rising high, the cold breeze billowing through, pushing us back and forth.
I can still see the tracks.
My scouters increased their pace, moving in an upside-down V formation. The lead scouter taking the first scent and trail of the tire tracks before it grows cold.
They can't be more than 30 to 40 miles ahead of us. I am sure of it. The tracks are still fresh, although faintly gone.
Amelia. Everything around me was pitch black. I couldn't see anything. Reaching out, I felt nothing. It was cold emptiness. It stretched to forever. Hello, my voice echoed. Amelia, a voice whispered behind me. I spun around and came face to face with the mirror image of me. You're Anastasia, aren't you? I stammered. It was like looking right into a mirror. Her long platinum blonde hair reached her waist in soft waves. Her skin was as pale as mine. She had on a simple black dress that hugged her torso before spanning out at her waist. She nodded, but there was no smile on her face. Am I dead? Was the first thing that left my lips. There were so many things I wanted to ask her, but I didn't know where to start. She seemed to realize the conflict that was happening inside of me, because she spoke again. You have many questions, but I don't have time to answer all of them. There are many things that happen behind the veil, Amelia. Many things. There are things that in your world you will try to explain, but doesn't even touch what is really going on. There are older things beyond us. There are more ancient works that you and I don't even know. She told me and moved to take hold of my wrist, the warmth of her hand giving me comfort. Amelia, I didn't choose to enter your empty vessel, but I was guided there. She continued. By who? I asked. She smiled. Again, there are ancient beings even you and I don't know. Things that have long existed before our world was created. They alone know the truth behind everything. How did I become Cassius's mate? I asked. Her smile slipped a little. I can see the sadness in her eyes upon hearing Cassius's name. I know Cassius, and he needed someone. I might have been once chosen to be fated to be his, but fate changes all the time. Anastasia sighed and grabbed a hold of both of my hands. I need you to wake up. What? I looked confused. You know you are sleeping, dreaming about all of this, but that isn't important, she stated. What is important is that Cassius needs you. It was then I remembered the cottage, the scary, creepy man who beat me to the point of unconsciousness. I killed him. Do you remember what he said? Anastasia asked, squeezing my hands to get my attention. My eyes found hers. He will come find me if he doesn't hear back from me. She smiled. And you remember what you said? That I can take care of myself, I whispered. You can. You can take care of yourself. You are better than me. You are stronger than me even when you are not a female wolf. Your spirit is strong, she commended. I don't know who took me. What if I can't fight them off? I asked. You can. You know you can. She seemed sure. If I wake up, will you be gone forever? I asked. She sighed. When my soul reincarnated into your body, I gave your body life, but that was all I gave you. Everything else is you. Your body still holds your memories. But, Amelia, you need to wake up. Anastasia looked scared now, her eyes widening slightly. She squeezed my hands hard, and they weren't so warm any longer. Amelia, you need to wake up, she said, a little firmer. But I still have so... Amelia, wake up! Her voice rose a notch. Wake up now, before it is too late. You need to wake up now, she demanded. Her face changed. She looked dead. The colors drained. Her lips are cold. Her eyes are lifeless. The woman I saw from earlier completely gone. I glanced down her body, and the clothes she wore, shredded. Maggots crawling out of her body. I gasped and let go of her body. My hand came up to cover my mouth. Ah! Scared, I looked back up and let out a scream. Her eyes were gone, maggots crawling over her rotted flesh. She ran at me like a rabid zombie. Instantly, I felt consciousness swept into my muscles. I can hear the murmur of two male voices. They were both sitting in the front seat, and I was tied in the back trunk. My eyes opened, and it was then I realized they had tied up my hands. Lifting it up, I chewed at the roped knot to release my hands. It took a while because the rope was thick and tied tightly, but I managed to undo the knot. I slowly shifted in the trunk so that I can untie my feet, but the car came to a startling stop. A second later, the engine turned off, and doors opened and closed. Crap! I searched around the trunk for a weapon, my hands landing on a cold piece of pipe. Another pregnant moment later, and the trunk lid opened. Instantly, I swung the pipe down hard on one of the men. It hit him in the head hard. I can practically feel his pain. He yelped and stumbled back. The other one, who was caught off guard, turned to face me. I slammed the pipe into his nose, and I heard it cracked. Dropping the pipe, I undid the rest of the rope around my ankles.
I jumped out of the trunk, grabbed the pipe, and hit the two men a couple more times until I knew they wouldn't be able to come after me. I ran. I didn't know where I was going, but knew we were not in the woods any longer. Buildings were around me. I followed a shoveled driveway down a curved path. Glancing behind me, I saw a mansion almost like Cassius's. I recognized this place. I saw it on the news. This place was the home of a lawyer who was campaigning for a judicial position in our system. His name was Dick something. What the hell was I doing here? What did he want with me? Why did they capture me? I didn't wait to find out. All I knew was they took me by force, and that equals them being bad men. For the life of me, I ran, but before I could make it out onto the street and immerse myself between buildings, I was tackled down. Ah! No, I screamed and kicked hard, swinging my arms and landing punches. I heard him grunt in pain. The pipe hit him in the head, but not hard enough. He ripped the pipe out of my grip and slung me over his shoulder. He carried me back the direction that I was running from.
Chapter 25. Cassius.
By now, it was pitch black outside, late into the evening, and most everybody was asleep. We had shifted when we neared town. We couldn't risk exposing our kind to the humans. My scouters didn't take long before they tracked down Tristan. His smugness can be seen from across the street. He sat in a bar stool, sipping on some liquor. Although everything in me wanted to run across the street and rip the wolf's throat, I couldn't.
Therefore, I did the only thing I could do.
Tristan stiffened the minute he smelt us entering the pub. He was pinned. All entrances were heavily guarded. Leo and two lead scouters leaned against the front door with their arms crossed casually. I walked over to Tristan.
Slipping into the stool next to him, I ordered a drink. The bartender knew something was up, but he spoke nothing of it. He filled my glass with strong liquor and slid it over to me.
Alpha Cassius,
He greeted. His voice was calm, but the way his hand shook, he was anything but calm. I can see the sweat beading from his temple.
Tell me where she is and I promise your death will be quick,
I said deathly low, picking up my glass cup to sip.
I don't know what you are talking about.
Tristan denied.
I clenched my teeth to stop my canine from elongating and sinking into his throat. My teeth ached just thinking about killing him. I'm going to ask again, and I won't be so lenient again. My patience is running thin.
I growled, my voice deep with the authority of an alpha. Where is she? He quaked slightly before tossing back his drink nervously. He stuffed his hand into his pocket and pulled out a few dollars that he placed on the counter before slipping out from his stool.
He was going to attempt for a smooth escape. I got up and grabbed the rebel wolf by the scuff.
The bartender eyed us, his eyes warning us not to fight in his pub. I dragged Tristan outside and down a dark alley. The only source of light was the one street light on this side of the road.
My pack soldiers surrounded us as I threw Tristan onto the ground. He rolled a little bit before his body stopped. He turned around to look at me. I was in front of him before he knew it. I raised my fist into the air before I slammed it into his cheek with a force that hurt a crack. He grunted in pain. I lifted it again and swung back down. His lips bust opened, the stench of his disgusting blood filling the night air.
Where is she? I growled.
You'll never find her if you kill me,
he said weakly, before laughing.
I let go of his collar and kicked him in the stomach. His laughter cut short. He started coughing as the wind got knocked out of him. I made sure to break a rib or two. I grabbed him by the collar again, crouching down to eye level. I'll take my time in breaking every single bone in your body. I guarantee you that you won't survive this, Tristan. I'll make sure of it. But before I kill you, I will bring you unimaginable pain.
I promised.
I slammed my fist back down in him in the jaw. He let out a yelp of pain, his hands coming up to defend against the pain I was inflicting. I grabbed a hold of his right hand and snapped his wrist. He cried out into the empty night. That didn't stop me, though. I moved to his fingers next. Tristan knew where my next move was.
His eyes widening in terrified pain. My pack stood around unmoved at my ruthless torture. It was merciless and unforgiving, but that was what I was at that very moment.
I am going to the root of this crap situation, and I am going to rip the heart out of the person who leads this women trafficking.
No more! Ugh.
Wait! He gushed in panic.
I stopped. I can't bring her back. She's gone.
Tristan started.
The rage inside of me was smoldering, suffocating. I broke 2 of his fingers. He let out a cry of pain. Tears were running down his cheeks.
Please, let me explain.
I don't have time for your shit, Tristan. Tell me what I want to know or the next pain will be far worse than you can imagine, I hissed.
Boo-hoo! You don't understand. He wept like the coward that he was.
She's mine, I roared. Do you think I am stupid? Do you not see the mark on her neck? You took Anna from me, and now you are going to take Amelia. Call me a fool once, but fooling me twice. Do you really think you will get away with this?
I didn't know she was yours until I handed her over,
Tristan admitted.
Is that supposed to make me feel merciful towards you? I growled. Tell me what I want to know, Tristan.
I gave her to 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕. He is particularly fond of blondes. Tristan quickly answered.
I was seething with boiling anger at this point. My vision blurred with rage. My wolf took control and I shifted. My canines latched onto his skin, the seeping of blood filling my mouth. Tristan's final feeble attempt in begging me to be merciful was distant. The idea of someone touching her, it drove me to a point of maddening destruction. I couldn't stop the beast inside of me even if I wanted to. It ripped Tristan to shred. By the time I was done with him, he was not recognizable. Leo appeared in front of me hesitantly. A crimson red blurred my peripheral vision. My eyes snapped to him, and even though I knew he was my friend, my beast still growled in warning.
Alpha, remember Amelia. She needs you. I have informed some pack members to clean this mess up.
My eyes found their way to the mess I created.
Blood and pieces of Tristan coated the ground. This was a mess that will be hard to clean up. I would have a lot of explaining to do. The council will expect a paper on my reasoning behind killing Tristan.
I wouldn't be hard to explain, though, because I have witnesses when Tristan confessed to taking a mated wolf. On top of all that, his involvement with the trafficking will end his case. If anything, I will get a slap on the wrist, werewolf probation.
Leo handed me some clean clothes. By this point, my beast has calmed down enough for me to take back reign. I shifted and accepted the offered clothes. Pulling them on, I looked at Leo.
We head for 𝑷𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 home at once, I ordered. Scouters are to fall back, except for the 2 leads.
Leo nodded before turning and barking out orders. I pulled on the clean t-shirt and slipped on a pair of boots. 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕's home wasn't too far from here, just a few miles out at the edge of town.
Amelia. The man carried me into the mansion and up the stairs. We went down a dark hallway until he opened a door. It was pitch black, and so it was hard for me to see where he had taken me, but as soon as he flipped on the switch, I knew exactly where I was. He had taken me into a bedroom. Tossing me on the bed, he turned around without a word and left. I heard the lock clicked into place. Scrambling onto my feet, I got out of bed and looked for an escape. The room looked to be like some sort of sick torture dungeon. Handcuffs hung on the wall and on the bed. There were torturing devices enclosed in secured, locked glass. Judging by the thickness of the glass, It was also shattered proof. I walked over to the window, and it had metal bars over it. There goes my escape route. The only way to leave this room was through the door I came from. The door opened and entered in Dick Summerfield. He was a tall, lanky man, dressed in expensive clothes. His white dressed shirt neatly tucked in, and the sleeves of his shirt rolled up. He smiled when he saw me. His clean copper hair slicked back with what seems like a tremendous amount of gel. "Trying to find an escape?" he chuckled. My hands were still wrapped around the bars on the window. He moved to sit down on the edge of the bed. Leaning forward, he propped his elbows on his knees. "You won't find one, little one." His smile wasn't comforting. It was conniving and untrustworthy. "What do you want?" I glared, releasing my hold on the bars and taking a step back. He glanced at the bed, then back at me. "You know what I want." He stood up casually. He gave a short laugh and scratched at his temple. "You know, you remind me a lot of somebody that I used to know," he said, taking a step towards me. He might be acting like everything was dandy, but underneath that false image, I can see how his eyes were looking at me, how his feet were moving at a slow, almost predatory gait. She had the same color of hair, skin, and eyes. The only difference is, you look a little older than her, he smirked. When he was too close for my liking, I backed up further. His eyes dropped to my feet, but he made no move. He laughed again, but it sounded fake. "I have a picture of her. She was a pretty one. It was sad to see her end her life, but what can I say? She was completely broken and shattered." He continued. Stuffing his hand into his black trousers pocket, he pulled out a ring of keys. He walked to the dresser and unlocked the top dresser. Reaching in, he pulled out a photo album. He flipped through the pictures until he found what he wanted. He walked over to me and turned the album so that I can see. "See the similarities?" he asked. My eyes dropped down to the 4 pictures that were side by side to each other. I did see the similarities, and my breath hitched. She looked almost exactly like my mother. There were only a few slight differences. "Who is this?" I asked. He turned the album back to him, his fingers tracing the naked woman that was laying on a bed in the picture. The look in her eyes looked like someone who had seen too many shades of hell. He traced the woman in the picture, and I can see how his eyes lit up, as if he was reliving a moment. Her name was Nadine. He looked and sounded obsessive, but that wasn't what caught my attention. "It was the name! My sister's name!" It can't be a coincidence. But I remember, my dad said, wolves killed my mom and sister. There was a voice in my head, though, that screamed at me that the woman in that picture was my sister. "You said was," I said quietly. He looked at me as if he just remembered I was there. "Yes," she slit her wrists.
I clenched my hands into fists. "How long was she held here?"
His eyes gleamed with a disgusting glow. "I first took her when she was 12. She was in our system more than 5 years before that. I remember taking her mother for the first time."
All this time, I was told wrong. My dad thought wolves took my mom and sister because it was the only logical thing given the evidence. I was naive and didn't think of any other possibility. All those years, I have lived with the assumption that they were dead and to find out that they weren't. My sister, he used her at age 12. I was angry, so angry that my heart was beating rapidly in my chest.
Heat began to warm my body like a raging fire. "Do you want to know something?" I asked. My voice was hard and emotionless. He looked at me expectantly. "I vowed vengeance for my family," I whispered, my eyes moving from the pictures to look at him in the eye. Chapter 26. Amelia. I swallowed down the bubbling anger inside of me. Inching forward, I placed a gentle hand on Dick's chest, pushing him back toward the bed. I looked up at him from underneath my eyelashes. "Do you want to know what happened to them?" I whispered, forcing my voice to stay calm despite the storm raging inside me. He allowed me to push him, his eyes darkening as he completely misunderstood my intentions. A smug expression crossed his face as he fell back onto the bed, moving himself toward the headboard. I climbed onto the bed, keeping my gaze locked with his. "What?" He arched an eyebrow, a sly grin creeping across his face. At first, I thought wolves got them because it made sense. I was just a child, and it was the only explanation I had. My hands moved upward, resting against him as the memories came rushing back. But it wasn't because of that. The anger and pain I had buried for years threatened to consume me. My vision blurred as everything I had felt, everything I had lost, came crashing back. "Those pictures," I whispered, my voice turning colder. "They weren't a coincidence, Dick. I see the resemblance now." I stared directly at him. "Surely, you can't be that dense." For the first time, the confidence on his face began to disappear. His expression changed as he realized I wasn't playing the game he thought I was. "You know exactly what I'm talking about." The silence between us grew heavier. His attempts to dismiss me became more desperate, and when he finally reacted, it was sudden. He shoved me away, catching me off guard and knocking me back onto the mattress. Before I could recover, he pinned me down, grabbing hold of my wrists and forcing them above my head. His face was inches from mine. "You don't know how much I enjoy this," he said, his voice rough. The words sent a wave of disgust through me. "Of course, I knew you two were connected somehow," he continued. The resemblance was too hard to miss. My stomach twisted. I struggled against him, refusing to let him see fear. He laughed. "That's right. Fight me, Amelia." Every word confirmed exactly what kind of person he was. There was nothing human in the satisfaction he took from my struggle, nothing but cruelty. He leaned closer, trying to intimidate me, trying to make me feel powerless. But he didn't understand one thing. I had already survived losing everything. I had already survived pain. And I was not going to let him break me. The pain from the injuries I had suffered earlier at the cabin flared as he tightened his grip, reminding me just how badly I had already been hurt. My head throbbed, my vision swimming from exhaustion and anger. But the rage inside me was stronger. I waited for the smallest opening. And when it came, I reacted. I threw my head forward with everything I had. The impact made my vision blur instantly. Pain exploded through my skull, but the sound of his reaction told me it had worked. For the first time since this started. Dick looked shocked. And he wasn't the one in control anymore. He muttered a curse and pulled back. His fist landed on my cheek. My head snapped to the left upon impact. He struck me again, sending my head the other way. My earlier lip wound split open once more,
and a whimper escaped me. Blood ran down my cheek and filled my mouth. Both of his hands wrapped around my throat, tightening until I struggled to breathe. My lungs burned, my vision blurred, and panic clawed at the edges of my mind. I felt him trying to overpower me, but a small voice inside refused to give up. This couldn't be the end. I couldn't let him win. Using both hands, I reached for his face. My thumbs dug hard into his eye sockets. He cried out in pain. To force my hands away, he had to release his grip on me, and that was exactly what he did. The instant I was free, I shoved him off with all the strength I had and scrambled onto my hands and knees. Grabbing him by the collar, I drove my fist into his nose. A sharp crack echoed through the room, followed by a rush of blood. I didn't hesitate. I struck him again and again until he finally went limp, barely conscious. Breathing hard, I shoved him back onto the bed. His head lolled from side to side. The bedposts had restraints attached. Another reminder of the horrors hidden in this room. I seized the opportunity, fastening one wrist before securing the others. Moments later, he was restrained with no easy way to escape. Amelia, let me go. We can make a deal. I'll let you leave, and I swear I'll never come after you again, he said weakly. A cold laugh escaped me, almost unfamiliar even to my own ears. Anger and disgust churned inside me. Every instinct screamed for revenge, but killing him here would only complicate everything. Instead, I reached into his pocket and pulled out his ring of keys. Walking to the glass display cases, I searched for something that would remind him what it felt like to be powerless. "Let you go?" I said with a bitter chuckle. "No, that isn't one of your options." I unlocked one of the glass cases and removed a heavy metal clamp before picking up a knife from beside it. Carrying both back to the bed, I noticed the panic spreading across his face when he saw the blade. "What are you doing?" he asked, his voice shaking. "Relax," I replied evenly. "The knife isn't what you should be worried about." I used it only to cut away the fabric that was in the way before fastening the clamp where it would cause the most discomfort. A muffled cry escaped him. "Imagine losing control," I said coldly. "Not such a pleasant feeling, is it?" "Release me!" And the handcuffs rattled violently as he struggled against them. I let out another humorless laugh. "You've spent your life hurting other people. I suppose it's different when the pain belongs to you." "You won't get away with this," he spat, fury burning in his eyes. "I think I will," I answered. "Everything in this room is evidence. It's enough to expose exactly who you are and destroy everything you've built." Searching another display case, I found a ball gag. I returned to the bed and secured it over his mouth, silencing both his threats and any attempt to call for help. I stepped back and looked at him, bound, gagged, and helpless. For the first time, the balance of power had shifted. Without another word, I turned toward the door he had entered through, ignoring the muffled protests behind me. Opening the door, I peeked outside and saw that the hallway was empty. I made my way down the corridor until I found a staircase leading downstairs. It was the only staircase, so I assumed it was my only way out. After reaching the foyer, the front door burst open, and my mate stormed inside. His eyes found me immediately. Traces of blood marked his skin. Leo entered right behind him along with several pack members. Their eyes swept across the mansion before settling on me. They were all still in their shifted aftermath, but my attention was fixed entirely on my mate. I ran toward him and launched myself into his arms. He held me tightly, burying his face in the crook of my neck, as if reassuring himself that I was truly safe. An irritated growl rumbled from his chest. "I can smell that bastard on you." "Where is he?" Leo asked.
Upstairs.
I pulled back enough to glance at Leo, but Cassius immediately tucked my head back beneath his chin, clearly unwilling to let me focus on anything else. "What?" Leo asked, confused.
He's upstairs!
"I made sure he won't be going anywhere anytime soon," I replied. Leo blinked before a laugh escaped him.
No way! Seriously?
"Bastard deserves it," I snapped. "Oh, he definitely does," Leo agreed. The memories of everything I'd seen in that room flashed through my mind again. A shiver ran through me, and I instinctively tightened my arms around Cassius. He must have felt it because he immediately scooped me up. "Leo, take care of things here. I'm taking her home," Cassius ordered. I didn't argue. I wanted to be anywhere but here.
Cassius carried me out of the mansion.
"Don't look," he warned. Of course. That immediately made me curious. My eyes drifted across the grounds anyway, and I caught glimpses of the aftermath of the battle scattered around the property. Suddenly it made sense why no one had stopped me while I was leaving the house. We climbed into a waiting car. One of the pack members sat in the driver's seat. Cassius kept one arm firmly around me the entire time. As soon as the vehicle pulled away, he finally spoke. "Why didn't you kill him?" I let out a slow breath. "He's a political figure. Even if I wanted to, it would create a mess. The evidence in that room is enough to put him away for life." Images from the room flashed through my mind again.
It wasn't easy, though. Every part of me wanted him to pay for what he'd done.
"You have more control than I do," Cassius muttered. "If it were me, he'd already be dead." He gently lifted my chin so he could inspect the bruises and cuts on my face.
The expression in his eyes darkened immediately.
"Dylan, call Gretchen. Tell her to meet us at home."
Yes, Alpha,
Dylan answered from the front seat. Cassius's thumb brushed carefully across the cut on my lip. I winced despite his gentleness.
For a moment, he looked like he was genuinely considering turning the car around. I think I should go back and finish this.
A faint smile touched my lips. "I'm fine, Cassius. Just take me home." The word home carried far more meaning than it once had. I settled back into his arms, and he held me tighter. It was over. Everything was finally over. Part of me felt relieved that I had finally found some measure of peace regarding my family's death. Another part still mourned everything that had been lost. But I wasn't alone anymore. I had Cassius. He was my family now. And for the first time in a very long time, that felt like enough. Chapter 27. Since coming back home, I have started recovering. The bruises on my body, face, and the cut on my lips were still pretty horrible to look at but didn't hurt as much. Along with the bruises, I was feeling all kinds of feelings. It feels like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders, but at the same time, I couldn't help but feel sad. Sad because my family was still dead. Sad because revenge did nothing to make them come back. Sad that all my life I was told it was wolves that killed them. It wasn't. Cassius was right. There are worse things out there besides animals. Animals aren't always monsters. I didn't understand then, but now I realize that there were so much out there that I feel slightly naive. I am relieved to know, though, that Dick has been arrested for human trafficking. He is sentenced and put away for a long time. The man will not see daylight, and that takes off a load off my shoulders. Women and children are safe for now from this crime. The FBI has stuck their nose into this situation and has begun uncovering many locations where the camps were. Christmas is tomorrow, and the house of 𝒍𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒊𝒔𝒕 is in full blown. People are hurrying to put up the last-minute lights, going out to go buy groceries for the feast tomorrow. I feel a little out of my element, but it is nice to see such happy spirits around me. It was dark outside. I finished putting the last of my personal items from the cottage into the dresser before closing it and walking to the bathroom for a shower. Inside, I removed my articles of clothing before looking in the mirror. The bruise on my body was still black and blue. My swollen cheeks were now gone, but in its place were bruises. I ran a finger across my lips at the cut. They really did a number on me. The bathroom door swung open, and my focus immediately flew toward it. Cassius stood in the doorway, his eyes finding mine. This was the first time he had seen me this vulnerable since everything that had happened.
Dark and furious. My mate was not happy at all upon seeing my bruises. He walked into the bathroom without permission. Without saying anything, he lifted one hand and ran his fingertips tenderly over my bruised skin on my body. I watched him in the mirror and saw how his jaw tightened, how his eyes swam with rage and the slight shook of his hands.
"I'm fine," I told him. "I'm alive, and I am here." His eyes connected with mine, but his fingertips froze on my skin. "These bruises are big, Amelia. How many times did they hit you?" His voice was hard and coarse. He was really fighting off his rage and to keep calm. I grabbed his hands that was touching my bruise and pulled his arms to wrap around my midsection. His front now pressed to my back. "It doesn't matter now, Cassius," I said, in an attempt to calm him down. "I want to kill every last one of them." The way his voice shifted into a deep growl at the end told me his beast was peeking out and revealing how much bloodlust he wanted. "I look horrible. This is why you shouldn't see me like this," I mumbled. "I didn't want him to see my body like this, and that's why he hasn't seen or touched me in days." His eyes narrowed on me in the mirror. "You are beautiful," he whispered. "I look ugly. These bruises are ugly." One of his hands came up and touched my chin. It turned me to look up at him. He lowered his lips onto mine and gently skimmed them. A soft brush, but it was like a breath of fresh air. I missed his touch. I missed his kisses. I swallowed the lump in my throat when I saw how he was looking at me, as if I am the only person in the world that he lives for, the only person that he needs. "You are beautiful, Amelia. It doesn't matter how you look. I would always love you just the way you are. As long as I have you by my side, nothing else matters, because what I need is not what is on the outside. I need what is on the inside. Your soul, your heart, your mind, your love," he murmured. "Boo-hoo." I didn't realize I was crying until he wiped my tears away with his hand. He leaned down and kissed my forehead before brushing a kiss on the tip of my nose and back down to my lips. He turned my chin back so that I am facing the mirror again. His hands dropped to run over my bruises. I watched him caress, my breath hitching with each electric stroke. It sent a yearning and pulse through my body to my core. These bruises, although I don't like seeing them on you, they mark how much of a fighter you are. You fought and you won. You didn't give up. I am proud and amazed at your strength. He was looking at me while he said it. The conviction in his eyes was more than enough proof that he meant every word. You don't think I look disgusting? I asked. He pressed closer to me, his presence sending a rush of emotions through my entire body. Quite the opposite, he whispered. I could feel the intensity between us, the way our connection seemed to grow stronger with every passing second. His touch was enough to make me forget everything else around us. I watched him, and he watched me, both of us lost in the bond we shared. Cassius, I whispered, overwhelmed by the emotions rushing through me. He didn't need me to say anything more. He already knew. The trust between us, the love, and the pull of our bond spoke louder than words ever could. Our eyes never left each other. In the mirror, I saw the same passion and devotion reflected back at me. He wasn't just my mate. He was the person who made me feel safe, cherished, and completely understood. He leaned closer, his lips brushing against my shoulder, and then the mark he had given me before. A shiver ran through me as the bond between us awakened. Do it, I whispered. His eyes met mine, and I felt the depth of his feelings before he renewed the mark that connected us. The sensation overwhelmed me, leaving me breathless as I held on to him. For a moment, nothing else existed. There was only us, the promise we shared, the love between us, and the bond that tied our souls together. When the moment finally passed, he pulled me into his arms. I rested against him, feeling completely safe and loved. A soft chuckle escaped him. Ready to go again, aren't we? I smiled at him. Do you blame me? My alpha mate is a sexy beast. Ha ha, he growled playfully, and I laughed, knowing that even after everything, our connection was stronger than ever. He lifted me effortlessly, holding me close as if I weighed nothing. I wrapped my arms around his neck, trusting him completely. My alpha, my mate, my home. I smiled against him, knowing that wherever we went, as long as I was with him, I belonged. Ah, fuck, he growled, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. I held on to him, resting my forehead against his as we got lost in each other. Together, we watched the emotions between us grow stronger, the bond we shared becoming impossible to ignore. His amber gold eyes held a mixture of passion and adoration, and seeing the raw feelings reflected there pushed me closer to the edge of everything I felt for him. When the moment finally passed, we were both breathing heavily, wrapped up in each other's arms. I giggled, and the corner of his lips lifted into a familiar half-grin. That was crazy, I said. That was incredible, he replied, leaning closer to brush his lips against mine. I love how you always surprise me. My eyes moved to the mark on his shoulder, a reminder of the connection we shared. I reached out, tracing his skin gently, feeling the warmth of the man who had become my everything. This is mine, all mine. I think we should take a shower, he said, carrying us toward the bathroom. You should let me down, I teased. He only smiled, his expression full of amusement and affection. Ha! I laughed, shaking my head. Cassius. Love, it has been several days. I have missed you. I giggled, before quickly escaping into the bedroom. He growled playfully and chased after me. Chapter 28. Christmas morning, I woke up to Cassius holding me close. His head rested comfortably against me, and the warmth of his presence made it difficult to leave the comfort of the bed. A thin silk sheet covered us as I glanced toward the bedroom window and noticed snow falling once again. I smiled softly before tapping Cassius on the shoulder to wake him up. He stirred, pulling me closer instead of letting me go. Don't move, he ordered in a dry, sleepy voice. Cassius, it is morning, I reminded him. He shifted slightly and looked at me, his dark locks falling messily over his eyes. Even half asleep, he still managed to make me smile. I pushed gently against his shoulders, trying to convince him to let me up, but he refused. I need to go to the bathroom, I told him. I love you, he replied, completely catching me off guard. I gave him a strange look before smiling. I love you too, but I really need to go to the bathroom. He sighed dramatically and finally let me go. I quickly got out of bed and hurried to the bathroom, laughing to myself. After everything that had happened the night before, I was still reminded of how deeply connected we had become. After the shower, I brushed my teeth before pulling on a silk bathrobe and stepping out of the bathroom. Cassius was already up from the bed. By the time I got out of the bathroom, his hair was wet from a recent shower, and he was buttoning up a dress shirt. I walked over and removed his hands, finishing the rest. He placed his hands on my waist and waited patiently. What are the plans for today? I asked. He glanced down at me and lifted one hand to slide off one side of my bathroom to reveal his mark. His thumb traced it, and I shudder from the tingles. The mansion will be filled with many pack members today. A lot of gift exchanging and holiday music. Children will be doing some cookie and gingerbread house decorating, and the adults are usually here for the free drinks. He smirked. Cora usually handles the Christmas dinner menu. She is usually holed up in the kitchen for the most part of the day. The men like to do a hunt to see who can catch the biggest kill before the end of the year. Will you be joining? I asked. He nods. It is the tradition for alphas to lead the hunt. I guess I will help Cora in the kitchen, I offered. His eyes flitted to meet mine. You don't have to. I shrugged. I don't mind. I want to help out with what I can. He nodded before leaning in to brush his lips over my forehead. He pulled back and his thumb brushed my cheeks, one hand around my waist and the other cupping my neck. I finished buttoning up his dress shirt. With my hands, I smoothed the wrinkles. I have a few things to take care of. I might not be able to see you until later on. If you need me, just call me, he informed me. I nodded and stood on my tiptoes to brush my lips across his. Cassius left shortly after. I changed into a knitted sweater and black leggings before heading downstairs to the kitchen. I heard Cora barking out orders just when I rounded the corner into the kitchen. The kitchen was spacious, but today in particular, it seemed small. There were so many bodies around. Cora noticed me right away and waved her hands for me to come over. I squeezed my way through.
Wow, it's busy,
I breathed. She giggled. I find it nice. The house is normally so big, but having so many people over, it makes this house seem warmer and homier. She's right. It did feel that way. Christmas music softly playing in the kitchen as people scrambled to get food ready for tonight. "Did you need help with anything?" I asked. She shook her head. "Oh no, I got this handled. You just need to sit back and relax." I frowned.
I feel like I should do something. I want to put a part into this party.
"How about you help me with making the cornbread?" she offered, and gestured to the ingredients that were not touched yet. I headed to the station and began mixing the ingredients. Everyone in the kitchen was making jokes and bantering back and forth. Everyone was friendly, and soon I was included in the conversation without even thinking twice. We laughed and joked. Cora seemed to be the life of the room. She is constantly keeping the conversation moving. A few people have approached me and introduced themselves personally. I felt at home and welcomed. It was a weird sensation. All my life, I lived almost alone, not knowing anybody in particular, and not making friends. But now my life was filled with lots of people, and all of them were nice people. There were laughter and joy. A sense of happiness flooded me, and it was overwhelming. Boo-hoo. Staring at these people, tears ran down my cheeks. I was becoming emotional. Cora looked up and panic streaked her face. She dropped what she was doing and moved to my side. "Are you okay?" she asked. "What's wrong?" "If you are tired." Haha, I laughed, feeling a little foolish, and I wiped at the tears that escaped. "Oh no, these aren't sad tears. I'm happy," I told her. She frowned, still confused. I lived alone for the most part of my life. So to see and experience what a family feels like again, I'm overjoyed and happy, I told her. She broke into a smile and pulled me into a hug. "Don't worry, we are your family now." I hugged her back, feeling her love for me. The people that were near us overheard our little small conversation and were smiling with appreciation. A few walked over and hugged me as well. After I helped Cora in the kitchen, it was close to 2 in the afternoon. I walked out of the kitchen and noticed a few people were rushing outside. I followed them and saw that a bunch of pack members was stripping out of their clothes in the middle of a snowy day. I forgot to pull on a winter jacket, and so I wrapped my arms around me and glanced around the crowd. People were chatting excitedly. This must be the hunt that Cassius was talking about. A second later, strong pair of arms wrapped around me, and a thick blanket shielded the chill. I glanced behind me to see my mate looking down at me. "Hey," I smiled at him. He arched an eyebrow. "No jacket?" I giggled. I wanted to know what was going on. Everything is new to me. He shook his head at me, but I noticed the little half grin appearing on his face. "I missed you all morning," he said. "Oh, really?" He turned me around and into his chest. He was so warm, I buried my face in his chest. "So much that it hurts to breathe," he replied. My heart thudded rapidly in my chest. I realized that I also missed him too. Strange how a few hours can do this to us. "Cassius, the pack is waiting," Leo interrupted us. I pulled back, and Cassius reluctantly let go of me. He cupped my cheeks. "You should go inside. After this,
I compromised. He nodded before walking through the crowds. I followed him to the front, where I watched him strip out of his dress shirt, and when he was about to take off his trousers, I cleared my throat. He turned to face me, and a knowing smirk appeared on his face. I gave him a pointed look. No one is to see what I see underneath all those layers of clothes. He shifted, and his trousers shredded. His beast appeared in front of me and patted his way over. He rubbed his face on mine, and I scratched at his neck. A satisfied growl rumbled from him. Leo shifted soon after he did. After his beast was done greeting me, he hopped back and darted down the open field to the woods. The rest of the pack that joined the hunt followed suit, Leo following closely behind Cassius. I went back inside. Several hours later, the feast was set up in one of the large conference halls that they had. The pack members that went on the hunt came back and shifted back to their human side. They changed into proper clothing before joining us in the conference hall. Cassius found me immediately and wrapped one arm around my waist. He ran his nose along the curve of my neck. I can smell that he had freshly taken a shower from a hard day's hunt. He was now changed into another clean dress shirt and black trousers. His dress shirt neatly tucked into his trousers. The first 3 buttons on top were left unbuttoned. He led me to the table, and he made a wonderful speech to everyone, summarizing the highlights of the year and the formal introduction of me as their new alpha female. The feast was fulfilling. There were so many foods, all kinds of meat, bread, jams, appetizers, side dishes, and desserts. By the time we were all done, everyone was thoroughly satisfied. It was late when Cassius pulled me away from everyone and into his office. The room was decorated with Christmas decorations and a humongous Christmas tree. The fireplace lit to warm up the room. He closed the double door to give us more privacy. I stepped towards the fireplace before turning to look at him. "I have something for you," he said. He walked behind the desk and pulled out a small Christmas present before walking up to me. He handed it to me, and I felt a little embarrassed because I didn't get him anything. With everything that happened, I haven't had a chance or even thought about it. "I didn't get you anything," I murmured embarrassingly. "You did," he told me. I looked up at him, confused. "You gave me you. That's all I want. That's all I need," he explained. I smiled at him before glancing down at the present. It is the first present I have ever received in a very long while. I tore at the wrapping paper before opening the box. Inside the box was a ring box. I glanced up at him immediately. He was smiling. He took hold of my left hand and went down on his knees. "Cassius?" I breathed. "Amelia, I knew the moment I laid eyes on you that you were mine. I fell in love with you the moment you kissed me. I love your braveness. I adore your kindness and strength. My heart beats for you, and I cannot imagine life without you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Amelia, will you marry me?" He looked up at me with those dark gray eyes of his, and my heart filled with more hope and happiness. Boo-hoo. Tears stained my cheeks. He grasped my hand with both of his hands and kissed the back of it. "I know you lived a life alone, but if you marry me, I will give you all that I have. My family, my friends, my heart and soul. I will give you all my love, and I'll never stop loving you," he continued. I dropped down onto my knees and cradled his cheeks. My lips brushed his, and I pressed my forehead against his.
Boo-hoo. I love you, Cassius. I love you so much. Yes, I will marry you, I cried softly. He sharply inhaled before brushing his own lips on mine. He pulled back and took the ring out of the ring box before slipping it on my ring finger. I was now officially his.
Epilogue. Cassius. The song Unchained Melody by the Righteous Brothers played softly in the background as I watched her walk down the wedding aisle, dressed in solid ivory off-shoulder maxi dress. It exposed her curved neckline and shoulders. A year later, and we finally got our wedding in.
I wanted it to be sooner, but Amelia and Cora wanted to plan. They said it had to happen during the summer, and it had to be perfect. It not only signified the beginning of our relationship, but it also introduced our little one that was growing inside of her.
The little bump on her was evident. Our pup is only 4 months in for his growth, but he has already started to kick. We found out last night right before bed. Amelia and I just had a conversation back and forth in bed. She was talking about the wedding, and I answered her. She gasped when she felt the kick. Reaching for my hand, she placed it under her belly where I, too, felt the kick. That was one moment I marked as the happiest moment in my life, besides the day that Amelia agreed to marry me.
My eyes moved from the bump to her eyes, and found unshed tears clouding her vision. She looked a vision even when she was crying. My sister was the maid of honor, and even at the sight of Amelia brought tears to my sister's eyes. They have grown so close. The bond between the two, although not blood, was strong. I took the last few steps and reached my mate's side. Reaching down, I wrapped my hand around hers. She glanced down at where we touched before looking up at me. My other hand I moved to wipe the tear that had escaped. "You look breathtakingly beautiful, love," I whispered. My heart ached with so much love. It was a never-ending feeling of emotions. This love I feel for her, it was overwhelming. So overwhelming that any thought of losing her will kill me instantly. I live for her. I breathe for her. She was my lifeline. She closed her eyes and leaned into my touch before opening them. I don't think she will ever stop surprising me. She takes my breath away every time I see her. Together, we finished taking the last few steps to stand in front of the priest. He started the wedding ceremony. All the pack members were there on this official day, and unity of their alpha and alpha female. Leo was my best man and stood behind me, and even he was getting a little teary. When it came to the exchange of vows, I started it off.
Amelia, I want to thank you for giving me a chance, for taking me for who I am. You are my savior, my angel, and my alpha female. When I am with you, I am alive. I can breathe and I can reach for anything. You fill me with so much happiness. My love for you is a never-ending river. I vow to love you, to protect you, and to care for you for the rest of my life.
Boo-hoo.
Amelia let out a soft sob, and her hand went up to cover her mouth. I can see the happiness in her eyes, and God, I never want it gone. I am seriously so whipped that I'll do anything to make her happy. She took in a deep, shuddering inhale before wiping her tears and speaking her vows.
All my life, I never thought that I would feel this much love.
Her eyes glanced from me to everyone around us. You all have given me so much that I have ever dreamed of.
Her eyes found me. Cassius, our first meeting wasn't luck. It was fate. Fate brought you to me. With you, I've earned myself a large family and friends. You are the roots of my happiness. Without you, I don't think I will ever be able to find happiness. I love you so much that even those words can't explain the number of emotions that is bursting inside of me.
I vow to stand next to you and to love you for the rest of our life.
Boo-hoo.
Her words hit home. It broke the dam to my emotions and I sniffled, turning away to wipe the tears that escaped. She reached forward and cupped my chin like how I do so often to her. Standing on her tiptoes, she leaned forward and kissed those tears away. When she pulled back and the rings were handed to me, my hand shook as I put the ring on her finger. I was that emotional I couldn't control my nerves. She gave a soft giggle before taking the ring and slipping it on my ring finger. I was officially hers. She was officially mine. I didn't wait for the priest to give the okay. I took her into my arms and kissed her with everything in me. The unspoken words passed between that kiss. My love for her passed through that one kiss. She kissed me back with the same fever. The sudden cheer and shouts coming from our pack broke our trance. I pulled back enough so that she can breathe and stared into her emerald eyes.
I love you, I whispered. I love you so damn much.
She smiled. I love you too, Cassius.
Leo came over and clapped me on the back before pulled me into a brotherly hug. Cora hugged Amelia before reaching over and hugging me.
I am so happy for you, Cassius.
She said, I am so happy you are happy. Thank you, Cora. I hugged her back. Everyone followed up to us then and hugged us. After almost an hour of saying thank you and accepting everyone's congratulations, I took hold of my mate's hand to get her attention. It is time. I take you away. I grinned.
Where are we going? She asked.
Place where I can have you all to myself, I replied with a wink. She smirked. Well, I hope you stocked up on pickles and ice cream because the baby is coming along and that's all he wants.
My smile faltered. We can go shopping?
She rolled her eyes and I wrapped an arm around her, resting my hand at her hip. I leaned in and kissed her temple before running my nose in her hair. I need you. Alone, love. I murmured quietly so that she and I are the only ones who can hear what I was saying. She brought in her bottom lips between her teeth before nodding.
Let's go.
I chuckled before taking a step to lead her out, but she stopped me by placing a palm on my chest. I glanced down at her hand that has my ring on it before looking back at her.
Who is going to take care of matters here while you and I are gone?
She asked.
I looked towards Leo, who was conversing with some pack members.
Leo has it covered. Now come on, love. We have to leave now, I said impatiently.
She huffed and rested her hand that was on my chest on her belly. My eyes fell on it before I rested mine over hers. She glanced at our hands before allowing me to lead her out. We got into my Jeep that now has all kinds of wedding flowers and strings attached to it. I helped my poor pregnant mate into the Jeep first, making her dress was all the way in before closing the door. Quickly, I made my way to the other side of the Jeep and got in. Before I drove off, I glanced at her. Leaning forward, I couldn't resist, but kissed her one last time before we leave this place. The taste of her, I can never get enough. When I pulled back, she breathed another I love you that I returned. We looked at our pack one last time, who was waving goodbye to us before we started the car and drove off. On the back of the Jeep was written, Newlyweds, and underneath it was, Yours forever and ever. And that brings us to the end of this story. Thank you for listening all the way through. We hope this audiobook kept you entertained and left you wanting more. If you enjoyed it, please take a moment to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and share your thoughts in the comments. Let us know what kind of stories you'd like to hear next. There are plenty more full audiobooks waiting for you here, so be sure to check out the channel for your next great listen. Until next time, happy listening.